give us a countdown, I guess, when you're ready. Hello, and welcome once again to the Masters of Steel, sponsored by Steel Series. We are now in qualifier number 1, and I'm here with the wonderful Sass.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here with you, Myriad. I can't wait for these games. We have big names today playing big games. Puppy Paw against Vortex today we're starting off with.
Indeed, and I just pulled up the stats here in the head-to-head, right? I gotta say, it's looking, historically, it's looking a little bit rough here for Vortex, right? We're looking at an 82.35% overall series win rate for Puppy Paw against Vortex. However, recently it has been looking a little bit better for Vortex, right? Puppy Paw winning 52.38% of games this year. Notable events include, of course, the Indie Classic 3, the One Trick Pony Clash, as well as, of course, EGC Masters Winter. Puppy Paw has had the edge over Vortex recently, but as both of us are tournament players, as we know how this goes. Things change day by day, don't they? So someone who gets 3-0 one day can get countered 3-0 the very next day. I mean, personal lives do come into effect in these games, and people feel one way one day compared to the other. So anything can happen.
100%. It's about the day. It's about the time. It's about how you feel on that day. After all, this is a performance, and it's about like no matter how much you prepare yourself, no matter how much you practice, you have to be your best that day. And this is one of those days. They're gonna play the qualifier for the LAN event in Denmark, and yeah, it's not just a ladder game, right? So there's a lot of things going on, and this is anyone's game at this level, I feel like.
It's true, without a doubt. And we do already have our draft here, already prepared. We see the first map is already displayed here. It does seem to be Kerlauga, and it will be OTD for Puppy up against Vortex's Abbasid. A bit of an unusual matchup, not one you see very often nowadays.
Yeah, I haven't seen this map in a while. Also, I haven't seen. It has been few months ago. Yeah, I think I saw this map last time, few months ago. Because in this tournament, I just banned it because I haven't seen it for some time. Yeah, yeah. Who do you favor here?
It's tough to say. The thing with this map, you're very right that we haven't seen it in a while. That's for sure true. But most notably, I think, is obviously Pro Scouts has been a thing for months now, right? It's been very, very dominant at the top level. And this map has not been played in the Pro Scouts meta since until this very, very tournament, right? And there are quite a few deer on this map, notably. Besides the lack of food, obviously there's a few fish on the rivers to either side. But besides that, you only have a very few starting sheep, just a few tiny berry packs, but quite a few deer, aren't there? And I wonder how much that would play into these games, as opposed to something like a Dock Star, which we have seen before Pro Scouts has had its change to the way it is now.
Yeah, and that makes me question the Mongol ban here. I remember people were just starting to try out the Mangodai on this map, if you remember, because the woodlines are quite far. It's not the usual, just like under your town center. And the Pro Scout meta, maybe I don't think we'll see Pro Scouts this game, at least with these civs, because there's quite a lot of fish around, and also it's very open map, and both players just spawn like in the center. And yeah, we're about to start.
Here we go, indeed. We're preparing to get underway here. And you might be right about the Pro Scouts. Obviously, for Abbasid, it's very, very unlikely. OTD, I wouldn't rule out completely, potentially. I mean, it's something they've been known for in the last major patch, especially. But Pro Scouts has fallen off for them recently, hasn't it? Because of that increased cost. It's definitely much, much slower for them, and they struggle with the pacing of some of the really, really fast civs like Jushi, China, French, and JD, these kind of civs, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and here we go. We have Vortex spawning in the south side of the map, playing as color blue and Abbasid Dynasty. And on the other side, we have Puppy Paw playing as the Order of the Dragon, and he's going for the dock right away.
Yeah, wasting no time, Puppy Boy. Straight away for the dock there. And looks like Vortex might be... Ooh, maybe not. I'm trying to see at the minimap, see if we can spot a little blue dot of a villager, but that doesn't seem to be... Oh, no, it is in the south there, actually, yeah. So he does go down there and straight away gets to pushing the deer in at the same time.
Yeah, that is a beautiful dock, by the way, because it has also some deer around it, which is beautiful. Like, you can just make your villager work on the deer instead of, like, save the fish for the fishing boats. So that's gonna be good for Vortex. And yeah, we have similar openings now. This map, if you guys don't know, this map does not have a lot of sheep, but it starts with 5 deer around the town center, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 5 deer around your town center, so players are taking their time, just getting the best position possible for these deer for later on. And I want to ask you, what do you think about the Order of the Dragon in general? What do you feel about it? Because if you look at the stats, and I'm not the stats guy, I'm not the win rates guy myself, but people do love the numbers on the charts, right? And they have been on the top of like everything on every rank almost. And is it underrated? Is it OP? Is it... What do you think?
It's difficult to tell, I think, right? I mean, I do think they are a little bit weaker than they were beforehand. They were one of the sort of mid-favored picks in the last major patch, especially because of Pro Scouts, right? They had pretty good timings for it. They were able to utilize the food very, very well with that Burgrave timing and the discounted units. You can have it operational 24/7 and get an immense amount of value from it. They have fallen off just a tiny bit, but I do think they're still a very, very solid civ. It's one of those civs. It reminds me a bit of how English was several months ago, where they don't seem to thrive. Like, they're not the number one pick on any map really, but they can kind of play any map to a pretty decent standard. I'm not sure whether that's something you agree with. So it's just kind of a very versatile, very, very safe, solid pick. They're not too complex to play. You can kind of execute them wherever you desire, and they can hold a candle to even the top civs on maps where they might not be the best, but they can definitely put up a fight, right?
Yeah, right. And from the last tournament we had Frisian Marshes, which was similar map to compared to standard map, with a lot of food available, a lot of safe food available, let's say. Because now here we have a dock and a wall just protecting it from any early harassment right now on Poppy Pow's side with Order of the Dragon. So it looks like on this level, when there's a lot of food around your base, OOTD is still a good option, and it just dominates like diamond or plat or even like 1400 1500 conqueror players. So maybe it's underrated. Maybe Poppy Paw is gonna show us how good OOTD is right now, because I remember he used to play it a lot. I remember playing against him when he was playing Order of the Dragon like just a few months ago.
Yeah, he's one of the players that seems to favor Order of the Dragon more than most, right? We have seen him picking it on a map like Carmel as well, and really putting a scare up to Anatan's Mongols in that game when he did the fast in. That was quite an interesting game for those who are not aware. I definitely recommend checking that one out. That was interesting for sure. But yeah, it's an interesting save in that regard, because obviously the whole idea of Order of the Dragon is their double strength units in exchange for double the cost and double the population cost, right? And it's an interesting mechanic that can be a bit tricky to sort of navigate around, especially at slightly lower ranks, you know. In terms of the counter system, you need double the amount of units that you might expect to deal with Order of the Dragon's units. So numbers and strength of armies and how they match up against Order of the Dragon is difficult than is more difficult than most other civs in the game, right? So that sort of element of uncertainty regarding the strength of their army when it comes to direct engagement can really throw a lot of players off.
Yeah, that is, I 100% agree with you. And now we have the Vortex starting with military wing and harassing Papipo's gold. This is the... Oh, is he gonna kill a villager? It's
so close.
Oh, so close. It's like 1 or 2 HP there. And the scout is gonna take some damage. But this is such a... I think this is a very good start for Vortex right now, because all that idle time, all those villagers walking back and forth, and he just has cheaper docks, which is like spamming all over the map right now. And Papipo feels like maybe when we look at his... Look at the red dots on the map, he's a bit like cornered maybe this game. We will have to see. This is all the advantage that you get with the cheap docks and the military wing for free units. And Vortex is also looking like he wants to get to Castle Age.
Yeah, the cheap docks from Abbasid combined with the military wing units really puts this sort of this tempo advantage in Abbasid's favor, which is not something that the Civ is typically very used to, right? Most people think of Abbasid as this laid-back, booming civilization with 2TC. Of course, the symptoms of the map in this regard with the fish and the food and just the layout of woodlines and such makes that a little bit less favorable than on other standard maps. So, well, thanks to a villager does get caught by one of Papipo's gilded horsemen. It does manage to go down, but Vortex on the backside catches the gold as well, and he is going to pick up a villager for his efforts as well, and that's an Order of the Dragon villager in that case.
Yeah, it says 1 and 1 in the worker kills at the bottom left, but Papipo lost an Order of the Dragon villager, and we can already see the difference in the economy count with fishing boats and villagers. Order of the Dragon will have less, but will have the better one. So losing 1 villager for Papipo and all that walking time just hurts him a lot more. And he's back on gold at the front now. Now, are we gonna see Vortex's units come back around and just attack that gold again? Vortex might have changed his mind about going to Castle Age. Maybe he's adding camel archers, and now I don't know where they are right now, but he wants to keep this keep Papipo away from gold, I feel like.
Yeah, there is a bit of a reinvestment here from Vortex, isn't there? Already 2 camel archers out on the field, a third one in queue now. Papipo's Gilded Horsemen do strike at Vortex's gold again. 1 villager will go down again in exchange for heavy damage onto the Gilded Horsemen. But meanwhile, Vortex's own troops still doing a bit of harassment behind Papipo's base. But Papipo, behind this, Kagunet Palace is on the way. I think Vortex may have spotted that. If he didn't yet, he certainly will now with that archer dancing around the edge of that woodline. And this Burgrave timing here could prove to be a little bit dangerous for Vortex in this case, because, I mean, even if he finds his own age up, it takes a long while with the Abbasid, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it's gonna take a long time, and he's not there yet either. But he killed another villager, and if he can manage to keep Papipo out of gold, maybe he can still just get the Castle Age timing and save. And like Papipo has to get some breathing room for himself right now, because you also want to get the relics, and unless you want to all in, which is gonna be very hard against the camel archers with all that mobility and no safe wood lines, as we talked about it before, because Vortex killed another villager there earlier, and now he's just camping that wood line, just waiting for it. And the first 3 man-at-arms are underway from Papipo, and Vortex just teched up his culture wing. 1 minute and 30 seconds. I feel like this is enough time for Vortex to just keep Papipo away from his base, keep those man-at-arms away from his base.
Yes, there's good pressure put on here by Vortex, right? The presence of the camel archers make it so that the men-at-arms can't quite move across the map as freely as they would like, right? They are very powerful units, but very slow for that matter. The camel archers can theoretically kite them endlessly if they so choose. So Papipo is kind of forced to deal with this before he can really put on any kind of hurt in Vortex's base. And gold access, as you mentioned, is going to be a bit of a problem here initially, at least. And the camel archers, I mean, you can just see the mobility. The men-at-arms can't even touch them. That horseman does find the scout. A few arrow shots from the tower. He's going to bring it quite low. Oh, but Puppy Paw pulls away just before he actually kills it there. But yeah, we see a double-pronged attack here from Vortex. Both the front gold mine and the back one is now idled out for Puppy Paw, so no gold access just yet. He will eventually be able to recoup it, but Vortex did buy himself the time he needs to get up with that culturing quite safely and mount a defense.
Yeah, these things are looking pretty rough for Puppy Paw as he gets pushed away from gold one more time and one more villager gets picked off, and the camel archers, you just can't touch them. Like, he just cannot touch them with the men-at-arms. And he will just kite and go circles around his base as he's doing now. And now we get the tower on the back gold. Maybe, I was thinking, maybe he should have done this in the first place. Like, just tower the gold at the back. One more villager goes down. Puppy Paw finds a villager kill there, which is great. Vortex a bit too greedy with the kills. Just wastes a lot of HP on those camel archers. They're just like one tap away from dying from the horsemen. Not the men-at-arm, because they can't touch them. But now we're getting veteran camel archers and +2 attack from Vortex and the crossbows. That's gonna just murder anything that comes out of the Burgrave Palace.
Without a doubt, right? I mean, Burgrave Palace is a barracks at the end of the day, so all of the units are just slow infantry. So with a bit of kiting here, especially by these camel archers, they won't do much. Vortex, okay, does notice just in time as the men-at-arms do charge in directly towards those camel archers. But we can see the economic damage already dealt here to Puppy Paw. 8 gilded villages down. That is very significant, Sassy. And with Golden Age behind this for the Abbasid dynasty, the economy is going to start running away very, very soon.
Yeah, and we can see that in the incomes. Like, it's not even close. It's not even fun. It's 800, 500, and 400 for Vortex right now, and Puppy Paw has like 800 in total for now, for the past minute. And we have a bit of a boat action there. I think there was a demo that just went off, and the demo connection just takes down the Hulk from Puppy Paw, and he has to run away from this dog as the army moves in to save it. Actually, he's gonna lose some more units while on the retreat there on the way back because of the camel archers, and yeah, the movement speed is they're just too slow for them.
They're too slow indeed. Even the spearmen can catch up to them, and these men-at-arms have no choice really but to run and maybe turn to fight at some point, because the more they run, the more they'll get chipped away. But if they turn, they'll just die even faster. So Puppy Paw definitely in a rough spot here. You can see under 200 food income now for Puppy Paw. Not only is his food starting to run out below the town center, but his own fishing is starting to get harassed as well as Vortex pushes forward with the boats. 1 springboard ship and 2 galleys out now for him. Meanwhile for Puppy Paw, only 1 demolition ship, which is now gone and destroyed. It has detonated to do decent damage, but nothing is actually taken out from Vortex's ships.
Yeah, Vortex is taking control of this this river on the right side, and also that's gonna just stop Puppy Paw from having any food income other than the berries behind his base. I think those are berries, and yeah, he just taps out. He knows it's over. There's no way he's gonna gather resources, grab relics, or anything. Was this a matchup win? Feel like maybe it was.
It might have been, right? I mean, historically, Abbasid does really, really well on these hybrid maps, don't they? Especially the strength of those cheaper docks, as well as the tempo from the military school. I mean, historically, often we have seen ram plays straight away coming from the military school units as well, the 2 spearmen and 2 archers. And that can be so difficult to deal with, because not only might you need to invest into fighting ships in order to contest the opponent's navy, but at the same time, you might have a ram going onto your dock as well that you got to deal with. In this case, Vortex just opted instead to push Puppy Paw off of gold entirely, which definitely paid fruit. I mean, forcing Puppy Paw to dance constantly between his back and front gold mine repeatedly, that idle time, especially on these gilded villages, adds up so quickly.
Yeah, especially it's not just any villager. It's not your English villager or your French villager, right? It's OTD villager, which, like, when you get idle, when you have to walk back from your gold, it just hurts your economy a lot more. And like do you get a tower on your gold, then a Basset can just like slap down a ram and just keep doing what they're doing without like caring too much about it. I mean, OOTD could maybe defend it with the emergency repairs. Now I'm thinking back, maybe it could be an option. But yeah, Popipo just went for the Burgrave and got punished for it. And now we have, what map do we have next?
Just waiting here to find out. It does seem to be EGC Kawasan for game number 2 here, and Vortex managed to get himself Knights Templar, says.
Oh, Knight Templar on Kawasan. It's gonna be brutal for Popipo. I have my doubts about this. The Templars, when they're on wood, they're just something else. They don't feel like a normal civ. You know what I mean, right? Like if you have played against Templars on hybrid or water maps, you know what I'm talking about. Like it just feels so good, and when you play with them, it's so good. When you play against them, it just doesn't make sense. How do you have all these things? How can you afford all of these things? Every time I ask these questions.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's insane. I mean, it's not only the utter lack of necessity for a lumber camp. On top of that, you do not need to upgrade double broad axe whatsoever, right? That upgrades automatically the wood gathering as you age up. On top of that, any wood you gather is also gathered 20% of it as food. So the economy is almost perfectly designed for these water maps to make it so smooth in these transitions between Dark Age and Feudal Age, and even later on Castle Age. I mean, most other civs, if they want to go for a castle timing on these kind of water maps, they'll have to pour some off of wood, even with fishing, and go back onto food. But Knights Templar, they don't need to. I mean, they're already gathering wood, and they get a good chunk of it as food. So on top of having a navy and being able to age up at the same time, whilst also having a land army, it's so difficult to deal with, even for these historically top water cities like China, like Jushi, even Ayyubids and Abbasid. They struggle so much.
Yeah, and let's see how Popipo will handle this against Knight Templar. He must have his plans. He didn't ban it, so we're about to see how Popipo handles it, and there we go.
We do have Vortex loading into the south side of the map in the color blue as Knights Templar, and in the north, Popipo on the Ayyubids in the color red. We are on Kawasan, and typically Ayyubids, one of those civs that can be a bit tricky to deal with on this map, Sess, right?
Oh yeah, because of the fast age up, they don't need a lot of gold, and they can age up very fast. And maybe Popipo is not going for the dock right now. He's going for, it looks like it's going to be the fast age up. He's dropping a mining camp already. We don't see any villager just walking towards the lakes to build a dock. So maybe Popipo knows the way to play against the Templars here. We're about to see that, and now we see Vortex just opening with the dock. Just standard opening here. I'm not 100% sure if they changed something on this map, because you used to spawn like sometimes in like opposite directions here. Like sometimes you would have a player in the north corner and someone you would have south corner. I'm not 100% sure, but I prefer this version of this map because where both players just spawn in the center, and then it's not just like something random where we end up in the same lake or not. Because now Popipo can just decide even if he's going for the dock to attack Vortex's ships or a dock to secure his own lake, maybe. Now he can just decide. I prefer this version of this map a lot more.
I know exactly what you mean. Sometimes we do see these sort of standard mirrored diagonal spawns that are the case on most maps, right? That's how they spawn. You have this diagonal line and the spawns are mirrored. And on Kawasan, that's sometimes the case as well, but sometimes that's not the case, right? As we see here, it's still just a little bit diagonal, but it's mostly centered, right? So in terms of pond access, it's kind of equal, both ponds for both players in this case. And just like you mentioned, It is most likely going to be actually, no. Poppyport instead goes for the economic wing industry. I must say, Saz, this is not something I have ever seen before on from
Okay.
Iobits. Yeah.
Okay, this is something new. At least for me, this is something new for now because I was expecting him to go for the fast age up, fast and cheap age up to nullify Vortex's fishing boats. At least have from Vortex having fishing boats. But he's going for the industry. Maybe he wants to drop docks on both lakes at the same time. Is that why?
That
Now
might be
we
the
see the
case.
first villager going there on supposedly Vortex's lake. And let's see if we'll see another villager. Maybe he drops like 2 docks here and then he plays to just kick Vortex out of this lake. Let's see what's gonna happen. Now Vortex should realize what's going on. He had his scout around just looking at the lake, and now he's gonna see the age up with the Eco Wing industry. I suppose he's gonna just understand this is going to be industry wing, not just 3 villagers. And now he's aging up with Kingdom of France, which is like one of the most common options that they have.
It's
Yeah,
true.
we
And
see the second dock going up. Yeah.
I do wonder here for Poppyport, right? Because obviously the industry is going to give him that extra wood, but correct me if I'm wrong, Sass. I think after the recent change, it also gives additional wood gathering rate as well when you go for the industry wing, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. They
It's
build 30%
faster,
fast. I
yeah.
see, yes, my
Yeah.
mistake. So they will build fast on top of it. So after the age up finishes here for Poppyport, he'll be able to drop even more docks even faster if he so chooses. But 350 wood, that's a lot of wood. And there we go straight away. Galley and Springald ship queued up here for Poppyport and Vortex. Only 2 seconds behind in the age up. And, you know, he can do the very same. But the timing on the ships here is going to favor Poppyport.
Yeah, that was very clean from Poppypaw. That was very clean and very well executed. 2 docks and 2 ships at the queue at the same time. But Vortex he's just so on point with that too. Now, he has 4 fishing boats, 2 docks on the same lake, and he has the same ships in the queue. And the demo is gonna come out next. It's gonna be some intense micro battle, and I feel like this is going to be a short game here if Poppypaw cannot kill Vortex out here. And now the demo is coming in. Is he going to connect? The archer ship is in a weird spot. It's getting repaired by the fishing boats there. Now, this is the advantage of Vortex now. He has the fishing boats. Poppypaw does not have one. He needs to repair. He cannot repair it. And the demo just connects and everything just dies. Archer ship, demo ship, the Springle ship. Everything just died. Vortex without losing anything.
Disaster here for Poppypaw in game number 2, right? And this is what we were talking about with Knights Templar, right? Beautiful strategy here by Poppypaw coming into game number 2 here with the industry wing, but we've talked about this before, right? Just the economy for Knights Templar on this map. Not only is his age up just a few seconds later, but he is also able to queue up both a Springald ship and a galley ship at the same time, followed by a demo for the triumvirate of ships. And on top of it, he also has 4 fishing ships to aid him on the very same pond, Sass. It's ridiculous. The economy is insane. And as a result of this, because of those fishing ships, he's able to out-repair the damage from Poppypaw, even though he has the timing by just a few seconds, and just completely remove Poppypaw's presence from that pond. And now Poppypaw, in an effort to stay in this game, quickly goes onto the secondary pond, speed builds it with 4 villagers at this point in time, and he will be able to most likely muster control of this pond, but he's definitely behind in economy.
He certainly is, and I don't know where, but he lost his scout as well. So he doesn't know if Vortex going to add like some of the little knights. I forgot their names. Chevalier Confrère.
Chevalier Confrère, yes, that's it.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, if he adds one of those, he has like no idea. He's gonna have his own horsemen out now. But now they're fighting for this lake, where they're on the equal footing, but Vortex has already some fishing boats on the other lake, so it's going to be very, very hard for Poppypaw to contest for this. Yeah, it's just going to be really, really hard for him to just he needs, I think, a miracle because he doesn't even have the golden age. He had a really good build, I think, for this map. It was really good build, but he's against Knights Templar, so yeah, we see some micro battles, Springled ship against Springled ship and the Archer ship, but now Vortex is using. Oh, that's too ambitious from Puppy Paw, and he's gonna get blocked and exploded.
The
And
demo timing, yeah, and he knows. He knows
yeah,
with that is just too much. I mean, when you lose the first pond like that with all that investment, and then you get badly traded on the second pond as well, it's just too much. I mean, I think the idea here from Puppy Paw was really good, but against Knights Templar, I think it's the only Civ that can kind of deal with this sort of a timing here, because I don't know how you feel, Sas, but I think this timing could have worked really well against pretty much any other Civ on this kind of a
yeah,
map. But Knights Templar kind of breaks those rules, doesn't it?
yeah. I agree because it's just something completely different when it's on a water map, because usually on land you just give up some villagers for aging up, right? But here you still have some fishing boats and you still age up really fast, and like you can be as greedy as you want or you can be as fast as you want. Like you could just do, I think his age up timing was also perfect. We gotta give it to Vortex as well. Like he had really clean build himself, but the fact that he had 4 fishing boats and 2 docks and age up around the same time and have the same boats, that is like, yeah, that's why we were surprised to see Knights Templar on that map. Let's just leave it at that.
It's one of those situations in the draft, right, where if you do have these hybrid or even full water maps in the draft, you're forced into a strange decision, aren't you? I mean, typically we have the HRE and Roost ban in most standard land drafts, but with these maps thrown in the mix, Knights Templar becomes a very valuable ban as well. So you're kind of forced into this choice of, well, do you leave through Knights Templar and potentially risk what is essentially just a matchup loss against most other civs in the game? But then, if you do not, then you might let through Rus or HRE instead, and those are really difficult civs to deal with as well. So it presents an interesting choice when it comes to drafting in these circumstances. And the result of which we can see here, right? Puppy Paw took that gamble of allowing through Knights Templar. Interestingly, neither player banned them, but Vortex prioritized the pick as his third in the draft, whereas Puppy Paw just ignored it completely despite having the highest seed. So he definitely could have stolen them if he so chooses, but he did not in this case.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. This is just like, there's also, you don't want to ban different civs for like all the time, because then you have to practice against that. Also, like, okay, maybe you're okay playing against Rus on a land map, but then like you have to practice against that too. So I think some players might feel that it's better to just ban like at least 2 civs all the time, so you don't have to like practice against that too. Because this is right now, it's just about like the practice. Like both players had really good, really well executed builds there for that map, and that just shows like, then what do you do against Rus? Then what do you do against Mongols? And you have to practice against everything to be at this level. And these players are just delivering. And now we have Mongols against Japan, one of the classics on this map, 4 lakes. And is it back on ladder? Am I
It is, yeah, you're
confused?
right. I think
It's
it
back on
replaced,
ladder, right?
yeah, it replaced Lakeside, I believe it is. They replaced, and interestingly here, right? It's worth mentioning that this is the upper bracket finals for Masters of Steel qualifier number 1, and it is double elimination at this point in time, right? So we have gone through the initial phases of the qualifier 1, and that was not double elimination. If you lost there, you are out for the qualifier. However, here these players have proved themselves so far in this qualifier. So now, even if they do, even if Puppy Paw or Vortex lose this series, they do have a chance to come back in that lower bracket. So not all hope is lost for whoever loses here, and it is a best of 7. And just like you mentioned, Sass, this matchup, quite a classic one on this map, isn't it?
Yeah, and let's see how our players will handle this. Since the change of the barracks, I feel like Japanese is a bit better here than before. Before it was very rough for Japanese, I feel like, because they couldn't defend their dock, they couldn't defend their pawns, or like they couldn't be as aggressive as Mongols or like HRE here. And now we see Puppy Paw going for the dock immediately. No Uvu, just dock, no barracks rush. He's just going for the dock really fast, and he has a beautiful base. I see there he has the gold next to the town center, and I expect him to push some deer with the gear as well. And Vortex is opening with his own dock in the corner. He wants it a bit safer in the south corner there, away from the potential spear rush from the Mongols there.
I think a very interesting dynamic is presented on this map with these two civs, right? Just like you mentioned, I do think in the past it was extremely difficult for Japan to hold a candle against Mongols on this type of map. The spear timing just made it so difficult to defend your dock if you go for it. And if you just go for your own spears, as Japanese in the past, even on your own side of the map, it was virtually impossible to actually match the mass of spears from the Mongols, thanks to that Uvu double production with the stone. However, just like you mentioned, since the barracks cost decrease for the Japanese, I feel like now, if they choose, they can definitely defend themselves on their side. I don't think they can push across, even if they so wanted to, as long as the Mongols have their own barracks, but if they do opt for a barracks themselves here after that dock, then they can probably defend just fine.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Vortex is going to add his own barracks now. Is that an option for him, or is he just going for a faster age up and get shinobis out? I'm wondering what would be the plan here for Vortex. He has a really good spawn with the gold. It's towards the back, and the second gold is on the same side. This can be sometimes a curse if he is slow for something, and if he gets like denied from gold, it's just on one spot. And yeah, so we see Puppy Paw also just keep fishing and going for the Uwu now, delivering his own sheep. And I think both players are just going for their own age up. I'm wondering though if they're going to add the second dock in Dark Age or not.
Yeah, it's an interesting question because notably here, right, there has been no aggression whatsoever in this Dark Age, which is not typically what you'd expect from this matchup, historically at least, but I think it makes sense nowadays. I feel like even at this level, this matchup is a little bit unexplored on this map, right? So I feel like both players are slightly unsure of who exactly would be favored in that Dark Age spear on spear action, potentially, obviously. The Japanese have an option for the addition of Samurai as well, but because of that lack of certainty, I think neither player is really willing to risk that kind of gamble in terms of being aggressive onto the dock on the other side with barracks and skipping their own fishing. So they opt for the safer option of skipping it altogether, just going for the docks and playing quite standard here in this case. In which case, I feel like Japan is in a pretty decent spot once those shinobi do come out, because, I mean, if there's not already a decent massive space from the Mongols out and the shinobi start hitting the field, it might be a bit tough for the Mongols to deal with.
Yeah, and we see here Vortex is already aging up with 8 villagers with Koka Township. We're about to see some shinobi action on the map, and Puppy Paw aging up with 4 villagers with deer stones. Now, we did not have something that we have now before. We did not have, correct me if I'm wrong, the Khan's Hunters when we used to play this map on ladder. Am I wrong, or maybe I'm getting
correct,
old?
yeah.
Yeah, so I think the now with the deer stones, now the Khan's Hunters can be a game changer here with the Mangodai, because the woodlines are tiny. Woodlines are not your usual large woodlines on this map, and the tinier woodlines is better for Mangodai. And Shinobi is not going to be able to do anything against the Mangodai, and I'm wondering if Puppy Paw is going to do that. And we're about to see it as he ages up, and as he's just banking up some wood to maybe drop some production, or maybe for another dock. Both players are sitting on one dock each for now, and they're not going for an aggressive dock or anything. So I think here the Mangudai is just going to, if he chooses to do so, it's going to be really hard for Japanese to deal with. But Papipo is just walking to get his second dock, and as he spots the Shinobi there, he should be fine. Just have enough time to drop another dock.
Yeah, quite interesting that you mentioned the Mangud. I agree completely that in this kind of a map, because of those wood lines, it can be so threatening for the Japanese to deal with. I mean, Yumi are one of the best archers in the game against the Mangudai. However, obviously the wood investment can be quite difficult to muster on this map. And the Shinobi is going to disable it, and the Mangudai are in queue, but they will not be coming out for, delayed by another additional 30 seconds thanks to that Shinobi. And this is big here for Vortex.
Yeah, and he keeps making Shinobis. He already has 3 on field and 1 more in queue, and now he will just bring back the low HP one, and the Khan is just like helpless. Oh, he needs to pay attention. Oh, maybe the teleport, and one more attack. Vortex, beautifully played there. Papipo just took him like few seconds, and now Khan is dead. Oh, too ambitious. Did he just move his TC?
He did, yeah. You realize his Papipo, he had to move his DC in order to defend the archery range from any further. But it still gets disabled by the secondary Shinobi. Once again, the Mangudai are delayed. This is crippling damage right here for Papipo in the second game. I'm quite surprised by the greed here from Papipo to go for that double production on that frontal Uvu. I mean, it's an unfortunate spawn in that regard for him, but he saw the Shinobi sass, didn't he? Right? We saw the Khan outside of the base, so he knew they were coming, but still he opts for the greed of double production instead of just keeping it safe under the TC and getting 1 or 2 out first and then moving his archery range. And this could potentially cost him dearly here.
Yeah, and he just baits the TC fire with the scout, and Shinobi just walks in, disables, and like those Mangudai are like 1 or 2 seconds away from getting out. Vortex is playing 3 seconds. Vortex is beautifully playing this. And he's also killing the Uvu, plus he's almost Castle Age. Beautiful, beautifully played.
It's absolutely incredible watching Vortex at work here. That bait with the scout on the TCR fire was just, I mean, that's incredible. It's beautiful to watch, and yeah, with the castle timing behind this. Now the villager is going to go to repair the Uvu, but I don't think it's going to stay up. The Mangudai finally do come out, but I think it's too little, too late. The Uvu is going to go down, and once again, the archery range gets disabled here, and Vortex almost halfway to Castle Age already, and Papipo is getting close himself, but this timing is going to be so hard to deal with once those likely mounted samurai do come out.
Yeah, this is this has been insane amount of damage on Papipo's economy. Like, if you played Mongols and if you had to move your town center, you know what I'm talking about. It just feels really bad if you have to move your town center. Like, it just, you stop your villager production, you lose your Uvu. Well, he's about to get Castle Age as well, but what are his options against with only the archery range against mounted samurai? Vortex already having 1 monk out on the field that is gonna start grabbing the relics. He's gonna have one of the best early Castle Age knights in the game, mounted samurai. We only have, on Papipo's side, we only have Mangudai, 2 Mangudai, and a Khan. So things are looking pretty rough for Papipo here. He needs to do something now when he ages up, and let's see what he will go for.
The one respite here for Papipo is the fact that, I mean, en masse, the Mangudai can deal reasonably well with the mounted samurai. The mounted samurai theoretically aren't really even able to touch them. But the Mangudai do have low damage, and you need to have a decent mass for that to happen, which is not the case here. And Papipo knows instantaneously crossbows in queue for him, which are direly necessary to survive in this situation, because once those mounted samurai, 2 of which are now headed directly towards Papipo's side of the map, once they dive, the economy is going to get far worse.
Yeah, he needs that Springle Tower yesterday, and now he has to just walk away. This is the strength of having these mounted samurai right now. as he's just idling almost all the economy, at least for the gold for Puppy Paw, and he has only 2 Mangudai, they're just tickling the mounted samurai right now. And the crossbows, well, good luck getting relics with those.
Good micro there from Poppypaw initially just to save those villagers. 3 of them are very, very low HP, but they managed to garrison just in time. So well played there. A bit of respite, much necessary in this situation, as the mounted samurai count now is up to 7. I mean, 7 mounted samurai to 3 crossbows. Those are not the kind of numbers you want to have in this situation as the anti-armor player with the crossbows here for Poppypaw. More in queue now, but the issue is the map control, right? I mean, already 1 relic is in for Vortex. More will be on the way as the second Shinto priest is on the field now as well.
Yeah, I am sensing 5 relic Japanese game, and Puppypaw maybe he's holding on to that Kagunet Palace dream, but Vortex is not having any of it. He's adding Yumi archers with mounted samurai, and I think he wants to just dive in and just kick Puppypaw out of this game. He's just going for it. He's grabbing every relic. But both players stayed on 1 dock, by the way. I think Vortex just made his second, just took his second leg right now. And yeah, these Mangudai are getting chased away. That Mounted Samurai is not losing any HP for that, for now.
Barely
the
any
Springle
damage.
Tower. Yeah, Springle Tower did it. It's rough being a Mangudai against a Mounted Samurai.
Yeah,
Not the first
without
time in
a doubt.
history.
Exactly right. And just like you mentioned, I mean, the Kagunet Palace is very obviously what Puppypaw is paying for here. Already 2,000 food in the bank and 1k gold now for him. So the timing is going to be on the cards. However, with Vortex's military counter now, another dive onto the woodline is going to get spotted. So well done there by Puppypaw to save his villagers just in time there. The outpost there is going to provide a lot of help regarding that. But I mean, out of all cities in the game, Japanese is one of the ones that can really, really punish Mongols for any kind of greedy Kagunet timing here, right? I mean, the dive potential of the mounted samurai cannot be understated, and with the Yumi backing up as a secondary damage dealer just to deal with the crossbows and any running away villagers while the mounted samurai do the real damage, I think Puppypaw will have his work really cut out for him here, trying to survive.
Yeah, but he's getting Imperial Age. That's all good. And for Puppypaw and Vortex, he does not realize it. Kagunet Palace is halfway done. I think he's missing his timing there a little bit. I think he's maybe overestimating Puppypaw's situation. I don't understand why he's going back. Maybe he wants to just be sure that the relic just gets back home safely. But Puppypaw is just aging up behind this, and well, he was lacking 1 critical thing for this to work, and that was Uwu. That was the stone income, and now he has the Uwu back. That means if that Uwu stays alive, there is still hope for Puppypaw. Why? That's all of you probably know, is because of these bombard towers. Puppypaw has been preparing some towers with Springles, and he just added another one. If he gets a bombard tower up, and if he keeps that cannon emplacement alive... Oh, he's going for the Springle. Okay. If he keeps those towers alive, he still has hope, as long as the Kagunet Palace is up. And now we see Vortex just diving in, and you see it. He's just going for the tower. He's not going for the units. All of the mounted samurai with the torch damage, they're trying to kill the towers as fast as possible. And first we have Mangudai and Khan's hunters and crossbows are trying to do work. And maybe, is this good for Vortex now, or can he survive?
I think Puppypaw is going to be struggling. I mean, just like you mentioned, the Uwu did go up for him, but the income was so delayed that he was forced to go for a 3rd Springle emplacement. He just did not have the stone necessary to go for a bombard emplacement, and now Vortex is diving very aggressively. He's taking a lot of damage, mind you. A lot of the samurai are the mounted samurai are dead already, and there was a decent 1st and 2nd ticket here for Puppypaw. The elite Mangudai with the Khan's hunters, and now the elite horse archers for him as well. They will do very, very good damage in this dive. And Vortex, I think Puppy stabilizing. The
Yeah.
lack of rams really hurts here.
Yeah, and like this is the this is what I like and don't like about this landmark and this play. Because if this was like double Hui Hui Pow, he would be dead right now.
100%.
And I don't want to say it, but I think Puppy Pro is in really good spot right now. After all of this dive, Vortex losing all his mounted samurai. He has only 10 Yumis and 4 mounted samurais right now. And the amount of value he's getting from the Kagunet Palace is just insane. He's arguably has better economy than Vortex right now.
800 resources per minute in terms of raw, elite, premium units is what that Kagunet Palace is generating right now. An immense boosted income in the form of instantaneously usable military here for Papipo, and I agree with you completely. The main problem here for Papipo was that defense. Once that is completed, similarly to old school Palace of Swabia rush for the HRE or OTD, once you weather the storm of that initial dive, you really are in a very commanding position here. We see Papipo just getting all the best tickets right now. Elite Rus Knights now on the field for him, and Warrior Monks coming out as well, 2 of them, and 2 more in queue as well from the Kagunet Palace. Those will provide, they're not only very capable fighting units, but also the buff is going to be a tremendous advantage here for Wapipo. And I feel like Vortex, although he had a very strong military mass, just like you mentioned, going back there, misreading the situation potentially, thinking Wapipo was maybe in a better position than he thought, or maybe not reading the imp timing. The lack of rams when making that dive really hurt him.
Rams, maybe I would just love to see him just going only mounted samurai and then just like dive in. Like Yumi, did they do anything with that dive? Like he was expecting Puppy Paw to make like what, more crossbows or more spearmen. Now he's just pushing him back, but Puppy Paw, all he needs to do is just survive, and we're going to have big army. An unstoppable army, and now you see like all these elite units with the monk buffs, like they have extra armor, extra damage. They're just running down all the Japanese army there. The Yumi cannot do anything to them.
You can see the damage, even with +2 damage from the blacksmith as well as the Uma Bannerman. They are tickling those elite Rus Knights right now. The damage is just not enough here for Vortex. He is going to keep continuously and aggressively remassing here because he has no other choice, right? He has to make units to survive here. But meanwhile, Papipo, not only is he making units, but he's generating 3 units at the same time. And now the Baochan on Vortex's pond is going to come out and push him completely off of the fishing.
Yeah, the Baochan is just like, it's just like nail in the coffin. I feel like I don't see Vortex. He's fighting, but I don't see him getting Imperial Age anytime soon. Oh, what is that? Oh, the movement speed from Yumi. What was that, intentional or?
That must have
it
been
has to be intentional because they were like going for the hand cannoneer and then they just like trapped all these Imperial palace guards, Imperial Age palace guards there, and they're still like, they're so tanky. The elite units with all the upgrades, they're still alive and fighting against samurai and Yumi there. It's just crazy.
And the thing is that what makes it even worse here for Vortex, right? It might look decent for him now, right? He pushed back Papipo's mass. Papipo may have jumped the gun just a little bit, overestimating the strength of his army initially up against those Yumi and the mounted samurai. However, with his secondary fishing now completely denied by Papipo, Vortex, although he has mid-map control once again, he can't really dive Papipo's base and do any damage. I mean, this triple Springald tower, there's more and more units being generated by the Kagunet. We did see military training coming in for Papipo earlier, so the Kagunet will generate units even faster than it would normally. Nestor B is on the defense as well, one of the prime defensive units in the game here. We are going to have a secondary Hui Pao now on the way for Papipo. Not exactly what he wants to see, but yeah, now we see Pentuple Ram here being set up, for Vortex, and you know, I mean, this is classic Vortex, right? Now he has to kill here.
He has to go. He has to go for it. He has to go for it now. And I think he's regretting to not going in earlier with the Rams or more amount of samurai. And now he has to. This is all in. He has like this is insane. This I think I will say it. This needs to change or to be adjusted. Like he has 5 relics, but he has to push and kill him. Just because how insane this landmark is. This is so absurd to me. And now we see Vortex just going in with 5 rams, 19 mounted samurai, 4 more in queue, 40 Yumi archers, and they're all going in. And Puppy Paw has a nest of bees, Kagunet Palace, and a dream. If he holds this, he's going to win this game. And let's see. Oh, there is not enough bodies to keep that nest of bees alive. Mounted samurai are getting on top of that nest of bees. Is gonna have a shot off, not very effective, and it just dies many times against the knights there. And we see roost knights coming out, hand cannoneers getting sniped by the Yumi archers. There's a Bao-chan waiting for the Yumi archers to come closer to shoot them. Hui Pao is trying his best, and the rams are just eating the base. It looks like there isn't enough for Puppy Paw to hold, but the number of Yumi is just going down, and the mounted samurai numbers are going down. It's so close.
It's such a tenuous position, right? I mean, it's so tough to say. I do wonder here for Puppy Paw whether he might have overinvested a little bit on the fishing. I mean, we see 3 Bao-chans. We know he made one on that western pond there to deny Vortex's fishing. That definitely gained value. But he made an additional 2, one on his home pond, and I don't know where the third one is. And they're very, very expensive ships. I wonder if that may have really hurt him here. However, it looks like he might still be holding. The TC gets backed up. The villagers desperately are pulled to take down the ram. And looks like he holds.
Yeah, he holds because like just in the last moment with his last breath, the Kagunet Palace just popped out 3 elite roost knights, and they started cleaning everything up again. He's alive again, but Vortex is gonna go for it again. I feel like elite Mangudai is gonna come out, and Puppy Boy is pushing out. A lot of those mounted samurai are low HP, but there's more. Another group coming in. This doesn't look like a great fight for Puppy Paw. Maybe he just needs a bit more time. Elite men-at-arms are in queue. Elite men-at-arms and hand cannoneers. If he gets the numbers up, he will still survive. Remember, he's on 3 pawns, and he keeps having all these gold from the sacred sites, as our observer is showing us. This is just insane. This is very entertaining. I'll say this. And now Mangudai pops out. We have 2 Hui Paos trying to hold the base, and more towers are coming up. Can he do it? Can he hold this?
Round number 3 of the dive here, Vortex, right?
3.
Again, he's trying to make it happen. We have double Hui Pao, which is going to do some semblance of damage here. The DC is getting packed up again. Another tower going up here for Puppy Paw. His army is looking anemic at this point in time. There's virtually no units here to defend. However, the static emplacement is going to do a lot of work for him. Pretty much no units left here for Puppy Paw, but the towers are going to do so much work here. I'm not sure whether Vortex has enough. He might do, but we see more tickets in queue. Is going to be another elite Mangudai in queue here for Puppy Paw from the Kagunet Palace. More hand cannonades as well as elite men-at-arms. And Vortex desperately trying to torch down the towers, but the villagers are praying at the same time. And he could try to kill the villagers, but then he's not destroying the tower. Either way, whatever choice he makes, it feels rough.
Yeah, and that tower was almost completed his cannon emplacement, but this one is about to have it. Vortex keeps streaming more and more and more units across the map, trying to just kill Puppy Paw, just make sure he dies, but now the cannon emplacement just holds it. Again, one more time, the cannon emplacement just barely holds it. And now what do we have? We have Roost Horse Archers in queue from the Kagunet Palace, and Puppy Paw is stabilizing. Look at his income. Like Vortex, he can try again maybe, but what is Vortex gonna do? Like, he can try again. Can he go Imperial Age? I think he has Imperial Age in his mind, but do you go for it? Do you go for Imperial Age now? Do you give Puppy Paw Kagunet Palace Mongols on 3 pawns more time? This is such a hard spot. I would hate to be in Vortex's spot right now. I'll say that.
I agree completely. It feels like no matter what choice you make, you're sacrificing something tremendous in order to go for it. And I gotta say, I think Papipo denying that secondary point from Vortex, I think has been really, really pivotal in his defense here, right? We can see Vortex's food income is looking stellar, right? But a lot of it is villages on that food income as well, which is starting to run it out. Imp is going to be on the castle, and Castle of the Crow going up on that secondary sacred side, spotted by the Mangudai, as well as a building rolling in for some reason. But the Mounted Samurai are going to deny this position. The Castle of the Crow will go up, but at what cost, right? I mean, there's double Hui power out on the field for Bobby Boy. He could look to focus this down if he so chooses. And 17 men-at-arms, more hand cannons, and now more warrior monks from the Kagunet Palace. But Vortex, maybe he's in a stable position.
Maybe. It's 15 mounted samurai after all. But the thing is looking... Okay, Popipo has four Baochans. In his army, so that's, and 2 archer ships, I think, and 2 Hui Pows. So the military is actually a bit closer than what it shows up there, like 68 to 49. Now he needs gold, and the elite mounted samurai is attacking. This can be a decider fight. Vortex is, I think, unsure if he wants to take this or not. Maybe he's waiting for his elite Yumi upgrades. He's trying his best microing the hand cannoneers away, but now he's getting pushed back. And yeah, he has to go for that other gold in the southeast corner of the map. And he gets pushed back and back. This is the problem with going to the Imperial Age. You give Mongols more space and more time to just stabilize and have their footing on the map. So what do you do from here as Vortex? And Popipo with the aggressive gear is probably a misclick there, but it's just funny. There's a packed Mongol building. It's just there, just hanging around.
It could be a decent bit of, what the good thing with the gear rolling in is it can draw a lot of unnecessary fire from those Yumi potentially, right? So that could even potentially be intentional. Elite upgrades, however, are in for Vortex here, and the clash does come in. There's massive armies here on both sides. Decent hand cannon near mass for Popipo, but 33 elite men-at-arms as well as the front line combined with all of the 3 units from the Kagunet Palace. Vortex knows it's just so much. And the worst part of it is, even if he trades out favorably against this army, Popipo will just keep getting free premium, highest quality units from the Kagunet Palace. Now he's forced to stand and take the fight. Focus fire from the Yumi comes out onto the hand cannon is desperately necessary for those mounted samurai to clean up the front line here. The Popipo front line is falling somewhat here, but the backline is falling even faster here. The Yumi ignoring the front line altogether, diving directly past onto the hand cannons. He knows those hand cannons have to die, and if they do, the mounted samurai will clean up the front line.
Yeah, it looked very bad for the men-at-arms there for a bit, but then the mounted samurai couldn't carry enough with all these hand cannoneers behind. They cannot be allowed to survive and keep shooting the mounted samurai for so long. And the thing is, as you mentioned, most of the Popipo's army before were from his landmark, from passive income, right now he's on 3 pawns, and he can just afford trading men-at-arms and hand cannoneers against mounted samurai and Yumi, I feel like, because he's on 3 pawns, and it can be a matter of time. He sneaks on another dock in the south corner, and he just keeps having more pow-pows and more nested bees and more elite units with full upgrades, whereas Vortex was struggling to get gold and Imperial Age upgrades. And remember, Popipo has that step readout from the Castle Age. He couldn't use it for a very long time, but he still has it now. And now it's bringing in crazy value for all these upgrades, as you see, like coming in, more blacksmith upgrades, more university upgrades. Even though Mongols don't have any university, they can have them through their blacksmiths. And yeah, he just keeps having better quality units, just men-at-arms and hand cannoneers. And some Kagunet Palace units. This is looking very rough for Vortex.
And now the elite
Con raids.
going by OEC. Yeah, I mean, That's the thing. The Khan in the Imperial Age is such an
Yeah.
oppressive unit to deal with. Not only is he
It-
ridiculously tanky, but he 2 or 3 shots villages depending on textiles. It's a massive amount of
Yeah.
damage that he does, and you just can't catch him at this point in time. And what's really worrying here for Vortex is that food income, right? I mean, it's looking good for now, but he did go for the cooker. He's on this board now, which he's going to get pushed off of by the Khan. He is on those berries to the north of his base. But besides that, Sassy, what else does he have left, right? There's pretty much no food left. And once he needs to make that farm transition, I think it will get really, really difficult for him.
Yeah, their food incomes are pretty close, but we have to keep in mind that Popipo keeps having more food-worthy units from his landmark. He keeps getting more Rus Elite Knights, and now a big clash coming in. Vortex knows he has to hold the keep alive. He has to take a fight. He has to keep his army, and he has to keep this position alive, but he cannot engage against 25 hand cannoneers with 36 man at arms at front of them. Remember, Japanese, they do not have crossbows, and he doesn't have the gold to mass hand cannoneers, and he's going for the Onamushas, which are quite expensive on gold. So this play from Papapo is really good. This army composition is really strong against Japanese at this stage of the game right now. Just men at arms and hand cannoneers, and just let hand cannoneers do everything while men at arms are holding. As you see, yeah, as you see there, hand cannoneers were eating down all the Mountain Samurai, and that's just it. After a disaster start for Popipo, the Kagunet Palace just saves the day one more time.
Saves the day indeed, and credit where credit is due. Popipo did tremendously there on the defense, and being under pressure like that, especially against someone with the incredible killer instinct that Vortex has as a player. He's very well known for that. Is not an easy defense to hold. So Popipo, a much needed win here in game number 3 for him, takes the win with the Mongols up against Vortex's Japanese on 4 legs. Somewhat historically accurate from what we'd expect on this map, but definitely manifested differently nowadays, eh?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Popipo, I think he needed this win for the series. I mean, obviously he needs the win for the series, but like mentally, the first 2 games weren't really close. He had like the second game on Kawasan, he had a really good. I feel like the first 2 losses that he just had was more about the matchups, maybe like the drafting. Maybe you can like blame it on the drafting and everything. And here, it was arguably favored for Mongols. I think, at least in my mind, it was slightly more favored for Mongols on this map. But then he had a disaster start, right? Like the first 2 losses, like you can be like, okay, these were like some sort of like matchup wasn't as favored, and like you can just keep your focus on the game, on the next game. But then after that disaster start, now you're it would be very hard, I feel like, if more people lost this game. And remember, the loser of the series is going to play the lower bracket finals. They still have the chance. So even if you lose here, I think keeping a strong a mentality for the next series would be really important, I feel like, for the players. And that's what I mean when I meant like he needed this win, because if you just like lose 4-0 in like 1 hour or something, it can be like really rough. I feel like as a player, I would feel very bad, at least myself.
You're undoubtedly correct, right? I mean, it's not only just like you mentioned, it's so important just for that mental aspect, especially, right? I mean, it's so draining to keep losing back to back, and even just like if you would have lost this third game, sure, I mean, he can reverse sweep, but just the mental weight of knowing that,
Yeah.
oh, I have to win 4 games back to back to actually win this series. That alone can be so exhausting on a player, even at this level of play, right? I mean, it's very difficult at this level. So, you know, definitely a much needed win there for him. But we do have our next matchup here, right? And it is going to be Malians for Popipo up against Vortex's Byzantines on Borderlands.
Yeah, interest. It's not. I think I've solved this matchup before here. Byzantines is could be seen as a weird pick at first glance, because this map is a really good professional scouts map because there are like 4 deer packs, all of them just contested. None of them are safe. Only the 3 in front of your base that you can like push in a bit. So only those 3 are safe, and the map is super open. But there's extra number of berries on the map. So for Byzantines, obviously it means olive oil. And yeah, are we going to see pro scouts from Malians, or the matchup is quite hard for Malians, I feel like, because Byzantines with the system changes, I feel like they have been better than before.
Yeah,
Maybe?
it's interesting, right? Because Byzantines have always historically had this slow setup time, right? Like it's like a winding wheel. It takes a while to get going, and once they do get going, they become very impressive. And their start has been somewhat expedited a little bit by the system cost nerf. But we're gonna have to see as we do jump into game number 4 here between Vortex and Puppypaw. Vortex sporting towards the eastern side of the map in the blue Byzantines, and his opponent, none other than Puppypaw, in the color red as the Malians in the western side of the map here. And just like you mentioned, Sass, I think Pro Scouts is pretty much undoubtedly on the cards here for Puppypaw, right? It seems like, especially against a civilization like Byzantines, I feel like it would kind of be a waste to ignore the deer on the map, right? I mean, Vortex can do something here to contest it, right? I mean, obviously you have the Limitane and potentially, depending on what contract he goes, maybe the mobility with Keshiks, if that's something he chooses for, which has been seen from Byzantines up against Malians, notably by Marine Lord in that one game. Also against Puppypaw, incidentally. And just like you mentioned, there's quite a few safe berries here for Byzantines, right? Which is definitely plays in their favor. But on top of it, as you also mentioned, the woodlines and the openness of the map for a defensive civ like Byzantines, it can be very tough to deal with. So Vortex will have to be on his point defensively.
Yeah, and we see Vortex opening with 2 on stone, I think, so far. And he wants to get those cistern numbers and the water level on the cisterns as high as possible and as fast as possible, obviously, since the recent changes. I feel like this has been better for Byzantines, like in the longer term, because, oh, that's a lot of sheep that Puppypaw just found next to Vortex's base. And yeah, so Puppypaw is going for 7 houses, I think, which could be indicating that he wants to do pro scouts here.
Yeah.
Another thing here I think we may see from Malians would be professional scouts, and then Mansa Javelineers with poison javelins. Like that is on this type of a map where the map is like quite open, and it's very hard to deal with that unit. You need like a lot of horsemen to deal with those, and yeah, I think we might see some Mansa Javelineers there.
Definitely be on the cards. And just like you said,
Yeah.
you need overwhelming horse numbers even to deal with the Mansa Javelineers, right? And on top of it, you need a very, very good engagement as well, because I mean that move speed is just so tremendously valuable for them, as well as the damage over time from the poison javelins. It's huge. And just like you said, 7 houses definitely indicative and of a quite likely pro scouts here for Puppypaw. But something that I'm particularly interested in, I'm not sure if you remember, Sass, in that Marine Lord Puppypaw series, notably Puppypaw did in fact go for that Farimba garrison, but I'm not sure if you remember, Mansa Javelins was not his choice of a unit.
What did he choose then?
He
I
went,
don't really.
he went for quite an interesting all-in freeborn strategy.
Reborns. I haven't seen them. I haven't seen them in a while. I haven't seen them in a good while. I remember Corvinus used to like them or use them a lot, quite often in his games. I remember a game in the 2v2 tournament. Actually, we played against you. And there he was using them. I think that's the last time I've seen those units. I cannot recall that Puppypaw and Marine Lord match, unfortunately. That could be interesting, but I think the Javelineers are maybe much better unit overall, at least on this map, because Well, you need a lot of horsemen, as you mentioned, and for a lot of horsemen, you need a lot of food. And here, Vortex just does not have it. Like, he doesn't have a back deer or anything like that. He could try the farms, maybe, but then you're gonna get like slowed down, and all the relics and all the deer will be gone from the map. It's just, I think, I find it very hard to deal with when Malians goes for it. And now we see the stable and the mill coming up from Puppy Paw, and yeah, his resources are looking like he's going for the pro scouts. And
Yeah.
Byzantine now going for cisterns just gives him, I think, gives him like enough time to just safely bring in at least one deer pack uninterrupted, and then we will see what he does. Maybe Vortex has something different planned here.
Yeah, we do have almost what is a handshake agreement here between these two players, right? Vortex agrees that he's just going to go max system level as early as possible, and Puppy Paw is just going to take pretty much all of the deer on the map, somewhat uncontested, it looks like, as only now is the barracks coming up here for Vortex at just after the 5-minute mark. So obviously, thanks to those systems, it is a little bit delayed. So there's going to be essentially system level 5 up against the mass deer income here for Puppy Paw. I mean, you know, typically I would favor the deer in this kind of a position, but I mean, notably here, you know, like you mentioned, I completely agree with you that the Mansa Javeliner is generally just a more solid, reliable unit, especially en masse. The Freeborn, I think they can definitely have a very, very strong effect with the element of surprise against Vortex here if he goes for something like the Javelin contract or the Western Longbow contract for that matter. Notably, of course, the Freeborn warriors are tremendously impervious to arrow fire. And if that's something Vortex does not expect or see coming, and he goes for what is typically standard in the form of javelins or longbows, it might be difficult if Puppy Paw does opt for the Freeborns, especially on such an open map, but it's something that we can only speculate on for now.
Yeah, now we see the longbows are in queue from Vortex, and Puppy Paw is going for fast archers to keep this Limitani away from his professional scouts. Professional warrior scouts, actually. Yeah, he just grabbed like 5 deer, I think, from that deer pack that was slightly closer to Vortex's base. And now he can just go like top corner or bottom corner, and like he can just keep grabbing a lot of deer from the map, and he just going for, well, he's actually adding sofas as well. Okay, that's a bit surprising. I would probably just expect archers and javelins only. But maybe Puppy Paw has something else in mind. Maybe he wants to mass archers and sofas. If you remember, we tried this a few times with you. Something similar.
Indeed, yeah, it's something that, you know, because of the sofa buff that happened a few patches ago, and just in general, Malian feudal is something that's somewhat underestimated by most players in the scene, right? It can definitely be a very strong play here to just go for this mass standard cavalry archer play, as if you're playing something like the French or another Knight Archer Civ, right? It's something that's a little bit underexplored, so that could be on the cards at Puppy Paw. As we say that, though, some javelins in queue as well. But that part here for Vortex is like you mentioned, the fact that the deer are so spread out makes it difficult to defend all packs at once effectively here. And, you know, if you move out too deeply with slow infantry,
nice
like these Limitani, nice wrap on these longbows. A few Limitani there to respond. The warrior scouts and the sofa aren't going to do too much damage. They're not able to find the longbow, and yeah, decent damage dealt, but he can't linger for too long.
Yeah, now I think Sofa and Archer in Feudal Age are a bit underestimated. I feel like underappreciated maybe, but not against longbows and Limitani, right? So that's what I'm surprised with. Like, I would do it probably. I would do it on this map, very likely, but I wouldn't really want to do it against Limitani and longbows. But Puppy Paw is in the finals here. He probably has better plans than me, so I'm just curious what he's gonna do. as we see Vortex adding horsemen as well. He's going for the 1-1-1 triple composition. A nice raid from Puppy Paw with the sofa there. You see, this is what we're talking about. Like, all of these villagers, yeah, the Akvatoy defense is gonna get pulled probably, but all these villagers were idle and losing one villager there, here and there, just 2 villagers down. That's just thanks to feudal sofas. Like, that's a bit underappreciated, I feel like. But how do you engage this as Malians? Does he go for Donzos now, or just mass javelins? It looks like he has 4 javelins in queue, and sofa raid keeps happening behind Vortex's base.
Yeah, Vortex getting punished a little bit for his greed there, right? A lot of villagers on that back berry patch, which is typically safe, but up against a raiding Sofa and Warrior Scouts, you know, you would want to have a little tower there for the extra defense, so 2 villagers will go down for him. However, big engagement here from Vortex, very aggressive here on the front, going in directly with the horseman onto that ranged mass from Puppy Paw, but he can't linger for too long under that TC fire. And now only 1 horseman left here for Vortex. We'll have to see whether he adds any more. But judging by his macro here, it might look like Castlake is slowly trending forward.
Yeah, that is the cistern buff, right? The cisterns and practically half of his army is free, arguably free units. So he actually did not spend as much as he spent less resources actively for his army than Puppy Paw. So he's getting closer and closer to Castle Age as Puppy Paw is just massing, well, premium units for Feudal Age, the Javelin throwers. They cost 80-40, so he's getting closer and closer to Castle Age as he's having a bigger mass. But maybe he just changed his mind. He has like 3 more horsemen in queue. Maybe he doesn't want to play against the Master Javeliniers. I am not sure.
It is a scary thing to go up against, right?
Yeah, as he's being more aggressive on the map, we see he wants to cross the Puppy Paw side of the map and harass the professional scouts still, and maybe just test the warriors. Maybe a ram is in the cards there. Puppy Paw is trying his best to cut off the reinforcements and keep being annoying with few sofas that he has, and keeps massing javelins in his base. Now we see Vortex starting to burn the pit mine as he's just increasing the pressure on Puppy Paw's base.
Yes, and it does seem you're completely right. It is a complete reinvestment into Feudal Age here from Vortex. He was flirting with the idea of Castle Age, but something made him change his mind here. There's a lot more Limitane, a lot more horsemen in queue for him as well. He clearly believes he can do more damage than he originally anticipated here, which might be the prudent choice, like you mentioned, up against what is potentially a Mansa Javeliner play here from Puppy Paw, which can be so difficult to deal with if you are not prepared. So already having a large horseman mass will make it much easier to deal with them. But we can see the Javeliner count is increasing pretty rapidly here for Puppy Paw, and kind of the only thing in Vortex's army that can deal with them really effectively is going to be those horsemen, which are very food heavy, and the food keeps getting disrupted by these Puppy Paw raids. Another Sofa and Warrior Scout into the woodline. Already 5 worker kills here for Puppy Paw, doing a great job with those raids, just exploiting the map to his advantage here.
Yeah, he's definitely using the best of these sofas. He's using them in the best way he can. The map is open. I have heavy cavalry, so why am I not on his villagers? He's probably thinking. But I feel like he needs something in front of those Javeliniers, because every time he was losing quite a lot to the horsemen, just touching them. But now the horseman numbers just went down as he sniped almost all of them while they were busy burning his houses. I think Puppy Paw is in a really good spot, as he's about to kill more villagers on those berries, and a huge idle time for Vortex. I don't think he has Akvatoy defense now available also, and now he just has longbows and Limitane and very slow composition. Has to defend his villagers, has to defend his economy. And we see Farimba Garrison coming up, and at the same time from Vortex, Golden Horn Tower. But I have bad feelings for Vortex's army. I have bad feelings about Mansa Javeliniers just mowing down Vortex's army. I don't know, Myriad.
Yeah, there's just not enough horsemen left here for Vortex to deal with this, right? I mean, 20 Javeliniers up against 3 horsemen. That is not very favorable. And I mean, in feudal age, especially Limitani can do okay up against regular javelins. It's not ideal because of the kiting potential. They could be a front line, but they serve as nothing more than just a meat shield. They can't really do much damage up against the javelins. But once that Mansa Javeliner contract comes in, the additional move speed, the damage, everything will make these Limitane essentially useless up against Papipo's army, except for the Sofa. So that is the use here for them still. But the main problem, like you mentioned, is going to be those Mansa Javelinaires, which Vortex just does not have a real answer to.
Yeah, he does not have indeed, and this poison, like, instantly just changing all your already existing javelin throwers to Mansa Javelineers with poison is just giving him an insane power spike, as we can see a red blob in the map just crossing to Vortex's side. Now he's saying, this is my turn, now I'm going to have my army in front of your base. And just, I don't know what Vortex can do. Like, even cataphracts are not going to be enough, I feel like. They will just get kited down with all these movement speed, and like the longbows just go down very fast. And not only the poison, they also have increased movement speed, right? So they just run away from the heavy cavalry. As you see, the cataphract is barely connecting and just getting melted down really fast. It's just like, I don't know what you can do for if you're Vortex here. He's trying his best sending Limitani with shield wall, but they're just getting kited down. Longbows are already slow archers, and the Mansa Javeliniers are just going to bully them around the map with the poison and the movement speed, and he's just going to take the fights when he wants, and he's just going to refuse the fights when he doesn't want to. So one more cataphract just going in, trying its best with the trample, taking down one Javelinier, maybe another one, and then just dies. This is so painful to pay for the cataphracts to just kill 2 Javeliniers and then just die. Yeah, the javelin numbers is not decreasing with all of this; it just keeps increasing.
It's true. Just like someone said, the poor is the law in this case here, right? As the Mansa Javelineers. I mean, cataphracts is an idea here from Vortex, but as you correctly pointed out, it's just not enough. I mean, the mass you would need from these cataphracts is just, astronomical in terms of cost to deal with these javelins. And even then, you would have to get a complete surround onto those Mansa Javelineers in order to start wiping them out. A horseman would definitely be more ideal, but then you have the exact similar situation and problem where you just don't have the food to afford them. Meanwhile, Papipo, with virtually all the deer on the map, can keep doing this for so long. I mean, he's out on the berries now, so I guess the food is slowly starting to run out. But he doesn't really care that much. He can easily add in cows whenever he chooses, with all this map control now, to further offset any kind of food deficit he may have. Cataphract numbers are building, but to what end, really? You need such an overwhelming mass for them. Vortex feeling a bit of confidence here, starting to move out. Relics starting to come in for both players at this point in time. But the javelin numbers just keep growing, and the sulfur rates just keep coming. 10 villager kills now for Papipo, whereas only 2 on Vortex's side. And I think Vortex kind of has to force a fight in Papipo's base where he doesn't have much space to retreat. Gets a decent engagement here, actually. The Mansa Javelin is slightly out of position somewhat, but the damage is huge from them. I mean, one volley from those javelins take down the cataphract to half HP, not even including the poison damage. You can see just how fast it mounts up.
Yeah, and if he... In a perfect world, you can just shoot a different cataphract every time to maximize the damage. And now, like, the last cataphract will go down, and then after that, all the longbows will have to run away. Well, the cataphract is doing a great job at tanking it, but as you said, to what end? The javelin numbers can go down. You can take a favorable fights, but the economy right now is so good for Papipo, and it's so much more stable than Vortex's economy, as he just keeps raiding Vortex from left and right in every way possible. He killed 10 villagers already, and he has passive income on top of everything. He has the pit mines, he still probably has the deer under his town center, and he still has the berries and the options for cows. And as we see, another villager just goes down on Vortex's farms, and I don't think this is sustainable for Vortex.
It definitely is not. I mean, the longbow mass is dwindling, whereas, I mean, the javelin mass is dwindling somewhat as well. However, they will just keep trading favorably, more and more so. The longer these engagements go on here for people, more sofas in queue, more javelins in queue. And Vortex is just, he's sticking to his guns. He just keeps playing cataphracts, keeps playing the longbows. Couple Limitane added in here, some lance connector from the Golden Horn Tower as well. But like you mentioned, this is just not sustainable. Desperate farm transition here for Vortex coming in is 100% what he needs, but I'm not sure it's enough. Like, I feel like I wonder if you do agree with me here, Papi Sass. I mean, against Papipo, he just needs a horseman instead.
I think I agree with you, but does he have the time to do this farm transition right now? Oh, that's a nice trample there. As we see, most of those javelins are on like half HP. Now Papipo just split his army, so the longbows have to return and deal with that. If he has enough time to get the farm transition, I believe he wants to get to the horsemen at some point. Like he can just Byzantine horsemen mass is no joke, because they're one of the best civs with the farms when it comes to farms in like Castle Age. As they get more, as they get stone when they make a farm, and they get oil for it, for working the farms. And maybe if he has the time, maybe he can turn things around. We see the relic split is 2-2, but Papipo has one more almost in his pocket. Maybe he just hasn't noticed it. Maybe he's about to pick it up. There's something red. Yeah, he just picked it up there, and yeah, he's just going for raids. Oh, that's a bad positioning. Some of the Javelineers are going very low on the HP, and that is very, very brave gold mining. It will get spotted by Papipo, and two sofas are eating the villagers there. Vortex does realize.
Yeah, and towers are going up there for Papipo as well. He might look to put a forward tower as well to further offset that gold mining from Vortex in this situation. But I must say, Vortex has actually been doing a pretty decent job of containing this Mansa Javelineer mass. I guess the idea from Vortex, it seems to be that these cataphracts will just soak up a lot of damage from those Javelineers, and meanwhile the longbows, thanks to their high base damage, will still do reasonably well up against these Mansa Javelineers if they are not getting directly attacked by them and trading frontally against them. So the cataphracts are in a way the great equalizer here between these two ranged masses, and it's actually doing decently well here. I mean, 36 longbows up against only 20 javs now is not too bad.
Yeah, and instead of horsemen, he's going for Limitani. He's going back for Limitani because Papipo has some sofas around on the base, and Vortex just noticed all these Papipo's villagers. I don't know why they were on the deer there. Probably he got his professional scouts sniped at some point. Maybe we haven't noticed it, but he was there to gather deer. Yeah, and we see the longbow numbers. They just kill better than the javelin numbers, right? And he always kept them alive. Like, he kept losing cataphracts, yes, and he couldn't deal some damage, like significant damage on Papipo's economy, but he kept his longbow mass alive, and as they stay alive, and as their numbers are increasing more and more, we see 43 longbows now on Vortex's side, and it will only increase from the landmark and the oil gathering. He starts to deal significant damage on even the Javelineers. 43 longbows, like, it's gonna be hard with just a few cataphracts are enough to be in front of them, because if you micro your Javelineers something other than the cataphracts, you will just heavily overkill at this point.
Exactly, heavily overkill, and on top of it, the cataphracts will just have free reign to keep doing a lot of damage to those javelins. And Vortex actually at this point moving directly onto Papipo's side of the map with a large number of villagers. This to take that out of so many villagers there actually, but he can do this at this point in time, right? He has Papipo pinned in his base. And what particularly surprises me is the destroyed value. I mean, Master Jav's are known for trading so efficiently against most compositions, but despite that, Vortex being actually ahead in destroyed value here for by over 1,000 resources, and now the worker kills are mounting up for him as well. So many workers went down on that wood line there for Papipo. I think you might not have noticed. What was very famous, like Papipo, just minutes prior was 20 villages ahead, but now the gap is getting smaller and smaller. And at this point, the longbows are just fighting against the Javs directly head on, and they're winning thanks to these counts. I mean, 28 longbows to 11 Javs. Papipo's on his last legs.
Yeah, Vortex has played this beautifully. Vortex really played this beautifully. He kept his longbow mass alive, and at some point, throwing cataphract after cataphract, he just dwindled down the javelin numbers just enough to have this snowball effect with his longbow mass. That was beautifully played by Vortex there, and he was in a really rough spot, I think, with all those raids happening. But maybe Papipo was raiding a bit too much, as he's just taking Papipo's berries from his side, and the tower is gonna get upgraded with the Mangolin emplacement, and I don't think that tower is gonna go down anytime soon. As we see, the military graph is just looking 44 to 14. It's not looking very good for Papipo. Beautifully played by Vortex. I think beautifully played by both players, but in the end, Vortex just came above.
Yeah, I must say, I was a little bit doubtful here of the cataphract choice here from Vortex, and just the lack of horsemen, which is typically what you'd expect to want to make up against these javeliniers. But it seems like the soaking of those javelins by the cataphracts did a lot of work here for Vortex, enough so that in the end it works out for him, and GG is called as Vortex does take game number 4 up against Papipo.
Yeah, he's looking very strong today. Remember what we were talking about? Like, you have to kind of heal in the day. Vortex looks like he's really sharp today. He's really on point, and it's he has been playing, I think, a really good today. Really good performance from him so far. But the series are not over yet. We have seen what Papipo is able to do from a lot of times until today, and the series are still on. Yeah, Vortex beautifully played this game, kept his longbow mass alive. I was looking at the military numbers, and I was seeing only longbows against javelineers and Mansa javelineers with the extra speed. So I was very doubtful that he could pull this through.
Ours as well, and Vortex proving us both wrong here, right? Unexpectedly so, but so impressively done. Actually, that's something I might have to steal from him myself. Actually, I mean, the use of those cataphracts is just impressive. I thought that, the amount of resources traded with those cataphracts would just not be worth it in the end up against those javelins, right? Like it would just cost too much, and they wouldn't do enough work. However, that was not the case. Even so, behind in villages, Vortex pulls through quite steadily, I must say, and puts himself on match point in this series up against Papipo. And Papipo has a long road ahead of him in this series if he wants to win. 3 games back to back, that's not an easy feat, Sas.
Yeah, that's not easy. That's not easy. But Papipo is one of the players in the world right now that is able to do it, and we should not count him out yet. And we have Carmel is the next map, and we have Lancaster for Vortex, House of Lancaster for Vortex, and Sushi's Legacy for Papipo here. They both have. This is a famous knight map, right? Like, let's not fool ourselves, and we're gonna see a lot of knights. We're gonna see a lot of knights from both sides, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I love to see different plays, as we're about to just go into the game. Game number 5. Here we go. Game number 5, right?
That's right. This is game number
Okay.
5. But don't lie
Okay.
to yourself, Sass. We know indeed that you'd love your cavalry, so I don't believe you for a second that you would want to see something else from these players. But speaking
Hey,
of, it's going to be. I'm just joking with you.
I
It is
love
going to
horses.
be.
What can I say? I just love horses. They're beautiful animals.
They are great animals. I love them
Yeah.
myself, and it is
Yeah.
going to be game number 5 here, right? Between these two colossi of the scene at this point in time. Puppy Paw in the color red, as the Jushi's legacy spawning in the south side of the map, up against none other than Vortex in the color blue, playing the House of Lancaster, which I must say, I'm not sure if you agree or not, but House of Lancaster seems like a bit of a strange pick for me on this map.
Um, yeah, yes and no, right? When we think of House of Lancaster, what do you think about? Do you probably think about horrible synchronized shots on your archers or crossbows, and then you think about the spearmen just reducing your armor for no reason, and then just keeps killing your men at arms with that, or maybe even like Manor's passive income, just sit at base, sit at home, just being chilling in base. But actually, House of Lancaster has really good hoplars. They're not a meme to me, at least on this type of map. Only problem is the gold. They cost gold. They're not like horsemen, but you can get a lot of them out really, really fast. If not that, you still have the option to have +6 damage on your knights. If you're... Wait, actually, who wins? A Lancaster knight or Sushi's Legacy knight? With both of them having their own upgrades, their special upgrades. I actually don't know. Do you know?
It's a great question. I'm not sure either, to be honest with you. It's not. It's something I was wondering myself. I was also wondering about the Dardy
Mm.
Horses Lancers up against the Honed Blades Lancers from Delhi, right? I think that's interesting as well. I'm not sure who wins that. It's
Yeah,
something we should probably both look into, right?
yeah, I think if I was the Lancaster player with +6 attack on my knights, I would just like always just charge back and forth, I guess. Like, I think in that scenario, just like if you're not fighting for a long time, right? Like you just charge and then like you just go back, you just do a lot more damage than the Sushi's Legacy Knights, because they need to fight with that attack speed, right? They need to constantly
That's true.
keep attacking. So yeah, but let's see. Vortex is starting with 3 spearmen, a classic. These days, this is just a classic. He just puts some deer in. I think he wants to be annoying on Poppy Pose. Professional scouts. That is probably, very likely, it's gonna happen. Here from Sushi's Legacy, professional scouts, a lot of deer on the map. So no big surprises there. I don't expect big surprises there. And Vortex is going for Lancaster Castle, okay? No lords or no healing. It's gonna be Lancaster Castle, just in a really nice spot, protecting that wood line at the front and the stone, and it's in a really nice spot there. And Meditation Gardens, a decent one, I would say, with food and gold. Indicates that maybe he wants more knights and faster castle age. Obviously not a town center or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, food and
And
gold is exactly what you want in most situations as Yushi's legacy, right? It's the resources, especially when going for this sort of pro scout fueled knight play, is definitely what you want to have. And I see the idea here from Vortex with House of Lancaster. My main concern was the threat of the day, right? I mean, not only do you have a lot of day on your side of the map as Puppy Paw Vortex, to fuel a lot of units, but on top of that, you know, something like Jushi can, I think, in some situations, quite comfortably steal away opponents there as well, especially against a what is typically a somewhat defensive civilization like the House of Lancaster. But Vortex using those early space to push in some of the 3 starting day that spawn very close to the town center up to him, extending his food a little bit, and is now, like you mentioned, going to be annoying on Puppy Paw side of the map, just killing the deer to make it much harder for the pro scouts and more APM intensive to actually gather them, or even just hanging out and forcing some units here from Puppy Paw in order to allow him to gather those deer back to the town center. However, you know, once all those deer come in, even with the manners from Vortex, I feel like it's a kind of food income that's pretty difficult to offset here, right?
Yeah, and another thing with the manners is that this map does not actually have a lot of wood. And when you have manners, you get quite a bit of wood as well. And yeah, like I can see why Lancaster is like being great here. Recently, I had a match against the Demu here. It just like I felt like in control, but the Lancaster just felt quite strong here, just because like of the passive income. And now we see Vortex just pushing away Puppy Paw's deer before, and now just being annoying on the professional scouts. And Puppy Paw is just going to respond with Palace Guards here. Just chase all those spearmen away. Is he going to... The question is he going to make more than 3? Okay, he has the 4th one in queue.
Yeah, he's
There, I have my
probably
answer.
yeah, he's probably a bit unsure of the level of investment here from Vortex in this space somewhat, right? Looks like he is going to stop at 4 for now. We'll see whether he
Oh,
adds
that
any more for
scout
that.
snipe with the
That was
last
pretty nice.
with the last move there. He just sniped the scout. I think yeah, that's worth it. That's worth it.
Yeah, maximal value extracted there, right? And obviously at this level, as you very well know, and we both know, every little counts. Every single bit of damage, every single scout kill, everything matters, right? It all adds up. It's
Yeah.
a game of small advantages that add up over the course of the game, ultimately resulting in a hard-fought win, right? That's what's really, really important here. But here for Vortex, right, it's just going to be mana spam for him behind this. It's going to be a lot of mana. It looks like 10 on gold already. He's likely going to go for the secondary upgrade, I imagine. Although he pulled off of wood. There's only 2 on wood for now, so he might just opt to go directly for Castle Age instead.
Yeah, and as he takes down another scout, maybe he's just going for the castle age. Yeah, it looks like it. Cause maybe he like all these like little scout kills, like another scout getting sniped. It means that Puppy Paw has to make another scout, which is gonna like push him back, push him away from the castle age and all that timing. We have Master Nobles, right? Right, that's the name from Vortex, and we're gonna have Hobblers from. Sorry, Demi-Lancers, not Hobblers. The Demi-Lancers from Vortex is looking to be more annoying. I was saying, so he made him invest into 6 Palace Guards, which are probably are about to be like not great investments if Vortex hits Castle Age and starts having his own knights, and he snipes yet another scout. That means like lower food income for a while and another scout, and Vortex is just literally squeezing everything. Like the best of the unit is just doing everything that he can to just delay Puppy Paw from Castle Age, and now we see the Demi-Lancers just crossing the map, moving on to that deer pack. They have more scouts in their targets, I think.
Exactly. I mean, the amount of value extracted from these spearmen cannot be understated here for Vortex, right? Just like you mentioned, just every scout that Vortex kills means another scout that Puppy Paw has to make to get these deer in faster. The food slows down, the castle age slows down, and ultimately it's less food that Puppy Paw has to work with. I mean, you see, all the scout kills, that's 260 food less now in destroyed value. That Puppy Paw just does not have any longer, right? That's almost 2 nights in food that he just does not have anymore, and this really adds up over the course of a game. It is going to be Shaolin Monastery here for Puppy Paw, now up first Shaolin Monk in queue and double Lancer in queue. No surprises there. It's going to be mass Lancer play here for now for Puppy Paw. A couple of Spearmen being queued up as well, just to deal with those Hobblers, and yeah, triple stable dropped here for Vortex. It's going to be exactly what we posited, Sass. It's going to be night-on-night action.
Yeah, and we see Demi-Lancers are trying their best to keep being annoying there, but Puppy Paw, yeah, Vortex was doing his best. I think he played the Feudal Age quite, like, really, really impressive. But Sushi's legacy, the cheaper age up to Castle Age and being able to supervise their stables and their barracks and is going to and having a monk that can beat a knight is going to be very hard for Vortex to deal with. And now as he ages up to Castle Age and snipes yet another scout goes down. But Poppypaw is looking to just grab all the relics, and we see the Color of Excess, right? I'm not 100% sure about the names yet.
The one?
Yeah, Color of Excess. So we're about to have +6 damage against heavy units for the Knights and the Demi-Lancers on Vortex's side. And Poppypaw just grabbed the first relic, and he's gonna get he has his eyes on the next ones, and it's very important to get relics on this map, right, Mirad?
Yeah, absolutely. The lack of gold, which you highlighted earlier, there's quite a few gold mines scattered around the base initially, but these are all the new micro gold mines, right? Only 1,600 gold in each of these, and besides that, one singular large gold vein in the center of the map. So this map definitely has notably less gold than most other ones. So it will become a heavy point of contention as the Shaolin Monk gets sniped right as he's about to deposit that relic. Nice pickup there for Vortex. Once again, great value extracted there for him. But these knight numbers are building rapidly here for Poppypaw, fueled by that pro scout. You can see the food income tells no lies, nearly double here for Poppypaw thanks to that deer. So the numbers will run away here for him very, very quickly. The army count is quite severely in his favor here. But Vortex has done a great job of keeping Poppypaw in his base so far. We see most of the action has been on his side of the map, but Poppypaw now, we do see some red dots on the map, is going to start making a move aggressively as well here up against Vortex. And that gold mine is very exposed there for him. And once that runs out, he has to run very, very far for any additional gold. Only 800 left.
Yeah, only 800 left, and the knight numbers it's 6 to 9 right now, but Poppypaw has another 6 in queue, and he has a better economy with the professional scouts for now. And this is just a lot of deer, right? Like it's not gonna run out anytime soon, and he just grabbed 3 relics. Like, how do you contest the knight against knight situation here? As we see, Vortex's villagers are literally YOLOing in the middle of the map there. They're walking back now. And
yeah,
I don't know when they went there. That was crazy greed. Like, that's the only like big large gold vein on this map. That's a lot of gold for this map. But yeah, as you see, Poppypaw has red dots all over the map, like everywhere on every gold vein, except the right side of the map, the east side of the map. Now Vortex is walking back to that gold, but yeah, it's just going to be very, very hard for Vortex to get any gold on this map or any resource, as he's trying his best killing 2 villagers behind Poppypaw's base, but Poppypaw also adding Spearman. I think this is looking very good for Poppypaw right now.
Yeah, I have to agree. And, you know, we were talking about which Lancer is exactly stronger, whether it's the Dali Horse's Lancer for the Jushi or the regular +6 damage against Heavy Knight for Vortex's House of Lancaster. But Poppypaw doesn't really care about finding out, as he makes the grand equalizer, which is the spear to completely shift the tide in his favor here, as the raid comes in onto the last safe gold mine, well, relatively safe at least, as we see here for Vortex. He has villages onto that one as well, but he knows Lancers are headed there, so he's going to move away. This is a lot of idle time to be had without Wheelbarrow here for Vortex, which is definitely going to start adding up. And I must agree, I think Poppypaw is in a very, very commanding position here. It's just so much food, Sass.
Yeah, it's just so much food, and it's not gonna stop anytime soon, as he has, like, he could go Imperial Age, which is looking like it. Okay, he just got Temple of the Sun. Yeah, just like that. Just like that. That is Sushi's legacy for us on this map. It's one of the best ones here. So even the House of Lancaster with their manners, and even Vortex, let's say, even Vortex with all those spear plays and the Demi Lancer plays wasn't able to stop Poppypaw from from getting to Imperial Age in quite, I think, dominant fashion. And as we said before, we have the series still in our hands. This game is also not over yet. Let's not talk prematurely. We all saw that Mongol game, but
Oh yeah.
it's just looking. Yeah, Vortex can maybe do something happen with all these villagers kills, but yeah,
Oh
the
yeah.
Imperial Age, he sees Imperial Age and he just calls it.
Yeah, it's too much. I mean, once the Temple of the Sun comes in, the additional damage for the cavalry that the Temple of the Sun enables, as well as the Imperial Age elite upgrades, it's gonna be too much. And Vortex wastes no time. He knows, right? I'm at this level. You have a sense, like you have the game knowledge to understand when really there's no real hope of coming back. And Vortex knows it. GG is called as Papipo takes a much needed game number 5 here in the series. Still trading behind by 1 game. Vortex leading the series 3-2. So Papipo still has his work cut out for him in this series. Needs to win 2 more back-to-back to close out with a victory. But either way, no matter the way it finishes, neither of these players' hope is lost whether they lose, as it is in fact double elimination here in the upper bracket finals. So the loser of this series will go down to the lower bracket to crawl their way back up towards that final if they can. And the winner will go on to the final of the qualifier. Is it the final or do they qualify? I'm not sure actually.
I think they qualify.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
There we go.
The winner is qualified, and the winner of the series we will see in Denmark in July 23. I think July 23 we will see them in Denmark battling against so far as we know Marine Lord, Beastie, and Louis MT. So far the 3 qualified players we have. And the next game is going to be Dry Arabia, French against Chinese. This is also very common these days, right? This is one of the classic matchups in the game as well. But in every patch, I feel like every season it has been played in a different way. So can't wait to see on this patch right now with this balance what's Vortex gonna do. He is an incredible knight player, and Papipo is arguably one of the best Chinese players in the world right now. So we're about to see yet another great game, I think.
You're completely correct. I mean, comfort picks for both of these players, right? I mean, Vortex, his French has been famed since the game's inception, pretty much, right? He's just such a scary knight player, much like his brother Lucifron, of course. And on top of being one of the most aggressive players in the scene, few civs are in the game are more aggressive than French, right? So he definitely is feeling this pick. And Pablo on the other side, like you mentioned, is a force to be reckoned with on the Chinese. We have seen him do incredibly with his civilization, and also utilize some very unorthodox builds with them to great effect in the past. So it's going to be a very, very exciting game here on our hands here as we do very closely get into the game here. It is going to be game number 6 between Papipo and Vortex. We load into Dry Arabia, the most classic of maps, in one of the most classic of matchups, as Vortex spawning in the east side of the map in the blue-colored French, very fitting. Meanwhile, on the western side of the map, his opponent Papipo in color red as the Chinese, also very fitting for the civilization. And this game,
You're one of those, right? You like changing your color depending on the civ picks. I think a lot of people do that too. Like, if I see you in the lobby and you pick like I don't know, like purple, I know that you're gonna play like Byzantines or something.
No.
You're just giving it away, or like we're gonna play customs, and I know you have like Rus or Chinese, and I'm like, okay, you get the red, you get the red.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just nice the thing, right? Like it's just a preference thing, right? Like it's pleasing to my eye to have it in the in what I deem is the correct sort of historical color almost, right?
Yeah, definitely. As we see, like 2 deer packs are on the same side for French here, which is a good sign, I think, as a French player. And for the Chinese player, having 2 deer packs on 2 different sides, And that's a beautiful spawn though for the Chinese player. Now I'm looking at it. Actually, for both players, they have the extra golds and the berries like quite safe there. So, and there's a big gold mine, this 8,000 gold mine in the middle of the map, which is going to be. I feel like this spawn is going to create a rather interesting game because both players are going to be safe for a while and then they're going to fight for the gold, maybe. We can try to predict. But yeah, as you said, Poppy is one of those players that is on more like creative side, right? Like I feel like he's on more of the creative side of things, and maybe he has something else planned here against Vortex's French. And Vortex, we just saw him what he was capable of when he had one spearman alive and one scout alive. Now imagine him having knights in his hands, and it's gonna be very scary.
Very scary indeed, and being the aggressor is where Vortex thrives the most, right? We have seen that time and time again. It has become his hallmark at this point. Just no holds barred, all out aggression to the max, and doing it with incredible effect as well. And like you said, Bobby Ball, definitely, especially on the Chinese, can be very unorthodox in his approach, particularly when it comes to certain positions for a Barbican, right? Notably, as we have seen time and time again. Now, that will prove quite difficult in a matchup like this with Royal French Knights roaming the field. We do see the standard, I say standard, somewhat standard at this point in time. Some players still don't do it, but the wheelbarrow Dark Age opening here for the French, it just makes for such a smooth early game for them, right? Because even for them, it's a somewhat expensive upgrade to get after Pro Scouts, so getting it out of the way nice and early, it only delays your age by about 20 seconds or so from the standard. So really, it's not that big of an investment, and it just makes your transitions so much smoother in that feudal age. And Poppy Ball already up rushing the Imperial Academy. As is standard now, the Imperial officials will be coming out ASAP for him. And once the tax starts rolling in and the supervision starts rolling in, Pro Scouts is undoubtedly on the cards for him here.
Yep, definitely. And as he just brought in, I think they had the similar number of sheep. I think because yeah, 6. I think I saw like 8 on Poppy Ball's side that was brought in. Yeah, so the sheep there isn't a big gap in the sheep numbers on both sides, and as we see, Vortex is queuing up his first Royal Knight. And yeah. Poppy Paw is going for a stable and Pro Scout, I think. His gold is piling up, and he's bringing in more tax and supervising his wood. I think we're about to see another a stable drop down. Maybe he will start barracks though.
Yeah, it's a possibility, right? We have seen some players. It's one of those things. Some players opt to go for that greedy Pro Scout timing with China or with Jushi for that matter against these Night Civs and try to get some there in ASAP and only then worry about the barracks. Whereas some, notably Marine Lord, I think, tend to play it quite safe and go for that barracks first instead, make sure that they have the control they need around their base immediately, and that no scout will get harassed or delayed when obtaining that initial day, which is so valuable in this position. And it is going to be the barracks opening here for Poppy Paw. Notably, however, he actually went for the Pro Scout upgrade before the barracks, so he's going to be able to gather there with only one scout for now. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Like, the barracks is delayed as a result of this, and the stable is delayed as a result of this. I don't know. It seems a bit strange.
Yeah, Vortex is already dropping a range, and he already has 2 more extra scouts as he's having the third one now, and his professional scouts are also completed. So now, like, okay, we are Chinese and we're one of the best pro scout civs, but we're on the back foot a bit. We're behind a little bit on the pro scout part, and as the scout is about to get interrupted by the knight, but luckily he notices in time, and Vortex started to bring in 3 deer pack, and yeah, this is gonna be quite hard for Chinese, I think, for the Chinese player now. Now the knight is just able to just kill the spearman. That is a really good pickoff for Vortex there. just in exchange of some HP that he will recover later when he has the chivalry upgrade. You take that trade every day.
Absolutely. But I'm a bit curious about this destroyed value, right? Because he killed that spearman, but did he kill a scout as well, potentially? Or I'm not
It
sure what
could.
happened there.
I think it could be. It could be the cancelled building, if I'm not mistaken. I think
Maybe so, yeah.
when there's a blueprint and then like you cancel it, I think the game gets a bit confused if it's like destroyed or cancelled. Because I think the same thing happens when you cancel a building or it gets destroyed when you're building it, right?
Yeah.
So you just get the resources back. Sorry, not actually, not all the resources back, though.
Yeah,
That's
it depends on the level of
if you take
destruction. Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
I mean, notably
Oh.
here, right? Although that knight barely gets away, and another spear goes down here, so another nice pick up here for Vortex. That knight
Does
should
that
be
knight get
able
away?
should be
Does he
able to,
get
right?
away?
I mean, it needs 3 more
6.
hits from the horseman.
Yeah.
Ooh.
1,
Ooh.
2.
Oh, the archer.
Okay.
Oh, he's gonna commit. He's gonna commit.
He's gonna
think he
commit
dies.
to it. You have to commit
Yeah.
to it.
Oh, he
Yeah,
stopped at the
there we
last
go.
second.
Yeah,
That's
that was very
unfortunate.
cool. That is the one of the things like it's 8 minutes in the game and then like you're against French and like you just yeet that horseman to kill that knight. That feels good, you know. Like this is like sometimes I just play this game for things like this, you know. You know what I mean? Like I just wanna go into the game and I don't know, like snipe a longbow or like I don't know, a spearman or like knight or just catch someone's like mangonels or nest of bees. I just play it for sometimes just for this. As
I
we
don't know
see,
why
okay.
it's so satisfying, right?
Yeah, it's so sad. Like
good.
that like I love French knights, but that kill there was just satisfied me. You know, I am happy that he caught up with that. Okay. And the spearman just running into the archers there and dies. We see Barbican coming up from Poppypaw, and Vortex is actually going for French spearmen. How do you feel about that? I know some players don't like them.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? I think it's one of those things where it's not a bad choice, right? Like I think it's perfectly fine to go for it. I mean, you know, this horseman from Poppypaw, this scouts, this spearmen are definitely going to help. Theoretically, it's not something that you need, right? Because you have those knights, you have those archers. That is kind of all you need in feudal age. It kind of comes down to a player preference, as the Barbican does get spotted here by the knights. He's going to get idled out until Poppypaw's spears do arrive there. They've been guarding that southern deer pack, and they will push away the knights in turn. As once again, Vortex, wasting that.
The idle time. That's not only the idle time. That's also delaying the Song Dynasty for him. As we see, Horseman trying to kill a villager on Vortex's gold mine is unable to, and the knights just run past the spearmen. They don't care. He gets 2 villagers for that. That is very nice. Probably losing 1 knight for that. I think that's fine. The other knight is gonna get healed up.
Yeah, at this stage, that's probably fine, right? And I mean, going back to the spearmen, like, you know, I wonder how you feel about it. Different players have different opinions. It's fine. I would personally prefer just knights archers, right? But it's one of those things that's player preference, right?
Yeah,
I would say.
definitely. But Poppypaw realizing what his Vortex is doing, and so he did not make more than just a few horsemen, right? So those 8 spearmen don't really have the value right now. They just like defended the gold mine for a while. All right, maybe it's deterring Poppypaw from the knights when he reaches the castle age real soon. But I feel like he's going to go for crossbows and spearmen for a while, take it a bit slower. And as we saw, I think Vortex just stole some of the deer from Poppypaw's side, which is huge. And Poppypaw is trying to, I think, going for some yoinking, stealing some deer from Vortex's side there. As Vortex has almost all the units. Yeah, he's stealing 1. All the units are in front of Poppypaw's base, and Poppypaw aging up with the astronomical clock tower.
Yeah, prudent choice in this situation, right? Just like you mentioned, with the spear on the field already for Vortex, that will definitely deter any kind of Lancer play here from Poppypaw. And in that case, you know, the fuck, I'm not sure about the name. About it, is it Imperial? No, Imperial Town? No.
No.
The other landmark. For some reason, I just had a lapse in judgment and I forgot the name.
Imperial Palace? No?
Yes, I think that's it. You're right, Imperial Palace,
Yeah.
right? So that definitely loses a little bit of value in that case, right? When you can't use the vision to raid with knights as much when you are forced to play defensively in your base. But is still going to go for a few knights. I mean, I think it's fine. Still going for a few, right? Just to have a bit of control. Coming in a nice raid here from Vortex, picks up an Imperial official, definitely a valuable pickup at this stage in time. And Vortex, I feel like maybe there's a slight overinvestment in those spears. I'm not sure if you agree or not.
Could be, but like they can still defend things, right? Like maybe he could go for the boar right now, and he could like just hold it with like few spears against potential night raids. He can still use them on his secondary gold mine. Probably he's about to go there sometime soon. And it's just that, like, you can just leave your archers alone with the spears for a while. If you choose to just do movements like this, just knight charge on that wall. Oh, did you notice that that knight charge actually, like, hurt the wall? Have you noticed that recently?
Oh, I have
like
not
one
actually.
of the I think one of the charge there just hurt the wall, because I've seen. Yeah, look at it. Look, he didn't torch it. You see that, right?
Oh,
he did not
yeah.
torch it. But one of the night charges, I don't know what, but something has been changed a bit. But like horseman charge, like I've seen this with hobblers, but like the blueprint wall just like went down as I was like trying to charge through it. So like I don't know, I haven't seen it before. Only this patch.
Yeah, this is news to me.
That was
well,
interesting. Yeah, glad we were able to pick that up. Okay, Pokeball was on stone with some villagers. They will get spotted, but Vortex is just going in with H3 knights now. He's also H3 with archers and knights, but I don't think this is sustainable or this is good for him, as Papipo has already 5 crossbows there, and under the Chinese town center with the veteran archers from Papipo's side. I don't think this is a favorable trade for Vortex right now, but he keeps going for it, so I am not going to judge this fight here.
Yeah, it's definitely not a position he can stay in for too long.
Yeah, he's grabbing relics. I think that is why I don't want to assume what players think or do, but I think that is why like he keeps Puppypaw in his base with this pressure here, as he's just grabbing more relics and just defends against Lancer raids. There he hasn't lost a single villager yet, and he killed 4 villagers, and he also idled all the wood villagers there, right? So I think it was in the end was okay for him. And Guildhall already 240 resources. It will just snowball this game. It has the potential to snowball this game for Vortex. Yeah. So any monastery from Puppypaw? I don't see it yet.
It seems he's quite focused on the defense for now, and notably here for Vortex, because of that guild hall, this is not going to be the sort of all-in Institute Bloodlines play that we sometimes see. That has recently, especially since the Pro Scout Dev, has fallen a little bit out of favor compared to guild hall. I would say we see a lot more guild hall now than we did last major patch, notably, right? So Vortex is going to still play aggressive, but he's not going to be as intent on trying to kill Puppypaw prematurely as he would with something like a Royal Institute, right? That guild hall is going to provide an excellent bit of scaling for his food income. It's essentially, it will completely, it can buy him an Imperial Age, or it can buy him a premature farm transition without having any farms, for that matter, if he so chooses, depending what the play is for him. And Puppypaw, there's still no monastery, still no monk, so Puppypaw fully focused on this defense for now. But Vortex is doing a great job of putting pressure on here without committing too much, right? So relics are being gathered behind this.
Yeah.
I'm a bit surprised he didn't go for the boar yet, but I guess, you know, there's only so many things you can focus on still for now. A lot of the spearmen were used here on the front line for him. Most of them have gone down, only 2 left at this point in time. Nested Bees is on the way for Puppy Paw, which is going to make any kind of further aggression very difficult here for Vortex. As her villagers get sniped on the rewall, another 2 go down here for Vortex.
Oh my god, that is a lot of villagers just walking back, and Vortex is just idling them and just munching on those villagers one by one with those 2 knights there. This is really beautiful and textbook play by Vortex. It's not going like all in. He's grabbing 4 relics. He has Guildhall behind this, and he's just murdering villagers left and right. And I think this all just comes down to him stealing some more of that deer, right? Like all these little things, like 1 scout snipe and 2 more deer grabbing from there. And now Puppy Paw is on the berries, as Vortex has like more map control, can go eat the boar, as you said, but probably there are some lancers around on the map from the Chinese. I just feel like the Nest of Bees could be produced earlier. Maybe it would help with the defense here. But Vortex is behind on the military count for now, but and Puppy Paw is adding his own second town center. Is behind, but he has Guildhall plus 4 relics, and I think he's very likely to get the 5th one. Then I don't know what Puppy Paw can do even with 2 town centers and Song Dynasty, because Vortex looks like he wants to go Imperial Age sometime soon. Maybe he just skips the keep. Oh no, he's actually on stone. I was thinking maybe he skips the keep and gets a red palace instead of a keep in his base, but probably not. Probably that is probably way too greedy for this type of a game. On ladder, I think I can see someone doing it, but
Yeah.
but here probably not right now. Like in the deciding game for potentially for him, match point. So
Exactly
yeah,
right. Even someone like Vortex
Red
with
Palace?
his killer instinct. Oh, it is Red Palace, so it is
Ah,
going
but
to be
that's not
right in the center of the gold mine. Knights do get
3 knights.
going in here.
Oh wait, this can go very wrong. This can go very wrong. Puppy Paw just notices it. Vortex losing 3-4 knights for free, and this gets spotted, and Puppy Paw will, I think, just rush here. Vortex is not giving up. He's not changing his mind. He just realized some villagers are... Okay, that was the first villager just died. Okay,
Yeah.
he's losing some villagers there, and Red Palace is about to go up. I am not sure if I like this Red Palace here, because, well, he's behind in military count, right? And Puppy Paw already has the clock tower siege
does.
workshop, so maybe
Yeah,
he can
it does
just
seem a little
instantly
bit
start
early, right?
trapping it down. Yeah, maybe this is too ambitious. We're about to see that as he's completing his Red Palace and eating Imperial Age, because just because he lost some knights there, right? Just because he lost some knights there, he's like losing a bit of like grip on the map, I feel like. If Puppy Paw is just like stabilizes a bit, maybe he can punish Vortex for this Red Palace here. Well, we're about to find out as Vortex just starts eating that 8k gold mine, and Puppy Paw is on 2 town centers, Song Dynasty, and happy, and he's just getting his wheelbarrow now.
I think the trigger on this Red Palace was definitely inspired by the damage that Vortex was able to do. He felt comfortable enough to just go directly for it and then macro heavily behind it, right? Like we see additional eco upgrades, we see tithe barns on the way, we see a second TC now up before the initial keep here for Vortex. Actually, well, I'm not sure if the TC went up before the keep or not, because the keep is up now as well on the production. So, you know, Vortex still in a good spot here economically for sure, but he definitely gave Puppy Paw a lot of breathing room with this, right? Which could be okay. I mean, he does have 5 relics, and French is no slouch in the late game whatsoever, but they are up against China, which is, you know, historically, arguably might be the best late game civilization. Whether that's still the case is up for debate, and obviously there's a lot of factors that determine what civilization wins in the late game, besides just raw bonuses of the civilization for that matter. I mean, economically speaking, Vortex is undoubtedly ahead. He's behind in villages, but that won't last long with that second TC. But the 5 relics is so big for him, especially with tithe bonds in so early. It's going to generate so many resources here for him. But Pampo is going to get up the grinding transition ASAP and go imp himself soon, I'm sure. Vortex can't really do any more damage for a while here, right? I mean, militarily, he's really behind. And triple Nestor Bees will deny any kind of push without a doubt initially. I think Vortex is going to look to play the map, right? He's going to look for gold control. He's going to look for map control, especially regarding stone as well. Try to get as many keeps up as possible. We still see quite a bit of active stone gathering still for him and cannons on the way.
Yeah. He needs something against the recipe still, right? And like, what is there better than French cannons for Vortex? But well, yeah, Vortex cannot do any more damage, but like he doesn't really need to because he's sitting on 5 relics, Guild Hall, a Red Palace, like Imperial Age, cheaper and better units. Like everything is just looking so smooth for him, just because like what his spears and a bunch of crossbows are gonna do. Like Puppy Paw has all this army that is great at defending for him, but like he will be unable to do any significant damage on Vortex's economy or even be able to just like cross the other side of the map and not risk losing like half of his economy to the French knights. So as we see Vortex, we mentioned, grabbing more and more stone, I think he's just going to enjoy this game from now on. But Puppy Paw is getting Imperial Age. And he is building up, okay, he's building up Great Wall Gatehouse next to his farm economy. So he will be pretty much protected against any raids on this side of his economy. So he can focus more on that, on working on that Red Palace maybe soon. Vortex is actually not increasing his knight numbers for now. I wonder if he's going for, he didn't take elite upgrade for the knights. He's upgrading his horsemen right now, and Royal Bloodlines is underway, and he's going for horsemen. As we see horsemen in queue, he did not add more knights. He's going for horsemen and then arbaletier composition, which is I find it a bit interesting. I think I would prefer to stay on knights and archers, but I love myself some good French horsemen and arps composition as well. I think that makes a bit more sense, as he's just controlling the whole map. He is going to have all his farms just being set up, as we can see on the minimap. Just dropping more farms and more keeps, and yeah, he just wants that extra mobility and extra punch with the arbaletier, just holding against anything Popo can do.
It also comes down in those fights, right? Like, I think Vortex understands that this game is going to go to the point where his keeps that he's putting all around the map now in all the key positions, on the sacred sites, on the large gold, is probably another keep is going to be on the cards towards that northern gold mine there as well for him, as we see a lot of stone being gathered here to the detriment of his food and other resources as well. I mean, Vortex knows that there's going to be a lot of direct engagements happening here, as Poppy was going to look to reassert map control with trebuchets, most likely maybe his own bombards as well. So because of that, you know, something like arbaletier and horsemen are really good in those direct engagements compared to something like archers and knights, which play more towards mobility. So he's going to look to contest Poppy's mass more so with those horsemen and the arbaletier in those direct engagements because of that. And the horsemen will be raiding on the side as well, as the boar gets denied once again from Poppy. The towers are going to get torched down, and we see here the how an infantry player ends up suffering in these kinds of situations, right? Like, you know, I've been saying it for quite a time. I feel like cavalry has been king for a long time in AoE 4, to the point where it feels so difficult nowadays, I think, to win as a mass infantry player, especially against a cavalry-focused civilization like the French in these instances. Even for something like China, I wonder if that's something you agree with. Where it just feels like if you don't go cavalry, it feels like you're behind almost by default.
Well, Yes, and I think I agree and kind of disagree. I think it's more about the maps, necessarily more than like about the units. I think it's more about the maps rather than the units
Oh yeah, for
themselves.
sure.
That we have like 4 cannons just rolling up in front of Pokpo's base, and he just keeps kiting back with the Arabs and archers, and yeah, he's just pulling back. I don't think he has a reason to fight, but the food income is very different for now. And Puppy Paw, just I think he just heard you. He's adding his own horsemen. He's making his own cavalry after his farm transition is done. I mean, it's always useful to have like all three, like melee infantry, ranged infantry, and like cavalry, maybe even like ranged cavalry when if your civilization allows it. And siege, I think more you have, like more options you have for yourself is just better in general. So I also agree on that. Like the cavalry is really good. It gives you a lot of opportunities. Oh, that was some huge nest of beast shots on those RBT, as some of them just went down and some of them are half HP, and the French horsemen are looking to raid on Chinese farms, and we just saw some Chinese horsemen trying to kill the French cannons there. Was unable. I think he got one. I think he got one. There was 4 cannons there before, and the nest of bees. Vortex. Oh, barely survives that shot. And the horseman raids are on the farms now. But guess what? We have Great Wall Gatehouse there, which will help with cleaning this up for Poppy Paw. And the things are getting heated up more and more. Vortex needs to catch up with the food income sometime soon. Can we get a guild hall check if we can?
Yeah, that is
I
quite
wonder
important here, right?
what is that?
It's gold.
Okay, that is 3,000 gold. It's not on food. That's 3,000 gold. That is long term. I think long term investment, but maybe sometime soon he's going to need that all that gold and all those knights or even hand cannoneers. Anything he can get, anything better than next to bees and crossbows and Chinese hand cannoneers are we're about to see. That's a unit. That's a unit and a half, I think.
Oh, it's a unit and a half indeed, I would say, without a doubt. One of the some people would definitely one of the best units in the game, right? It's
Yeah,
just
I love
certainly
them.
up there. It's they are so strong. Not only the additional range, but once Poppy Paw gets to the Yuan dynasty, in combination with that extra range, the move speed makes the kiting potential so effective, especially against these Arbitria who love to stand their ground, but it'll be quite difficult against against hand cannoneers who not only outdamage them but outrange them as well. Now, more and more siege coming in here from Vortex. Not often do you see the French player out-sieging the Chinese in this situation, but it is the case now. Vortex definitely still in a commanding position here. The map control certainly in his favor. The infantry mass from Puppy Boy is impressive. More and more horsemen in queue in order to balance out that composition. And the keeps are a real thorn in Puppy Boy's side here, right? Like, he still has gold for now. He still has a relatively safe gold mine in the north of his base there. But everything else is covered by Vortex. And the cannons are working on the Nest of Bees. One goes down, the second one, the other two not long for this world either, as the cannons do so much damage. Even against the Crocodile Nest of Bees, only 3 hits is all it takes to take one down, even with that additional HP. The Mangonels are going to really equalize this back line as well here for Vortex, and Vortex holds his ground and pushes Puppy back into his base.
Oof, those mangonel shots were nasty on those crossbows from Poppy Paw, and Vortex just steadily keeps pushing more and more into the Poppy Paw's base, and the horsemen are sniping one mangonel down, maybe another one soon, and yeah, but like the longer he stays, he's just like losing a lot more units. Now we see the military numbers are looking better for Vortex, not only better in numbers, but also better in quality with all that siege, and that keep is coming up. I don't know where the villagers are, but if he gets that keep up, I don't think you're killing those oh, okay, one mangonel went down. The cannons are working on the Chinese bombard with extra HP. A lot of horsemen are on top of those arbs and cannons now. One more mangonel is gonna go down. Arbs are trying their best kiting, but the hand cannoneers from Chinese hand cannoneers there, 8 hand cannoneers are just eating away all the arbs and horsemen. Okay, the keep is about to come up. Does he have enough to hold this? Can he hold this? I'm not sure. It does look very, very rough. We see Nesto are coming out. I think it's a bit... I don't know. There's too many cannons there.
It's tough to say. It seems like both players are suffering heavy losses in this situation, right? I mean, I still think it really favors Vortex here. I mean, the only thing that's holding him back is that production, right? The fact that he has to come all the way from his base. He does have some forward production on that central gold mine, but yeah, now with the keep up, he's gonna likely drop even more production right here directly in Poppypo's base to reinforce his front line. And the cannons, those French cannons, the best cannons in the game, are working that town center down. At this point in time, the astronomical clock tower is right next to it as well, and once that goes down, siege is out of the cards here for Poppypo. They're gonna opt for the Barbican instead first, just to make these fights even more favorable for him. And the mass is looking really good here from Vortex. Even like his food income as well is ahead of Poppypo, which is not something you see often as the French against Chinese.
Yeah, you don't see that every day, especially with the granaries from Chinese. But like, I feel like Poppypo could almost hold this, but the positioning and the timing of that keep from Vortex was so crucial, so nice that just completely shut down most of the wood income for Poppypo there. And we see more horsemen raids are coming up, and yeah, the numbers are looking very rough for Poppypo. It's not the numbers, it's the positioning of everything right now. Like having a keep in front of his base, no wood lines, no full wood lines, and his economy is just open everywhere. And as we see, the villager kills 68, 69, nice. It's about to be 70 and more. Actually stopped at 69, nice. Okay.
Exactly what
He kills like the economy gap and the guild hall behind it. And another key, Vortex is saying, get out of my series. I am going to Denmark right now.
Vortex looking to close out the series in commanding fashion here with a double keep drop here on the front line just to secure this position entirely, as Poppypo looks to make a last stand here. The Mangonels on the backline doing tremendous damage as the bombard nearly falls. Many hand cannons fall as well. Triple Nester Bees might be enough to turn it around. There's a good mass here from Poppypo. A lot of horsemen, a lot of spearmen, and a good backline too behind this. Most of Vortex's front line dies. A lot of siege going down here for Vortex, but there's a lot of more on way.
A lot of siege went down. Keep goes up. Poppypo keeps his bombard alive. There's another one coming up. Oh, the Nest of Bees just got sniped. It's going to be really rough to stay under this keep for Poppypo, though, as we see two more cannons are rolling up to snipe the bombard from Poppypo. Poppypo needs to keep his bombards alive. He needs to keep him alive in order to kill this keep and come back from this game, but the economy difference is so huge. He cannot produce anymore, and he taps out. Beautifully played by Vortex.
GG is called here in game number 6, and Vortex takes the series 4-2 up against Poppypo, who was in fact the highest seeded player in this series. Penned to be the favorite somewhat as a result of that, but Vortex, defying the odds somewhat here, and his past win rate against Poppypo, takes the series relatively convincingly 4-2 here, and secures himself a place in Denmark.
Yes, we talked about this, right? So Vortex historically wasn't really the favorite one here. But I think it was his day today. It was his day. I don't think anyone could be standing in his way today. He looked really sharp, really good. Even the games that he lost, he had a really good performance. I think the Lancaster game, he was just like on point today, I think, and the score just reflects it, right? Like he deserved, and he's going to Denmark. We will see him in Denmark.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Vortex now firmly secured in the LAN. He is one of our 8 players now. The others being Beastie, of course, Marine Lord, and Louis. All were invited thanks to their tremendous previous performances. And now Vortex also secures himself the 4th spot in the LAN with only 4 left. The other one, another one of those 4 will also be determined today. as Puppy Paw, not all hope is lost for him as he moves down, as we see here, in the lower bracket finals, which will also be a best of 7. So he will have to face the winner of what is our next series, and that will be Wham up against Anatan in the lower bracket.
Yes, Wham against Anatan. We're gonna have a lot of great games today, and winner of that series is going to face Puppy Paw for qualifying spot. So Vam or Anatan, one of them is going to have a really, really hard day if they want to make it to Denmark today, if they want to secure their spots today. So we're about to see. And I think we're going to have a short break here. So get your drinks and your snacks. It's going to be a lovely Sunday of Age of Empires 4. We are back. We are back with Annotant WAM series, and we have the first map here, Myriad Dry Arabia, Rus against Malians. We're seeing Rus today, finally, as it was banned in the series earlier, right? Rus and HRE were banned, and yeah, Templar and Mongol were banned, as I recall. So we have Rus, still HRE is banned. Templars are banned on both sides this time. I think it's because of the Four Lakes and Kawasan. So they're not doing the same mistake. I mean, it's an overstatement, mistake, calling it a mistake. Puppy Paw had playing against Templars and Kawasan. So yeah, I think the drafts are looking fine for both sides.
Yeah, this time
Do you think?
respect is placed on the Knight Templar here by I think it's who banned it out? Because it depends a little bit. So did Anatan ban Knights Templar or did Wham ban Knights Templar from Anatan? Can be a bit tough to tell sometimes,
I mean,
right?
they both did, right? So,
But
so they both banned.
they both did, I guess, but in the first phase, right? Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's completely true. But Rus Malians, this is interesting, right? We have seen this. It's also a little bit of a classic matchup by this point, right? This does come up fairly often, as both of these civs are very good on your standard land maps, and especially pro scout oriented land maps. And because they have this overlap quite often, this matchup does happen. I have to say, I feel like it's somewhat favored for Rus, yeah, right?
Yeah, I think I like it for Malians, but I think it's slightly harder to play this for Malian side a bit more. So yeah, we're about to see what they have in the store.
We are about to see indeed, as we do load into game number 1 here between Anatand of Team VES, Volda Esports, up against Wham, as Anatand in the color yellow spawns as the Rus in the south side of the map. We are on Dry Arabia, very classic start here for our series. It is best of 5 up against Wham's Malians in the color blue in the north side of the map. Interesting opening here from
Wait,
Anatand.
that is a
Yeah.
different opening, right?
Yeah,
From the
it is, isn't it?
get-go. Yeah, it is. It is a cabin with 2 villagers, just one cabin with 2 villagers and a house, and sheep moved there in order to be efficient with those villagers. So let's see. He wants to get a second scout a bit faster out and play with one cabin. Let's see. Let's see where this will end up. What he has in mind, Anatan. There, he's actually having the third scout in queue from the cabin, and he just found the jackpot with the sheep there. That's very nice. That feels good for him. And yeah, Wham has the first gold out on at the front there. It's very exposed spot, but the next 2 goals that he has are like towards the back, a bit on the safer side, and he has the deer. I think in a really good spot on the map. His own deer. There's less risk of getting stolen from the Roost player, I think, and it would be easier site to protect for him with a relic there. It's going to be a really hot spot at some point in the game, I think. And same goes for Anton, right? He has the second and third gold towards the corner there. Pretty safe and pretty good spawn. And as Anatan is just scouting the whole map with 3 Roost scouts in Dark Age. And Wham, is that his only sheep that he found? If so, that's going to be a really rough game for him. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the all sheep all sheep he has, 3 sheep, and now he also has to kill the deer because the deer could be pushed from like 3 Roost scouts, so he doesn't want to give that to his opponent. So as we see, the Golden Gate is coming up. Obviously, the landmark choice for Anatan there. And let's see how Wham will handle the situation with this amount of sheep. It's pretty rough.
It's a
from the start.
problem, right? It's definitely difficult here for Wham with that one. Massacre, no surprises there coming up for him as the Malians. And the sheep is always something that can become a problem up against the Roost. The triple scout means that they get such a great coverage of the map overall, right? They're able to find a great amount of sheep, more so than most other civs. So naturally, they will usually be at a sheep advantage. On top of that, the threat of the deer being pushed in, which, I mean, people might not really consider how significant that is because they think, oh, well, he gets pro scouts anyway, the deer's going to come back. But if he manages to push in the deer back without needing to pro scout it, that saves so much time for the scouts to the point where he might even look to challenge the deer on Wham's side of the map. And these are just some of the reasons why Rus is just such an incredibly powerful pick on these land maps, and why it's typically close to 100% ban rate alongside HRE in our recent tournaments. Just the strength cannot be overstated. However, the one thing Malians does have going for them up against Rus is the threat over those javelins means that typically Rus might not opt for what is their sort of strongest standard play in the form of those horse archers.
Yes, indeed. Rus is one of the best civs in the game right now, along with HRE, arguably. And now we're seeing something different from Anatan. I don't know if you notice it. We're seeing Spearman from Rus as he just aged up, and yeah, they have their torches out. They're straight going to that pit mine. He wants to burn that pit mine. I think I have tried something like this before, but I did it a bit too early with the Spearman, which is, I think, the better. No, I think I did with Scouts. I tried with Scouts. It just didn't work. But with Spearman, it should be working, and all the Scouts are just burning the pit mine from Wham there, and Wham is getting his wheelbarrow, double broadaxe, and the warrior scout upgrade now just came in, and the villager is just repairing as he's pulling more villagers, a lot more villagers, 6 more villagers just pulled. But what's the warrior scout is gonna do? He's gonna rush up a tower. The warrior scout is very low health right now. I think those scouts could just burn it down, right? With the spear just poking the villagers there. I think the scouts are
because
yeah, look at the HP of that outpost. This is a disaster start for Wham.
Buildings take a tremendous amount of additional torch damage as long as they are being built. So you see the tower goes up, but already it's on fire as soon as it goes up. So huge damage dealt there on the tower by Anatan, and this is a very, very aggressive start here from him. This is something I'm not too surprised to see from Anatan, actually, because I remember specifically a game I myself had against B a couple of months ago at this point as Malians up against his Rus, and this is exactly what he did against me. And it's something that if you don't expect can really set you so behind as the Malians in this position. As we see, Wham did delay his pro scouts, and so did Anatan. This is exactly what B did. So clearly, I mean, it makes sense both from the CIS community practicing together quite often, I'm sure, and they know each other very, very well. This is something they must have discussed and deemed it to be a very potent start against the Malians, and we see that being showcased here.
So yeah, that's why it was a 1 cabin start apparently. And yeah, and Van was busy getting wheelbarrow and double broadaxe and trying to get his mill up for the food. Oh, he's getting caught there on the second pit mine with the villagers. The spearmen are getting insane value. Scouts are taking away HP, and there will be 1 more villager death, maybe another one. If this can be just very early GG there. Another one goes down. Maybe he's able to save that one under the town center. Okay, it's 3 villagers lost in exchange of some spearmen from Rus. And the second pit mine is up after everything. Let's do some damage control. We have 4 cows, 5 cows for Malians, and a second pit mine. And no pro scouts for Rus so far. So, but I think he's microing up to Castle Age. He's getting his tower up. Oh, we have the pro scouts. Sorry, we have the professional scouts coming in for Anatan. He's already stealing some of the deer. Yes, already stealing some of the deer from Wham's side, and he's adding more scouts now and the tower. So the deer will come in a bit delayed later, right? But the thing is, he killed a bunch of villagers, and there are already some cows. So after all, was it worth it or not? I think it was worth it for Anatan to go through all this trouble, considering the fact that Wham did not have a lot of sheep, right? Oh, that
Yeah, I
scout just
think
got
so as well.
sniped. Yeah.
Yeah, on top of it, I mean, it's such a great starting for Anaton, right? The 3 villager kills, especially for Civ, that's in a way already economically behind, at least starting in the castle age, especially compared to the Rus. And Anatan's going to be way ahead in terms of that here against Wham's Malians, and getting some of Wham's day back as well on his side of the map. It's just a massive advantage, and it can't be understated. And it's one of the reasons that, I mean, just it goes to show Adatan showing exactly why Rus is so feared and why they are so powerful with such a strong start for him. Now he's just going to go for his own day, and Wham, I think he skipped Pro Scouts entirely. He did go for the Warrior Scouts upgrade, but that Singular Scout is not going to do much to offset any kind of day gathering here on Anatan's side of the map with, I mean, 10 Scouts already and 5 Spears, and going Castle Age already. It's so significant.
Yeah. And we see the archer range is coming up for Anatan, and he will look to get some horse archers out on the field. And I think stealing this deer pack is very important for him. If he's able to steal this one, I don't think like Wham can do much about it right now, especially like against the horse archers. He's making some sofas, few late sofas. We already talked about this today, but like against horse archers from Rus, I have my doubts about it. Maybe if he had some javelins out already, with I mean. It's 14 cows, 14 cattle for Wham. It's a lot. It's a lot of cows. I think he's not dead yet. He's just in a really rough spot. As we see the spearmen just being annoying again on that pit mine, and they're just covering that whole area for the professional scouts from Anatan. And yeah, we have our first few horse archers coming out on the field, and a monastery. He will look to... Oh, a stable too. He also added a stable as well. So he's going to try to grab all the relics. Wham is only aging up just now. Yes, now we have Grand Fulani Coral coming up for Wham. And I wonder what he's going to do about all these horse archers and like already 5 spearmen out on the field. Like... This is a really rough spot. Like, it's not the economy necessarily, but like it's just behind. And what are you going to do? What are you going to make right now? Like, it's yeah, I wouldn't really want to be in this position, which I have been a lot of time. So
As have I. Yeah, it's a very difficult spot to be in. I mean, again, just like you mentioned, there's no man's for javs. Well, there's no javelins out on the field whatsoever here for Wham, right? And that's typically what deals very well against horse archers from the Rus. But because Anatan knows this, he just goes for them anyway. There's no threat of jabs, and you know, although you do have the Fulani Corral in already for Wham, there's going to be a tremendous amount of food income for him. Anatan has plenty over there under his town center. He took one of Wham's whole packs as well as his own. Now is bold enough to try to steal Wham's deer pack from under his own tower behind his base. It's just, you know, the audacity cannot be understated here, but that's some of the things you can try to pull off as the Rus in this position. It is going to be Sofa here from Wham, which once all the upgrades are in, the ranged armor as well as the imported armor will do reasonably well against the horse archers, at least from a tanking perspective, as long as they can charge against them. But in the long term, I don't think it's that sustainable, and Wham will need something else.
Yeah, it's not really going to be sustainable for him, as those sofas are still feudal age sofas, and he's upgrading them just now, and they're taking a lot of damage away, a lot of damage from Anatan, and now Anatan is taking away the relic from Wham's side. So that is like the second relic he's picking up. So I don't think Wham is going to take a single relic this game, so I don't think he will also bother trying to take them. And I trade house is working 125 gold per minute, so it's going to be a lot of passive income for Anatan if this game keeps going longer than 30 minutes. And as Anatan just snipes one more villager down there and on that second pit mine, and he just keeps adding spearmen and horse archers. He didn't even like use the stables. He just didn't need it. And Wham is only adding sofas. He's okay. That tower, that is a bit okay. That is a bit too ambitious. Did he accidentally rally these villagers here, or he really wants to get the tower up? I think
so as well, right? Because once he gets that range upgrade on the tower, even from a decent distance with a spring gold emplacement, if he manages to get it up, will be able to completely deny the gold gathering from that gold mine, right? So I think it was intentional, but definitely a little bit ambitious there from Anatan. I mean, the sofas, you know, the cavalry archers, the horse archers do pretty well up against the sofas as long as they can keep kiting them. And, you know, if you want the stout to go up, you have to hold your ground, which is not really doable here. It looks like another Vil will go down here for Anatan. Yeah, that's the second Vil dying, so he keeps trying to get this up. However, damage has been done to Wham, and you can see his economy is starting to suffer as a result of it, but Anatan just keeps putting on the aggression. Horse archers as well as spears will do tremendous work up against these sofas.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a throw from Anatan there, like just losing 2 villagers like that and all at idle time, but he killed a lot of villagers. And yeah, if he can sustain this, it's going to be great for him. But if he had like moments like that, as he just sniped a ranch with the scouts, like Wham is just going only sofas, like, and he's spending food and gold for them, which is at this point it could be very dangerous because it's just a passive income from food and gold for him, right? Like most of his income, yes, he's very behind in villagers. Yes, he's against Rus with a lot of relics and sacrifice and high trade house, but the food is really what makes a difference there, right? Anatan is still on deer and like he still has like berries and everything, but if Vam survives for long enough with sofas and archers, I think he still has the chance because how good the cattle ranches are, how good the cattle and pit mine economy is. And we don't even have the third pit mine for Wham, so he can only just go, like he can only go higher from here if he doesn't just get bullied by the horse archers. Now the horse archer number is going higher, and if he doesn't notice, okay, Wham just saw them. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I think Wham wanted to go for a really cheeky raid because, like, the villager losses for Wham wouldn't hurt as much as villager losses for Anatan, right? But like now he has to make archers as well, and yeah, Anatan seeing that, I think he didn't see yet though, but he's adding the knights. I think the knights from Rus is going to make the difference here now.
Without a doubt. I mean, with the archer transition now for Wham, archers and sofa, a very strong composition in castlage here for the Malians, but up against the mass horse archer, spears, and now what is soon to be Boyar's Fortitude Knights, along with the warrior monk inspiration for Anatan, is going to be a tremendously hard composition for Wham to deal with. Second DC coming up now as well for Anatan, so behind this huge army count, he's also going to be scaling his economy as well. And like you correctly mentioned, Sass, you know, that day will eventually run out here for Anatan, which is when the Fulani Corral will really start to shine. But that begs the question, right? Was there too much damage done already to Wham to where it doesn't really matter anymore, and Anatan can just smooth over that transition? And, you know, with these wars going up, I feel like that might be the case.
Yeah, probably, because these are Rus fortified walls, and even if you have sofas, it's going to be really hard to break in as you want, and when you have like all these Rus knights and horse archers with spearmen, like it's not just horse archers and knights too, like with the spearmen to make the life harder for yourself, but it's going to be very hard for Wham to do anything. If he didn't have all that damage earlier, I think he could be still in a good spot. So that's why I would like to be Malians on this side, but as I said, it's slightly harder for him to play because, like, for Roos, it's maybe arguably easier to play from here, especially from here and from the start, with the extra scouts and extra sheep, right? And with the Golden Gate. Actually, can we check how much tickets he has? Like, he could even add another TC, and I think he wants to do that. Like, he could go even like 3 TCs. Yeah, he just bought stone again, I think. And like he still has 4 tickets, which means like basically 3 resources. But he has the military numbers are equal now. Army value is also in favor of Vam, just slightly, but in favor of Vam. He's decapping the sides, and this fight I'm not 100% sure of. These Sofas are fighting the spearmen. The knights are on top of the archers. I don't think this is the fight the Vam needs here, as you have a lot of knights and spears on top of your archers and Sofas. He needs to kite back and he needs to run. I don't think he can save those archers, though. He needs to say goodbye to them, and the Sofas are trying their best to cover their retreat, but it's just so many knights and so many spears, with the monk there giving extra armor, which is huge against the archers in Castle Age, especially in Castle Age. Wham is just going to retreat back to his base. I don't see any reason for Anatan to stop there and just keep going to his base now.
Yeah, it's such a difficult position here for Wham's Malians. I mean, you know, with the Fulani Corral up against 2TC Rus in this position, you definitely don't want to be pushed back into your base. You want to be the aggressor, but instead, Anatan showing no mercy, pushing deeper. Wham all the way, forced to his base now at the front of his quarry there. Now, the reinforcements are going to favor Wham in this position right outside of his base, of course. It'll be a while before Anatan can muster more troops to the front line, especially as his food is starting to run out at this point in time. So he does have to be a little bit careful, right? He does have 2TC working for him. We see a lot of farms being added now for Anatan. His food income has suffered, right? Dode is finally out for him. But the damage has been done. The farm transition is underway. Already a decent number now. More and more being added as we speak. He still has, you know, the last of the safe berries is getting gathered now that are in the center and in the range of his TC. He's likely not going to bother going out for those additional berries that are outside of his walls. I mean, the walls serve as a hint for that, right? He likely doesn't really mind those. But, you know, he forced Wham to stay in his base, and that is kind of all the space he needs to smoothen out this transition and be in a even more commanding position than he was before.
Definitely, and he didn't even bother taking the boar outside, right? Speaking of the outside resources, like the berries and everything, he just had like very comfortable game with his start, right? So these things make huge difference, especially at this level of play here. But Wham is still fighting back, and the food income for him also is not gonna go down at all. Maybe, but it's just a really tough spot, fighting against 5 relics and Rus, and now it's just a matter of time, I feel like, for Anatan. Just get the farms up, and then the Malians won't have anything against you like anymore, right? So he's just looking for it, and the Wham, I think, is looking to do his best, and while he still has the time to attack Anatan, still has the time to cross the map and be there. And as he's just spamming more archers and more Sofas and trying to attack to his base, now he's pulling up, but we're seeing crossbows and knights from Anatan. I think this will be enough for him to hold. I wouldn't be surprised if I see a Mangonel or 2 also at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the threat of this huge archer ball is really the only thing you're still worried about for Anatan here. I mean, you have the walls up at this point in time, right? So the Sofas will take a long time to burn through that. It's not too big of a worry. Obviously, you still have the Knights, which are stronger than the Sofas in this position with Boyar's Fortitude, so they will do fine up against them. So really, it's just the poison archers that you have to deal with. And the mangonels will be the great equalizer here between those crossbows and spearmen to make sure that archers do not just decimate the rest of the composition. And we see the economy starting to slowly run away here for Anatan, right? I mean, at this point, his food income exceeds Wham's Malians with 4 cows set up, only one still to be added, which he might be eating instead of putting it into the ranches. And this is the position that Rus feels so comfortable in. Once they have their transition in and they have the villager leader against Malians, all they need really is to find gold access, get an Imperial Age, and once the Streltsy are out, I think it gets so difficult for Malians.
Yeah, and he doesn't even... It looks like he just wants to keep massing knights, right? Like, he already has a good chunk of crossbows, and as long as he has, like, the knights in front of those crossbows, like, it's a very expensive composition, but it's usually not sustainable for most civilizations, right? But, like, Rus, with 5 relics, like, why bother making anything else? Just go knights and crossbows, I guess, and then just like mow down everything that Malian can do. As we see Wham now starting to add Donzo, saying the threat of mass knights from Rus with the extra HP with Boyar's Fortitude. And he just walked across the map, but once you have like 30, 40 knights out, I don't think any palisade wall is going to stop them. Especially with the monks, right? Like, he still has the monks, and he still has the possibility to add monks with those knights, which can help a lot against these archers, which is more than half of what Vam has as an army.
Exactly. And Wham knows this as well, right? We see a grand wall, the Wham wall, as you would call it, being thrown up now on his side. I would be surprised, yeah, I can already see it in the corner. I think you see it as well, Sass, right? I think trade is on the cards, yeah. And Wham knows that he can't really contest the mid-map anymore, right? It's just, not only is his army inferior, but his income is inferior at this point in time as well. So really,
yeah,
the kind of hope he has is to try to do a grand outscale with the trade, but it takes a while for that to come in, doesn't it, Sass?
Yeah, of course. As we see Anatan just going up with high armory in his base, and he's like pretty safe now. Elite knights we'll be seeing elite Rus knights now in Imperial Age. They're one of the best knights in the game, with the extra HP that they can get. With the percentage from the biology and Boyar's Fortitude, and it's going to be very hard for Wham to hold it, I think. Like, even with the trade, like, okay, the trade can help Wham a lot more, but it feels like a few minutes late. If it was happening a few minutes earlier, I think I would still like his spot, but the fact that this Anatan is on 5 relics and it's on better cavalry, right? Like Rus knights. It's not just knights against sofas, right? That Malians can still be able to deal with, like spam a lot more than their counterparts. But now the Rus knights is just going to be like way better, and Anatan just knows that it's just like going to that side of the map. As we see another wall coming up from Wham to protect his economy, and the sofas are on their way to help. Oh, I think those are the archers and donkeys, okay. They're just holding it for now.
Yeah, they'll be able to plug that hole in the wall for now, right? The elite upgrades are coming in, and notably poleaxes as well for those knights, giving them a huge amount of extra damage here. It's gonna be a wash up against those sofas. Now Wham is wisely adding a lot of donzos here, which will be necessary to protect this route. Looks like the knights will get trapped in. But, I mean, Anatan's economy is perfectly fine to just keep making them. We see 22 knights on the field, way more in queue at this point in time. And Ford of the Huntress is on the way, but I think this timing with Anatan, already starting to knock on Wham's walls here very shortly. The timing might be off here for this fort.
Yeah, now Anatan is just switching from left to right and attacking on that spot where Wham is not building the Fortress for Huntress there. It's in a really good spot, but not where he needs right now. And as he has 25 elite Rus knights and elite crossbows in front of his door, just banging in from that wall, and I think he wants to just stop the trade. I think he just like doesn't want any trade happening from Wham's side, and Wham Can he hold this? I think maybe in one way he can hold this. That is like the blacksmith upgrade for his archers, right? Like they don't get incendiary arrows, but they get a really nice power spike when you hit Imperial Age with the Malians. And he has like 50 archers, and the Sofa beautifully trying to block the knights from further entering the base. And now the infantry ball has caught up with it. We see the knights, few of the knights just go down, and Anatan just keeps going, but there is another palisade wall, and there is another huge army in front of Wham's base. As we see, siege workshops are being dropped, but they're pretty forward. I don't even think they're gonna get finished.
Yeah, I don't
And
think those are
we
going up, right?
yeah, yeah. We see elite Donzos and elite Sofas are on their way, but not elite archers. I don't see elite archers are coming up, and he has 50 archers. Like maybe elite archer could help, but Anatan has +3 armor, and biology is about to be completed. And now this is what happens, right? Like this is the lead that he had, and this is what happens when you have this much of a lead. Now you see the economy graph and the military graph looks like in favor of Wham, but the quality is there for Anatan to just take this game away.
Yeah, it's severe. It's the amalgamation of all those leads that were garnered earlier in the game by Anatan. It all comes crashing down on top of Wham at this stage in the game here. When that Imperial Age kicks in for Anatan, those knights, the elite tech, the pole axes, the Boyar's fortitude, the biology, elite upgrade on the crossbows, the trade getting interrupted now, which came in, a little bit late here for Wham. I mean, Wham is in a position where all he can do at this point in time is desperately respond to all these raids from all angles here from Anatan, and it's just so difficult. Like you're forced on the defensive constantly, and no matter how well you defend, you will get chipped away at bit by bit.
Yeah, and Anatan just makes sure that nothing wrong happens ever on his side of the map as he's walling more and more layers. He's making onions on the map right now, and he's grabbing more sacred sites. He has the 2 sacred sites there, and he's adding Streltsy and Knight. Like I cannot think of a better composition like this, like hand cannoneers, which are Streltsy arguably better and cheaper, and Knights, which Rus has slightly better ones, the Rus Knights, and hand cannoneers, and it's just like maxing with those units with like elite crossbows as well. It's just with biology and everything. It's just very, very comfortable game for him from the start of the game. It was just looking good for him. But Wham, despite the terrible start, I think he had a really good performance here, and it's not all over for him yet.
Definitely not. I mean, after such a crippling start here for Wham, he did a great job in stabilizing. But yeah, the writing's on the wall for him. He's going to do his best to muster a defense here. The archer's now elite, and precision training is coming in as well for him. Just a few seconds out at this point in time, but it's just a little too late, right? It's just like, I mean, at this point, Anatan is just diving the main TC with impunity, and this is the most pop-efficient army you can possibly have with Rus in this position. Elite Knights and Streltsy with some crossbows mixed in, Warrior Monk as well, just for that aura coming in soon too. And the entire map is Anatan's at this point in time. Only Wham's third is the only thing he has access to, and even that is getting invaded ruthlessly by the Rus in this position. And, it's just... I mean, we're mere seconds, and yeah. I mean, Wham knows it. GG is called, and Anatan takes game number 1.
Yeah, that was very convincing game. Yeah, that was very, very well played. A different start than usual 2 cabin start for Rus, so a little bit more creativeness there. And he just like took the game. Yeah, you can see the military graph is just going down, just crashing down in the end there, just because of all that quality he had. And yeah, the economy count here, it's counting the cattle as well, so it wasn't as bad as it looked, but it was just 1 or 2 steps behind, and that's just enough for Anatan to just snowball the game and take it home.
It's difficult for Wham as well in these positions, right? I mean, it is Rus we're talking about, and although Malians has pretty decent tools to deal with Rus, as opposed to some other civs in the game, it's still just so difficult up against Rus on a map like Dry Arabia, right? So, you know, one sort of one good thing here for Wham is that what is essentially Anatan's scariest civ that he has access to is now out of the way, is sort of done and dusted. And, you know, he starts essentially this series on the back foot here with a loss. But that's kind of, in a way, as hard as it will get for him, right? Like, Rus is one of the toughest civs to beat. So, definitely not far from over here for Wham in this position. And he's going to look
Yeah.
to fight back.
After all, it's third pick for Anatan, and it was like fourth pick for Wham. I don't think like you wouldn't look at this matchup and you wouldn't go like, oh yeah, Malin is gonna win this 100%. So yeah, that's like not really surprising. And now we have the next map, Kerlaguar, Ottomans against House of Lancaster, which is going to be an interesting one. We had this matchup, I think, quite often on the Enlightened Horizon recently, right?
Yeah.
We had this a lot, and this is going to be my first time seeing House of Lancaster on map Kerlaguar. So really curious what we're gonna see from Wham here.
Yeah, it's my first time here seeing them as well. It's going to be interesting to see what the plan is here for Wham in this situation, because I mean, I can understand the reasoning here behind House of Lancaster, right? I mean, there's limited food outside of your initial very few sheep and the deer. Obviously, manners will help fix with that. Just like you mentioned in the last series, wood access can be very tricky on this map because of the distances. Once again, manners help greatly with that as well. Ottomans, not a slouch civilization either when it comes to these kind of maps, right? They do very, very well in these kind of positions. They have some really ruthless timings, especially in the Castle Age and Imperial Age, which if you're not ready for, you know, it can really, really hurt. So I'm really excited to see what both players cook here. Looks like we are slowly jumping into the game here, as once again we're back. Game number 2 here between Wham and Anatan. We are on Kirlauga, and Wham in the color blue is the House of Lancaster in the south side of the map actually. Up against Anatan's Ottomans, one of his signature civs by now, I would say, in the color yellow as the Ottomans.
Oh yeah, indeed. Anatan is one of the players that plays Ottomans quite often. And Wham, I think he's very good with Lancaster. I cannot recall like a game, like specific game, but I feel like Wham is very good. Like maybe it's like my feeling I had like a game against him or something on ladder, but I think his Lancaster is also like on point. Wham is the type of a player I feel like is really like likes to learn these like all the new civs that we have like in detail. So like with the other DLC as well, like that's the impression I have, that he wants to just like dive deep into these new civs, and yeah, like even the modded civs that we had before. Like I remember talking to him about like the modded civs and how they could be played and what they could do. So yeah, so that's like the impression I have from WoW when it comes to like playing new civs.
Yeah, you could call him an explorer in some sense, right? He definitely likes to get into the nitty gritty and find out all the ins and outs. So it's good to see that kind of excitement for these new civilizations, and it's something that's definitely necessary and can pay great fruit in these kind of a series, knowing the intricacies of how these civs are played, especially in what might be more unusual settings like Kilauga and in more unusual matchups like Ottomans. And obviously, as you mentioned yourself, Seth, we have seen this matchup very, very often on Enlightened Horizons in the recent EGC tournament. But that's a very, very different map from Kilauga, isn't it? So the dynamics here will be somewhat different, I would assume. Quite interestingly here, not a single dock dropped for either player.
Yeah, we are not seeing any dock play from both the players, and interesting enough, no Dark Age Spearmen, no military school, no barracks from either side, and yeah, just deer pushing only with scouts, like old school deer pushing with scouts, no, not with spearmen. And now we see Anatan is going for the dock in the center of the map with the Ottomans there, as they have cheaper docks, which only cost I think 90 wood, if I'm not mistaken. 90 wood docks, which is yeah, something very nice to have, especially on a map like this where you want to dock like more than one spot as early as possible. So, and we see another villager is just walking towards that east river from Anatan, and I think he wants to get. Okay, it's going somewhere. Another dock probably. He's just looking for the fish. Yeah, he just
looks to be
found
the
the.
case.
Yeah, he just found the fish.
There
Yeah,
we go.
and yeah, what does Wham has in store for us? Maybe he just doesn't care about all these fish. Like, I can see him not caring too much about the fish in the beginning because he's going for manners, obviously, right? Like he has 4 villagers on stone right now, and he's just like he's gonna slap down a manor as he ages up. But the thing is, on this map, when I played it, it feels like bad to not have any control over the rivers, just because how it limits your movement on the map, how annoying it can be having like an enemy ship just shooting anything that is like coming nearby, and like that disturbance all the time, and like you want to get relics, which are almost all of them are across rivers, and like your monks can get sniped and everything. It's not just like the fish economy, I feel like.
You're very right. It really does come down to those ships. That's not something that most people consider, right? Sure, the fishing economy, it is only shoreline fish, so to an extent that can kind of be offset by something like an economic 2TC play, or in this case manners, of course. But the control that the Pons gives in terms of fighting ships is really significant because, up until like mid Castle Age and later Imperial Age most notably, ships are very difficult to deal with for most civs, right? They are tough to fight against with land units outside of siege, and siege is very expensive and difficult to protect, especially against something like the Ottomans. And typically Lancaster is not. They don't really go for siege very often outside of the Imperial Age with the Wingard Palace. So I'm curious to see how Wham will approach this double river control here from Anatan. As the fishing ships are already built, 3 on the leften shore already of the river. On the right, more will be added as well for him. And Wham is actually... Oh, he actually went for...
Yeah.
Oh, no, he didn't. My mistake. I thought he went for the Abbey, but no, that was an oversight. It is going to be manners. And he's sticking on the stone, right? So it's going to be at least 6 manners. That is the plan for him here.
Yeah, and we see the first Vizier point coming in for Anatan, and he gets the field work, which gives him 2 imams for free, which have now area heal ability. And now he's going for double stables. He really likes the Spahi. I think from the Ottomans, he's gonna like spam them. And Wham is upgrading the manners. He gets +3 manners more. He's looking to get more manners condensed land practices, and yeah, guys, he has double locks, and he has the berry landmark there for Ottomans, which now makes more sense because like he's going for double stable and double Spahi play. This is very... I think this is very nice play. I really like it because he has the imams. He can always pull back the Sipahi and heal them back. It's like they're like half a knight or something like that. You could call. And yeah, we see Wham going for Muslim nobles. He's going to have Demi Lancers against the Sipahi. I don't think it's going to be great for the Demi Lancers against like the melee armor with the Mehter and Sipahi, plus the Imam's healing ability. I don't think they can do much on the field, but he needs something as Anatan is just grouping up his Sipahi and moving out on the map with the Imams, and now we see the Demi Lancers going out.
There we go. We see quite interesting there from Wham. He desperately rushed up the last mana to try to get it up just before the Dem Lancers pop out, but misses out by fractions of a second there. I mean, it's not too significant. At the end of the day, I mean, the Lancers, just like you mentioned, although they are pseudo knights in some sense, they won't do too much against these Sipahi, especially with the Imam healing, like you highlighted. I mean, in favorable numbers like this, they'll do just fine. But once the healing comes in, it'll be a different story. And like you mentioned, the double stable from Anotan, the Sipahi, I also believe, like I said before, we mentioned before with the Chinese hand cannons, I do think Sipahi are one of the best units in the game. It's such an incredibly potent unit. Are definitely the best horseman, I would say. I think a lot of people do agree with that, but up there in the unit strength, without a doubt. And it's going to be quite an aggressive feudal age here from Anotan so far. More and more Sipahi in queue for him. He did shift over onto gold now, 11 total on gold, as Wham looks to put some pressure on this fishing here.
Yeah, and now we see Wham going for the Spearman. I mean, Lancaster Spearman has the ability to reduce the armor of the enemy units, but now they're getting caught off guard. Like, this is the things that you can do with the Sipahi if you have the oh, the Meter is in danger. If you have the Imam point, right? Like all this idle time and all this. Oh, okay, that's a nice pick off for Wham, killing three, I think 2 or 3 fishing boats there. I think 2 for now. So like all this idle time and everything, he took a lot of damage, right? Like this would feel very bad if he didn't have the Imams. It would be like complete waste. But now with the aerial healing, he can just come back, just fill up the fill up the tank, and then just go back again. Like, this is a pit stop, and then he will like go back and do it again. And while doing this, he's gonna get the castle age timing. And oh, he's actually adding some archers.
Yeah, exactly. It's a refueling station here with these Imams, with these Sipahi, as they once again roll out onto the battlefield to get some more damage done. Yeah, a couple of one archer in queue now for Anotan here. I think he was a bit worried about maybe Wham pushing across with all those spearmen and idling his gold, as that is going to be the case now, but the Sipahi do come back around to defend that position. Wham is going to look to pressure the right river now as well, as the fishing ships are going to be under fire, quite literally now, by the torches. And Castlage is in for Wham. It is the white tower for him, so straight. Ooh, demolition hit there. Killed quite a few of the spearmen. Many of them are low as well.
Yeah, that was a huge hit from Anotan there. That was a really huge hit, and we see the White Tower coming up, and now he has 3 Earl's Guards for that now, and that was a huge damage. Like I was surprised to not see a demo yet, and then I just like the moment I realized there was a demo just exploding. And yeah, like the melee units on this map, like these demo lancers and everything, is very annoying on the fishing boats, right? Especially if you're like in the middle of the map. But now, just one archer ship is just going to just shut it down. And Anotan is aging up with Imperial Armory, and he's about to have another Vizier point coming in. Let's see what he's going to pick from that. He just did pick the sheep, extra sheep. It's not just extra sheep. It's also the 15% mining speed, right? Now he doesn't have anyone because he's pushed off gold and stone, but it's also a nice bonus for him for his economy in the longer term. But Wham, is he going fast Imperial Age?
Oh, it looks to be the plan here for him, right? So much food in the bank, no additional units being produced, and Lancaster is becoming a little bit notorious for this nowadays, right? Just the income from the manors makes this possible, similarly to Mongols. And I mean, just like the Mongols, they don't have free units, but they have extremely favorable cost trade for the units that they get from the Wingard Palace. And, I think typically this would be a little bit worrying for Wham because of how potent the Ottoman castle timing and all-in is. However, because of the White Tower, yeah, that is big right there. But the spy would respond just in time, but this still adds up, and this buys a lot of space here for Wham, right? But that White Tower specifically makes this Imperial Age a lot safer than it would be in other situations, and it's not like Anatan can't ignore it. He can go around it, sure, but then the reinforcements are going to be cut off from the main pushing army, and I think Wham, once he gets the Imperial in, not many things can stop him at that point. Anatan will have his work cut out for him trying to do damage.
He's almost an Imperial Age, and it's quite interesting to see every relic are still on the map. Like, we have 2 Imams from Ottomans since Feudal Age. He has been using them quite nice for... Oh, there's one villager going down. The Demi-Lancers are still alive, like the whole game for Wham is showing how good he is, with how good of players these guys are to us. And now he's also like pushing back the Imam, just letting the relic pick up now. And yeah, he just didn't have the time to just go and just grab the relics, right? Because he just only had the Spahi and only 2 archers, so he just cannot be like out there just grabbing relics. I think like only Spahi play for Feudal Age, I really like it, but then I think the transition was a bit slower, and he's adding more docks at the back now. And now the Manners, like this is like the Malian game, right? We just watched. Like the Manners will constantly give him resources, and Anatan has the fish boom, like fish advantage. He's also going Imperial Age, I feel like. That looks like it. But now, Wham, with another passive income, let's say Wingard Palace, like he has a bit more advantage now. And Anatan is going to get like another layer of passive income, which is like Imperial Age bonus for the Ottomans and the units. So it's going to be an interesting, like usually this is what I see when I see Ottoman and Lancaster play against each other. They don't really want to do too much stuff with their like economy, with their villagers against each other, because like they both just want to get to Imperial Age, right? So it's just a matter of like who gets when there. So yeah, we still see relics on the map, right? I see every relic on the map. No one has picked them up yet. Okay, that wall needs to be fixed sometime. As Anatan just spotted that villager is going to go down for the Spahi there. And I think he doesn't have a... Does he not have a scout? I think he looks for the relic there with his units.
Yeah, I think that was the idea there. I don't think he spotted that wall out. And oh no, he does have another unit there along the wall. I'm not sure what that is exactly. It might be another.
I think that's the Imam looking for the relic there.
Oh, the Imam. Yeah, it might be the Imam actually. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it looks like
it's there it is.
Oh, okay. Like, just kill this guy and then I'll pick up the relic. They're helping each other, you know? Like, the spy is finding the relic, the Imam is finding the villager for them. Okay. Like, this is the problem I see for Anatan's side now. Like, he's gonna run out of fish. His docks are more exposed, but the Lancaster has a landmark, that is the Wingard Palace, and the Manners for them, like, going in, right? And 33 spearmen against 19 Spahi, and just 2 Springles to counter all these spearmen. Like, everything is just looking good for Wham right now, as he is going in and wants to kill the military school. That would be like a huge blow, because like for Ottomans, they're not cheap. They're good, but they're not cheap. He's just like... Light speed is just like evaporated all the HP away from that military school, but I think it's getting repaired. He might regret it later for not killing it off. Like one more hit and it would be just gone. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would have been worth it to commit the spearman there to burn it, right? And I gotta say, this game is looking very, very similar to another House of Lancaster Ottoman game that we have seen. I don't know if you remember Marine Lord against Louis MT on Enlightened Horizons. This is essentially completely identical to what that game looked like. And I mean, that did not end very well for Louis MT in that specific game, as just the sheer overwhelming number of spearmen up against the Sipahi. There just wasn't enough that Louis MT was able to muster in terms of a defense up against this kind of a mass. However, Anatan is making a key difference, however, which is where he's actively producing archers now. which are definitely very much necessary in this situation. But the question is, because there's such a short distance between the two bases, is it enough? As Wham strikes from all sides here, the spearmen come from the left, and the Demi-Lance is an additional spearman from the right. The siege is being targeted. One of the Springboards goes down here for Anatan. There is still a Mangonel here left standing, but the Mangonel will not do too much up against this melee mass. This will get cleaned up, but another contingent of spearmen comes in. The Mangonel is going to die. Most likely the villagers are busy repairing the Springboard instead. Mangonel does go down, and the Springboard is going to go down as well. The villagers are not enough to repair it. A lot of troops being thrown away here by Wham, but I think great value gained.
Yeah, I think he lost more value there overall, but he's like his civilization is right now is producing more value out on the map, as like Anatan is only on 3 military schools and Wham is on 9 manors now, so he's like maxed with his passive income abilities with his civilization, whereas Anatan needs to drop, like he's dropping 1 military school now, and like there is 1 relic that is just brought in the base, and he just needs to do a lot more to get going. And as we can see that in the incomes, like for Wham is almost doubled. And obviously the military schools do not like show there as a value, as a resource value, right? But still, we also don't see the Vanguard discount there. So the Wham is in really good spot for this game right now. I feel like he didn't even bother taking relics, like he didn't even bother having a monastery or anything. He just doesn't want to waste time against Ottomans. Like he can still be dangerous, right? Like with the a lot of great bombers, like they can have really good efficient army if they hit 200 population. So Wham, it was just like throwing away units and like dwindling down the siege number, especially the siege and the Spahi numbers there, to make the rest of the game comfortable for himself. That's what I feel like. And now we see another Vizier point just coming in. And let's see what... Yeah, okay, he goes for the Advanced Academy. More speed for the military schools. That's reasonable, of course.
Yeah, definitely needed here in this position. I mean, he could potentially go for the Janissaries, but like you mentioned, he doesn't have all of his military schools. And, I mean, although they'll do good damage against the Spearmen, it's a numbers game that just does not really favor Anatan in this position, as more and more garrison command is coming through, more spearmen. Padded Jack on the way now as well, and behind this Wham is prepping a potentially a yeoman transition, as we do have the Shire levies coming in. No yeoman upgrades just yet, but that might be on the card soon for him. But Anatan doing a great job here of massing a huge amount of archers, which is definitely necessary up against this. And you can see the kind of pressure he is under, because just like you said, Sass, those great bombards provide a huge amount of value for Ottomans once they get online. But in this position, just being, you know, assaulted by so many spearmen, he kind of has to keep going with the springboards for the defense.
Do you really like... I think I would take like great bombards.
Or maybe he forgot, you know.
Man, he could be. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. Like he could have forgotten, exactly. But he could be like preferring the Springles, because like, yeah, like you just like A move with them, right? Like in with the Great Bombard, you want to like target like specific things, like more. You just don't want to like shoot like 1 spearman like on the flank or something. But like Springle, it's like whatever. Like you just fire faster anyway. So maybe that's just a choice. Like I can see that being a thing. So we just suddenly have 17 yeomen for House of Lancaster, and all the resources are piling up. I think it's just a matter of time for him to get like 4 or 5 culverins, or maybe mangonels of his own. I think he could even do hobblars in this position, like after having so many spearmen and forcing his opponent. Even if it's Ottoman archers, like even if it's Ottomans, it's 44 archers and hobblars with the extra armor that they have. He's actually making them. He has 7 of them. Maybe it's just from the landmark, I'm not sure. But yeah, he has the elite upgrade for them, right? So I think he's considering them for some point. I don't know how many stables he has. But like he's with the extra armor, look at that, like that is 10 ranged armor, which is like great.
It's no joke. It's no joke for sure.
Yeah.
I wonder maybe there might be a slight bit of hesitation on Wham's side to go for the Hoblar, specifically because of the lack of hill training. Obviously, he went for the DY Tower. I mean, Hobbler is still a fantastic unit, even in this position against so many archers, but they do lose a little bit of value without that significant additional charge damage from hill training. So looks like for now he's going to stick to. He did produce a few additional yeomen. We do see synchronized shot now being researched for him. No range damage upgrades in for him yet. That might be what he prioritizes after this, but he's still just quite content now, just spamming out the cavalry army from the Wingard Palace. More Hobblars, more Demi-Lancers, because I mean Anatan has no Janissaries, right? He doesn't really have an answer to all this cavalry now as the fight comes in.
Ooh, that's a nice synchronized shot there. That's took a lot of HP away from the archers, and he keeps pushing into the archer ball, and Anatan is trying his best, just trying to choke his opponent's army into the... Oh, that's a lot of villagers are gonna go down. Like, Anatan is trying his best to keep him funneled into the Springles with the archers there with the positioning, but the Springles are doing absolutely nothing against those horses, and the economy numbers are going down. 0 food per minute. And like there is, okay, that one is to be spared and tell the tale of the others. What happened to them? What happens when you play Ottomans against Lancaster on this map? Apparently, Lancaster is still very good pick here as Wham equalizes the series.
Yeah, that vid is gonna tell a horrific, nightmarish story to the shambles that is left of the Ottoman army in this map in this instance. But yeah, Wham strikes back at Anatan quite fiercely here in game number 2 as equalizes the series now 1-1. This is the best of 5, and this is the last chance in this qualifier, at least, for either of these players, right? So whoever wins this moves on, but whoever loses is just finished in this run, at least. Of course, there are still 2 additional qualifiers, so not all hope is lost, but in this specific run, it certainly is if this series is lost. And they are neck and neck at this point in time, both winning with arguably some of their strongest civilizations that they have access to. We did get a little glimpse of the draft there. We're going to have a look again there to see. And we see Anatan still has Jushi's Legacy and Japanese left, both very, very potent picks. Whereas Wham still has Chinese left over, as well as Delhi, Byzantines, Mongols. All of these are really, really strong civilizations. Abbasid for Anatan can also be very strong depending on the map. We do see 4 lakes being present quite notably, as well as Kawasan. So still a lot of potential for these games to go either way, as both players have access to some great civs.
Yeah, they do indeed. And the next map is going to be Kawasan, and we're gonna see yet another AUBIT gameplay from another Canadian, which is obviously we saw it from Poppypaw with that really nice build with the industry wing. So let's see if this will work, if he's going for the same build here, and if it's going to work something other than the Templar on this map. And now we'll be underway. Let's see how this game will go.
Yeah, interesting to see Jushi being picked here for Anatan. Normally it's a civ that thrives on land. Of course, very good on water as well, but typically favored on land because of its prowess. But we'll have to see what he cooks as we do load into game number 3 here between Wham and Anatan. Wham spawning at the north side of the map in the color blue as the Ayubids. His opponent, Anatan, in the color yellow in the south side of the map as the Jushi's Legacy. And we are on Kawasan, one of our hybrid maps for Masters of Steel.
Yeah. Again, I kind of missed Kawasan. I don't love the
Same here,
like
actually.
I'm not a fan of like full water gameplay, but like Kawasan I think is one of the interesting ones. Just because how contested these ponds are. I really like it when it's like more contested like this, like, and when it's not RNG. Like I look at this Kawasan with the central spawns, I really like it because like the other way, like, oh, you spawn left and your opponent like spawn right, and then like that's like you not only you have to practice the map and the civs, and like you also have to like take that positioning into account, which is like this. This is a really nice map in my book, at least. It's like a really And also, it's not too heavy on the water play, right? Like unless you
Yeah.
lose both the legs, like at minute 8, you can still play the map, or like you can just split the ponds and all the fish. So it's not like I've seen like long games on this map, also long and action-packed games.
I do
So
agree with you.
yeah,
It provides a good amount of variety. You know, we often end up in this split bond scenario where
yeah.
the game ends up kind of even, and then it sort of turns into almost a standard land game with extra food income from those spawns, right? Obviously, there's ships roaming around, and they can play a bit of an impact and pathing around those ponds, of course. But I'm a fan of the map as well. I do have to say, quite notably here,
Mhm.
however, neither player opts for any kind
Doesn't
of Dark Age dock as part of it, and these villagers are
4 villagers, 5 villagers? What
what?
is going on?
What is
Did
this?
they were they like, okay, let's have a vil fight in the middle, and whoever wins just
Yeah.
like wins?
Oh, I
It's
know
like,
what this is. It's because of the meditation gardens, right? I think he
oh,
was worried he would place it in the center, and Wham wanted to prevent it completely.
oh my God, no.
That's
Now
crazy.
he just pulled 5 villagers?
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Okay. Yes, he did. I mean, okay, like you can just leave them there, right? Like dock after, make a meal. Like there's a lot of berries for an A-bit civ. Like this is going to be one of the games of all time, maybe. So now
It's
Anatan
looking
just
to be.
split his villagers and okay, one on the right pawn and one on the left pawn, and now we see the dogs coming up. Like Anatan doesn't have the wood.
No,
Like
he
he
has
has
to
two
choose.
villagers on two pawns, but like he doesn't even have the wood for one dog. I am very confused about what's going on in this game.
Yeah, this is not the kind of start I expected. I mean, I somewhat expected the dock skipping in Darkish for both of these saves, but the villager scuffle in the center was definitely. I don't think anyone had that on their bingo
Even the
card.
sheep are even the sheep is killing more sheep there. It's like taking a turn around the scout. That is like, I think even the villager is confused as if like, what am I doing here? Why am I here? And now Vam is just like taking a okay, another sheep. Like he doesn't care,
Oh my god, he killed
obviously.
5 sheep.
That's 5 head actually. That's blocking a dock placement, I'm
That's
sure.
true.
Yeah,
That's
he's
true. It
blocking
definitely
his
is.
own dock placement. Yeah, 5 head. So Anatan takes control of the lake on the left, and Wham is controlling the lake on the right. I think, unless Wham is going like something crazy and like trying to dock the other lake as well. But the difference here now, Wham already has like 2 docks, right? Like he
Yeah.
already has 2 docks, and his and his docks are cheaper, right? And he built them like he can build them for the rest of the game. He's going to build these things faster, right? So that's like
Yeah.
his advantage, okay? And Sushi's Legacy, he has the meditation gardens. Having stone and berries, like stone, you usually like to have it here on this map, I think, like passively just accumulating stone, just
Yeah,
for like
definitely.
maybe arrow slits, or like maybe like towers in the center, like hand cannon slits, or like springle towers on like key areas on the map, like in the center, left and right. But now there's no lake that is like really contested now. They're just going to just juice up their food income from the lakes. So I'm really curious how both of them are going to follow this up. We see horsemen coming up from Wham.
I do wonder because we have the double dock in the south pond there for Wham, and the pond in the north is quite firmly under Anatan's control at this point. I don't think we'll see any congestion at this point in time, right? Because the dock play was delayed by both players so significantly, it's very difficult, especially with Galley up already on both of these spawns from either player. It's very hard to try to contest the other player's pawn at this point in time. So it's kind of a handshake situation where, okay, well, you have that pawn, I'll have this one, and we just play from here on out. And yeah, just like you said, Horseman out now for Wham and the Iobids, one on the field, second one in queue now as well. Jugunu follow up by Anatan. He might not have spotted the stable just yet, so if he builds with the Zuganu, that could be a little bit dangerous, but Wham is already playing for the Castle Age.
Yeah, he's like halfway there already, and like Anatan has Chikunu, and he's going for Song Dynasty. Like he really wants to push it with. Oh no, okay, it's not Song Dynasty. I'm blind. I'm sorry. I thought that was the landmark there for some reason. It's a barracks now, but like, what is he going to do? Like, can he push like Wham? Can like Abids have Desert Raiders, right? So he can just age up with Desert Raiders and. Or like just the imams, it's like I don't think he can stop like the relic grab from Abids there.
No, not really. I mean, not with. I mean, he's getting some spearmen out, which is going to obviously help out against this kind of cavalry. But I mean, we're probably going to see logistics here from Wham, I would assume, right? And with how fast the dervishes are, you need quite a few spearmen to be able to catch up to those dervishes. And if they start healing each other, then well, good luck, to actually to start killing them, especially with that boosted healing compared to feudal age dervishes, significantly more in castle age as opposed to the feudal age. And I wonder if maybe Anatan is just intent on doing quite a grand push here. Jushi's legacy feudal age is not to be underestimated whatsoever, so that could be on the cards here, and he's already hitting the gold right as Wham clicked that age up, and Wham is not greeting, it's going to be the advancement here instead.
Oh, yeah, he just needs like you have a lake with 4 deep sea fish, right? And to spawn like this and under pressure like this, like what are you gonna do? I am just expecting to see like Gulams, and all you need is like 2 barracks and like just keep pushing out. Okay, 1 villager gets sniped. There are a few more that are low HP, and that 1 horseman is just doing a great job at like cutting off the new units just crossing towards his side. And he doesn't have another gold, but with all this food income, I feel like he can even justify using a market, like at least for the first few units. And Anatan is getting siege engineers, and he's about to drop a ram, probably a ram.
Yeah, it would make
like 20
sense.
seconds, right? Like 20 seconds. I think Wham is going for. I don't know. He has a stable, but like I don't know if he has barracks or not. Maybe he just goes for like camel lancer and archers too. That would also be okay. He wants to upgrade the tower.
Some sneaky stone gathering over there. That upgrade could prove quite pivotal in keeping that tower alive, because if he manages to fortify the outpost, then Wham can quite safely keep 5 villagers in there to aid on the defense with the arrows, and the Gulams will be able to push back the mass here. Notably here for Anatan, there is 0 blacksmith upgrades in for him yet, which means that he'll have a tough time fighting under this tower if he so chooses, even with the ram and this army mass. And Gulam's already in the queue. Only 1 barracks though, however, and with 11 Zoogs on the field, I think he might need a second one here at least. Or at least some camel lancers, but it seems like there's none in queue just yet.
Yeah, but okay, archery? Okay. He wants to go Gulams and archers, I feel like then.
Yeah, it must be right.
Then I think maybe he just realized that Anatan doesn't have like any other blacksmith upgrades for now. And okay, the ram is just like left alone to its fate. Nope. There are some Chukunus wanting to protect it. I think he's worried about not having gold. Maybe that's why he's going for the archers. But I mean, I think he could justify getting like markets. But okay, I mean, Anatan also has some food income like from the fish, right? So like he's not too far away from Castle Age.
Yeah, it's definitely not.
Yeah.
And because of the discount and the faster building, and obviously then supervision from the Imperial officials as well, he's going to have his upgrades and his own timing in no time here as the Jushi's legacy, right? So not too worrying here for Anatan. And these Gulams, I mean, Gulams are great on the defense in such a situation, but they can't do much else besides that, right? You can't really push across the map with them in this position when you're on the back foot like this. Now we see a market being rushed up by Wham. You know, on a map like this with a pond, he does have additional food that he can sell for that gold. But this is not an all-in situation from Anatan, as Mount Lu Academy is getting dropped now with Barrow and Q as well. And finally, the blacksmith upgrade's coming as well. Meanwhile, Iron Undermesh on the way for Wham's Ayubids. And Wham just stopped at one Gulam, and that's it. I think he feels that's all it needs. Now this morning Q, as well as archers. But the map control is rescinded here for Wham. There's not much left. He sneaked out onto this gold in the south. Quite dangerous, but somewhat safe at the same time because it's so out of the way. I don't really see Anatan expecting this. But I do love this here from Anatan. Took out one of the docks there, and if he takes out the second one, then that will be interrupted fishing here for Wham for a while, with only the one to the other side of the pond left for him.
Yeah, definitely. That is like a risky play there, but he will just get a wall up and he will be like safe on that side for now. And yeah, he's able to push Anatan back for just a little while, I think, because like, okay, Anatan just spots that, and maybe he will be there in time with the knights, because like that's very dangerous. Anatan has knights in queue, and I think they will just directly go there. And he will be grabbing... Wait, he has the other landmark, sorry. He doesn't have the Shaolin Monastery, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, but he still like keeps the control over the map, so he's going to take like relics also himself, I think. At least the ones in the center. And yeah, archers are trying to do their best, but like they only have 3 Gulams in front of them, and the next 2 knights can show up here and create a lot of problems for this army from Wham, as he doesn't even have like +1 armor, +1 attack, sorry, against Anatan's units there. And yeah, we have 5 more knights in queue and against only archers. I think Wham needs something else other than just mostly archers there.
He really does. Like I don't think this infantry against infantry fight is something that favors Wham in the long run. I feel like Jushi just has the superior infantry, really. I mean, the Jugenu, now crossbows being added for him as well. I mean, the Ayubids have some good things going for them. Normally, obviously, the Gulam is just stronger than the Palace Guard in a direct engagement if we do go for that. But Anatan instead opts directly for Knights here, which, I mean, Wham is now starting to add in Camo Lances, but being behind with Camo Lances compared to regular Knights, especially when the Knights are, you know, stronger in a direct engagement at least, is not a really favorable position, as the Lancers do find the gold miners in Wham's base. They will get idled out, but none do die. And there are still quite a few villages in that south side, which Anatan now knows about. And he will be able to hit them if necessary. There is a Dao there just to protect them. The Lancers find the woodline. One will goes down. A second one will go down as well. And the Lancers, only one dies.
Yeah, and they're looking to get... Oh, okay, let's change their mind. They were looking to kill those villagers that were building the house. He's going to charge on another one. Okay, one of them misses. And keep in mind, now, the map is a bit narrow, right? Like in the center especially, with both players just controlling each dock. And yeah, this is what I was about to say. Like, Nesto B's here, and the towers with all that passive stone income Anatan has. I think it's looking great for him right now. And he's grabbing the first relic of the game, safely carrying it back. I think he got it from like the left side of the map. And he could be even like going for the one at the top. And yeah, the thing is, when you have the map control on this map, yeah, he's going for that one too. He wants all the relics in the game. Like when you have the map control, like you force your opponent to come out and fight you here, which is something I like about this map. Because you're threatening to kill their docks, right? Like the ships cannot really protect them like forever, unless they're in like Imperial Age or something, right? Because the rams, like you can just drop a ram, and he still has that ram from Feudal Age, I think, and he can just like ram them down and like threaten to kill their fishing boats and everything.
Yeah, and losing the fishing in this kind of a position, as well as the map control, is, I mean, essentially it's a game-sealing move for either of these players. Now Wham makes a steadfast attack up onto that center position here for Anatan, but I mean, gaining the center in this kind of a position is such a big advantage on this map as well, like a few other maps too. I mean, there's so many berries there, which I mean favors Wham as opposed to Anatan, so it's more significant for Wham to have those berries than Anatan. But at the same time, if Anatan has the berries, then naturally Wham does not have them. And with that tower and now nest of bees being added as well, and just like you mentioned, the fishing is going to be threatened now, notably not only by the ram on the docks, but the nest of bees as well will do huge damage to those fishing ships. It's starting to look quite grim for Wham.
Yeah, it's like this ram, like he has to respond to it. He has to like send units, and now Anatan seeing it, he's just like sending his knights into towards the wool line of Vam just because like he had to respond to it, and there was a dead scout, and now with the control on one side of the lake with the nest of bees, he's making a dock. Like it's not only denying all this food from your opponent, you're also going to take it away, like take it in your pocket, right? Like it's
Yeah.
he can just start making like arrow seeds for the dock with that passive stone he has, but he can just like make his own ships. It's just not only that, he's gonna force like ships, force a response. It's just like it feels to me, it's a bit like King of the Hill, isn't it?
In some ways, yeah. It's just instead
Yeah.
of gold, it's just a ridiculous amount of
Yeah.
food instead, right? So it definitely is quite some overlap in that regard. And, and I gotta say, this army is just looking really, really scary here from Anatan, right? It's such a
Yeah.
well-rounded composition. The crossbows, the spearmen, as well as some Juganu, lancers, nest of bees as well. Wham is getting up that classic Ayubit composition of archers as well as camel lancers, with a mangonel supporting as well. But the nest of bees getting immense shots on the back line. So many archers go down there. That's a crippling amount of damage dealt to Wham's army there. I don't think this is an engagement he can win anymore.
Oh, that's a nice charge there. That's very dangerously close for the nest of bees, but like the archer numbers, they just went down from 33 to 15 in a second, in a blink of an eye, and now the rest is just for the crossbows to kill the camel lancers. They don't have that HP that the knights have to just go on top of the siege and just like mow down everything, and wham, this just calls it. This is just like, it's too good of an army to deal with on this type of map in this position. Anatan
Yeah.
takes the third game. It's 2-1 for him now.
Anatan once again taking the lead in this series. Back and forth, these two players go. Clearly a very, very tight matchup we have on our hands. As we'd expect, I see Wham against Anatan very, very often, and it's always really, really close game between these two. So clearly they are neck and neck when it comes to skill, and that is the case today as well so far. And yeah, I mean, the nest of bees, right? I mean, quite often we see this from Jushi and China. Once those nest of bees get to a good count and, God forbid they're able to push across the map, it's such a hard unit to deal with if you don't have the cavalry numbers especially. And obviously spearmen in combination with crossbows make it very difficult for any kind of cavalry, light or heavy for that matter, to engage. And if you can't engage the nest of bees, you can't kill them. And if you can't kill them, they will kill you.
Yeah, they will kill you indeed. And yeah, that's just what happened to Wham. I wonder if he could do something different there, like against that push, because maybe if he had another gold, maybe he would go for something else. But like the time, like with all those units that made from Anatan, all that push with the ram and everything, he wasn't late to Castle Age, and that's like thanks for the fishing, right? So what do you do here? Do you go for like some sort of like military control or like the tech up in this type of map when you have the fish? I'm not sure. So speaking of fish, we have another map. Next map is another map with some fish on it, but again, it's not just a water map, right? So we're going to have, I think, 4 lakes. Next map is going to be one Mongols against Japan. No, it's Mongols against English. It's going to be Mongols from Wham and English from Anatan. English. This is my first time seeing English recently in a game this at this level.
Yeah, English is is starting to be quite rare in tournaments nowadays, right? It's a civ that they have really been struggling for quite a long time now, right? So I'm quite excited to see them being, having played them a lot myself, especially years ago. And historically, they do really well on four legs. But whether that's still the case today is something we'll have to see. And historically, against Mongols, they found themselves very much struggling on water maps, especially. I remember you and me said this is something we discussed quite a bit in the past, right? This matchup in particular on water maps. We get to see it manifested here today in the modern day for AoE4. So I'm quite excited to see what Anatan is going to cook with them. But I think he has his work cut out for him up against the Mongols.
Let's see what he has in store for us. And now we see Anatan spawning in the northwest side of the map in color yellow, playing as the English, and he's straight up going for the dock on that west pond there. Beautifully found there. And every lake is just like the same here, 4 lakes with 4 deep sea fish on each one. It's quite simple. There was some like math going on in chat before, so this is 4 lakes with 4 fish. You do the math. So, and now we have a different start from Wham, as opposed to what we saw earlier today from Puppy Paw. He started with a dock first, and then he made an ovu. But now Wham decides to make an ovu first, and still gathers wood, which makes me think maybe against English he wants to open some horsemen here. With all that deer next to his town center, maybe he can justify going for... Okay, he's dropping something. He's dropping stables. He's dropping something on the Uvu. Let's see, because I don't see a dot. Yeah, okay, he's going for the stables now. And yeah, now Anatan just spots it right in time. Now, what do you do? I think I really like this opening. With all that deer in front of like the town center there. And you can like just push them with the gear also. I think this is going to be like a great start for Mongols here. Unless Anatan is able to do something about this horseman play. Because now he has to bring... Okay, he's starting barracks. Maybe with the network of citadels or castles. Okay, which one is the first one, Mirat? Network of castles or citadels?
Network of castles is the first one, and the upgrade is citadels. Yeah. I do agree with you though. Like this, we spoke about this, right? I mean, the stable opening here for Mongols is pivotal against the English, right? The English have no access to Dark Age spearmen whatsoever, and ever since the armor nerf in Dark Age for these men at arms, notably, I think they really struggle against horsemen, and they did even before the nerf, right? So, Anatan has his work cut out for him here. He is going to start with that dock, followed up straight away by barracks for his defense. And maybe he's able to just hold his ground there and keep the dock alive. But I just fear that Wham will just have a significant tempo lead, right?
Yeah. I mean, he has to defend the dock. Like, you built it. Like, you just cannot let it die or... but like you have a limited amount of gold, right? Like you start with 100 gold, which is 5 mana terms for you. And now Wham can just ignore this mana term, go over the gold, just keep being annoying everywhere. As he's adding more fishing boats, maybe. But it will be very slow, I feel like, because Wham is already on, like, look at the food income, right? Like he has 2 extra fishing boats, but Wham is already like on the deer, right? So even if he's making horsemen, and when he double produces, he's using his stone. So it's a bit like a bit weird interaction there. I feel like now he's just like getting idle time. Like this is a really big part of the economy, as 3 horsemen is just like fighting against 1 man at a time. He's just like very low HP now. He's using his villagers to shoot the horsemen too. And Wham is not getting any gold. He's not planning on aging up anytime soon. 1 horseman goes down and also 1 man at arm. But in exchange for all that idle time, I think it's worth it, because like look at the resources. Like Wham, I think he can get to feudal age earlier than Anatan if he keeps like doing this. Now he's just gonna go over there and just start burning the dock. And now when men at arms are coming here, I think he's gonna go over to gold again. I don't know when he will stop this. Any predictions? I don't know. I actually don't know.
It's the real question is, can you really stop it? I mean, the men at arms are just more expensive than the horsemen, right? In terms of because in this position, gold is just a really premium resource and delays your age up. You can't just invest so much into men at arms to defend them. And you see the horsemen will just peel away to avoid dying up against the men at arms. Meanwhile, they just keep torching the dock, keep putting on more pressure and more hurt. And the double production is going to make the numbers favorable here for Wham in the long run. Meanwhile, I mean, Wham does have his own dock behind this. Okay, that's what I wanted to check. So it's not like he's going to fall behind in food too severely here. Yeah. I mean, it's just like even the mobility is such a difficult point for these men at arms. You see, oh god, it's so painful.
Yeah, it's beautiful micro from Wham there, just baiting that men at arm, just reducing their damage output there, just baiting him to catch that low HP horseman. Yeah, like men at arms will beat the horseman on 1-on-1 in Dark Age, but not like this, right? Like the Mongol has an advantage there. Plus, on top of everything, the Mongol is not building any houses right now, right? It's like I'm not lying to you. This is a really good bonus to have right now for Mongols. Like that's what you meant, right? Like with the gold and stuff. Like for Mongols, it's just getting wood. Like it doesn't like need the wood for like dropping houses or stuff like that right now anyway, right? So yeah, we have, oh my god, 8 villagers coming in. These guys love to pull their villagers. Actually 10 villagers are coming. I think he feels like he has to defend this and yeah, I think, what the hell? It's like 1-2. He's just targeting the villagers. This is insane. Did he have to do this? Another one goes down. Another one is gonna go down. Was it a misclick?
No, it was definitely intentional, I think, because he has to defend this dock, right? Like, if he lets it fall, it's just over for him, because he invested so much into fishing, and it's not like he's ever going to get a dock up again on that side with those horsemen present. And, I mean, you know, the damage has been done. Sure, he got away the horsemen, he saves the dock, but 4 villagers give their lives for that effort. You got to ask yourself, was that really worth it?
We can get the answer to it I think in the end of this game, we can just try to see like the income per minute from now on. Maybe it's just going to be like has better food income still and is repairing that. Oh, that villager is about to die. Horsemen are back. The Mongol horsemen are back. Another one. Like this is like this is not even... Oh, the counter-attack from the men-at-arms, though. So that dock is gonna go down. Does he have enough time to make a boat out of it? I think I can see what's gonna happen. I think he's gonna pull another villager to repair and another villager is gonna go down. Isn't it?
I mean...
Please no. Please don't do it.
Maybe if he had the men-at-arms to defend, he might look to do that. But I think both of these docks are going to go down potentially.
Oh, this dock,
Wham is... there's another dock.
Another one. Okay, another one.
Another one.
Yeah, another dock. Because I thought that was producing the archer ship, but it was actually producing the fishing boat. Yeah, and where is that villager that made that dock though? It's like
great question.
Leaking somewhere.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, it's gonna make a dock on the other side now, isn't it?
He's going to parlay to the English. It's like, look, if you just let me live, I'll join your side. But the horsemen are there to meet the men at arms and defend their village's life with their own. So dock is gonna stay up for Wham. Anatan's dock, however, did fall, and that's really, really bad news here for Anatan. All those fishing ships are now virtually useless.
Oh, okay. The villagers got caught. At least there won't be a dock on Anatan's pawn for a while. And those men-at-arms, With the Abbey of Kings that you have, you don't really want to lose them, but they're trading quite well, I think, against them. And yeah, the king just comes here to save the day. Now we have 2 Keshiks on the field. There will be another one coming out very soon. And Wham is, I think, flirting with the idea of going to Castle Age at some point. Oh, okay, that villager goes down. And he has some, like he can spam a lot of archers right now and just kill Anatan, I feel like.
I think so
that's
as well.
what I would do, but let's see what he wants to do. Maybe he wants to just like be greedy and like get away with more. But like the woodlines, we talked about this before in this map today, they're tiny, and all these archers with like the falcons and everything. Oh, he wants to kill the king.
Getting quite close to it. The king is getting
there.
very low, but thankfully he does have more move speed than those Keshiks, right? So he is going to be able to get away. He does flow with the idea of going back in here, but oh no, why? No! Oh, the king falls. The king falls. That's big damage dealt there. And Wham in a commanding position. I think the idea here is you just make enough units to push away Anatan's mass here, force him back on his side, and that will give him the space necessary to go Castle Age behind it, right? I mean, Anatan's fishing is back up and running now, but that dock cost a lot to get back up, and Anatan actually going for horsemen.
Anatan is going for horsemen indeed. I mean, yes, like you're against Keshiks and archers, and like longbows, it's like for now is a bit too expensive on the wood. I feel like, because like what you have is food from the fish, right? Like, and you're spending a lot of wood on it already to get that up, and the wood isn't that abundant. Like it looks like there is a lot of wood on the map, but it's like it's actually not. Like so he doesn't want to have. I think he doesn't want to go for like longbows, which are also arguably slower unit, right? Like you were mentioning earlier today, that you want to have cavalry. If like without it, you don't really feel like you get bullied around, right? Like without mobility here. And he has the king, so he can like trade against Keshiks here and there. I feel like it's not a bad choice.
Oh, it's
Maybe.
definitely not. And traditionally, I mean, you know, spear horsemen can do pretty well, especially in low counts up against cavalry archers, right? It can do very, very effectively in these early skirmishes before that critical archer mass is reached. So Anatan looking to control the mid map using this mobile, quite threatening composition, right? Up against Wham's, what you could argue is technically a better rounded composition, but it's much more difficult to control, and you do need the numbers to make it truly effective as well. He's getting some upgrades in now. Mining upgrade as well as Steeled Arrow coming in for him notably, and the Castle Age is getting ever closer here as Wham. I mean, you can see those early game skirmishes really going in his favor, especially with that dock kill, as his economy is notably in the lead here.
Yeah, if you just looked at the destroyed value, that would tell you otherwise. But actually, it was most of them were from like double produced horsemen and destroyed dock, like which Mongol is like very easily just replacing them. So he actually didn't lose a lot there. And yeah, that's like a lot of spearmen against archers and Keshiks. But let's see what Anatan. Oh, okay, that's a big find. That's a massive raid. I think one more villager will go down. Maybe another one. Yes. Just like that. He kills 3 villagers and idles like 9 villagers from gold and the deer there. That's rough.
Such a big damage again, especially in the position that Wham is in with this Castle Age, right? Buying this type of time and space, and you know, lead even further with the villager kills is massively significant in this spot. This dock will go down here, so that's some respite here for Anatan, but he does trade a lot of units in exchange for it. And I mean, Wham has another dock in that southern part of the pond towards the left there, so he doesn't really care. And as you mentioned, he can quite easily just replace it at any point in time. Meanwhile, Step Redoubt on the way here, and I do wonder to what level we'll see investment from Wham here in the Castle Age, or whether he just goes directly for Imperial Age instead.
Well, he could do that with that second goal that is like super safe next to his own pawn, right? Like he can protect it maybe better with already the 2 archer ships that he has there. There's something. Is there something blue in the North Lake? There was. Okay, was that a Keshik only? Okay, I thought that was a dock. There was I think a Keshik running away. Okay, my bad. Sorry. And now, Wham just hit the Castle Age with more economy. He already has 1400 food as he hits the Castle Age. So Myriad, I think, yeah, I think we're having our answer
I think
there.
he's very quickly answered our question as that food 36 workers on food as we speak and 27 on gold. I think he's going to get imp before Anatan gets Castle Age.
Okay, if that happens, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be very sad for English, right?
Yeah,
Like,
and that'll
it
be a
can
fun
happen though. Like,
reminder.
I can see it happening
Oh
because he
yeah,
only
oh
queued
yeah.
up like Archer and Kashik upgrade, and he's literally not making anything other than I think fishing boats and villagers. Like, he's not touching anything. He just like speed running Castle Age at this point. Like, it's almost there.
Yeah, it is a
Yep.
sad, sad day to be an English enjoyer on Four Lakes today,
English.
as Wham and Anatan showing us exactly why English is in the sorry, sorry state that it is. Very unfortunate, but hey, it is what it is. You know, I mean, just a casual imp before Castlage
I
for the
mean.
English is, you know.
Oh, Kagunet Palace just slaps that down as Anatan is in still feudal age. I mean, English, like, uh, I would prefer to play OTD here, like 10, like 100 times more than English, I think.
And
I
he
don't know.
has
It's
it
just
as
like,
well.
I mean, like, especially when your opponent has Mongols, like, it's just so bad. Like, you can't even do anything with your men at arms in, like, Dark Age. You're just, like, completely helpless against it. And we just saw it this game. Like, he just
Yeah.
couldn't do like he played his like he did what he could and yeah it's just like what is he gonna do with the White
I mean, he
Tower and Kagunet Palace are all are getting built at the same
I
time.
told you
Like
it's gonna be him before Castle. It's so depressing here for Anatan. I wouldn't be surprised if he taps out the moment that Kaguna finishes, knowing that there's just nothing he can do to contest it in this position. But you're completely
it would
right. I
be
mean, he had both OTD and Abbasid, both very decent, solid picks here, but he opted not to go for either, even though Kawasan was already played, so it's not like there's another hybrid map that he has to worry about. I'm really confused as to
yeah
why it's English here.
yeah I mean he must have his own reasons right but like what I would love to see right now a Hui Hui Pao just coming out of that landmark just start trapping the White Tower down that would be
Yeah.
like really funny like English, sad English noises. Let's see what's the next one? Yes,
It's
Papa,
gonna be
let's
it's gonna be the
go.
5 power, so that
Uh,
white tower is gonna get threatened barely after it goes up, right? Now Anatan is staying in this game, so credit where credit is due. I do respect this, you know. He's still going to try his best
of course.
despite how dire the circumstances are, right? Like I think you know, I think people understand. Like he'd be perfectly justified to GG in this position because it's just so difficult. It's an
I
immense mountain to
mean,
climb, but I do respect
yeah.
the attempt. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's not all over, right? Like we're just a bit exaggerating maybe because he's still like he has a good income. He's actually has better food income than Mongols right now. Just not the gold because of the step readout. And yeah, he has like a good income and there are still 5 relics on the map. Just it's just not quite right like the units, right? Like a lot of spearmen. But he could Pow Pow, and he got like 5 Imperial Palace guards, right? And like what 3 Mangudai in the end. Like he would still be in that spot.
Oh yeah.
You know, like Kagunet Palace is like really broken, and I really don't love that landmark in the game right now with its state. But the thing is, like the early game for English was like so bad that he could just go for like White Stupa and like still be like leading the game, I think.
No, I agree completely, right? Because the lead was just a bit too severe
Yeah.
by that point in time, right? So, I mean, if you just if you went White Stupa instead, he would simply just be able to double produce way more units instead of just getting them for free. And in a way, it would still be free units through that double production instead, right? So, still just a fervent lead in that game there for WAM as a result of that early game, and. Once again, we are tied neck and neck here. 2-2 between these two players. Such a close series so far. One game is won by Anatan, one game is won by WAM, and then back and forth, and then back and forth. And we are now to our decider. Game number 5 in this best of 5. And we are taken to Coastal Cliffs, and it will be Japanese for Anatan up against WAM's China.
Let's go. Let's see. Let's see what they have in store for us. China against Japan is one of the classic classic matchups now, right? Like we've seen this quite often. It's gonna be one of our classic. Like Japan is a DLC Civ, yes, of course, but it's one of the classic ones. So can't wait for it. Like they have the game number 5 that shows us how close these players are in terms of skill and their preparation. And let's see what they have in store for us, what they prepared for us in this game.
Yeah, so I'm quite curious to see because Japan has been gaining a lot of traction, especially on Coastal Cliffs, right? Quite notably, I think Louis was one of the first players to really start playing them actively here. So we'll see what they have in store for us. But we load into the deciding game here between WAM and Anatan in the lower bracket. The loser of this game is going to be eliminated from qualifier number 1, and the winner will face Puppy Paw in the losers bracket finals as Anatan spawns the north of the map in the color yellow as the Japanese, facing WAM in the color blue as the Chinese in the south side of the map. We are on Coastal Cliffs, a very narrow map here, what is essentially, in a way, 2/3 of dry Arabia, you could say.
Yes, it is, but it kind of changed a lot of things, how like the map is played. And no, you cannot dock for take the fish and on the map there's a huge cliff. We cannot make a dock there. We cannot eat the fish. So let's get that out of the way first. And it just changes the map a lot, right? Like, and also this map doesn't have a lot of wood lines. Like this map doesn't produce like super long games. It's like very, very rare. And it's only just 2 sacred sites. So like 2/3 of a dry Arabia, as you could call it. And I think, does that favor Japanese or Chinese here?
It's
I
tough
don't
to
know,
say,
actually.
right?
Yeah.
It's tough to say because, as you correctly mentioned, right? I mean, just the narrow nature of the map is quite good for a civ like China, who typically tends to play a more static composition, typically with infantry a lot of the time. I mean, we've seen some change of that normally with the pro scouts into a lancer timing, right? But I'm not sure how likely that is today. At least not a huge number of lancers, specifically up against Japanese, who arguably have one of the best knights in the game, especially in Castle Age. That is the case in the form of the mounted samurai. And that will favor China somewhat. However, at the same time, Japanese is also very good here because of the limited amount of stone. Means that China is not unable to throw up as many defenses as they would normally like against a civ like the Japanese. Meanwhile, obviously, Japanese, one of the bonuses is whatever stone they gather, they will also get gold from, and whatever gold they gather, they will also get stone from. So that's a good way to smooth out their stone and gold economy that way, better than most other civs can, and it can really, really bear fruit on this map. And straight away we see what has become somewhat standard for Japanese in the current meta, which is the Spearman deer shove in the Dark Age, and looks like that was going to be fully uncontested here by WAM, who's more focused on, I mean, as you should be to some extent, getting as many sheep as you possibly can.
Yeah, about that.
Oh, almost. Never mind.
uh, yeah, about that. He sniped some of the deer earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah. Okay. This is very common these days, right? Like I don't know, like everyone has their own experience from the game, I think, obviously, but I just like from getting rid of like killing roost deer or like playing against roosts and like going 2 scouts every game and have to kill deer around the map and like we're coming back to this. I will just say I'm not very happy about how forced this is. Yeah, I will just leave it at that. This is something like I'm seeing this way more often, I feel like. And I'm seeing this more and more in like more casual ranks and everything. So yeah.
It's
Yeah,
starting to
it's
be
something.
it's starting to be quite dominant, right?
Too
I mean,
repetitive, isn't it? Like it's just too
a little
repetitive.
bit. It depends who you ask, right? Some players
Yeah.
enjoy it, some players
Yeah.
don't. Personally, I don't know how I feel yet fully. This aspect of it I like, this aspects of it I dislike.
Yeah.
I may be slightly leaning towards you where it's like the more I see it, the less I like it, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those things. It's just repetition at the end of the day is the killer of
Yeah.
novelty, so they say. But
True.
yeah, I mean, it's something
Yeah.
we will have to see how it develops, right?
Yeah.
It's yeah,
Yeah.
it's just something that has to be observed
That
how
deer,
severe it is.
like, can we see the original position of that deer pack earlier? Those deer spawned there, and that's where they are dying right now, on the other side of the map. Like, it's just, I think there should be some limits to it. Like, I mean, this is not. I don't think this is a skill. And I'll just say that. Like I've seen, I've seen very casual players, very non-competitive players do it as well, like quite often. So yeah, I would like to have like more, more emphasis on like things that will like reflect their plays. Like that
It's
deer just
one of
like
those
next to
things.
the bar.
Yeah, it's like he wants to
Come
make a new
on.
friend, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
it's like Age of
it's one of those.
Cowboys. Like you're just hurting animals now.
Yeah, exactly right. It's Age of Zoos maybe
Yeah,
in this
yeah.
instance here, but it's interesting because the thing with the
Playing hide
deer
and
is
seek with all these deer like on the map. Like,
yeah.
well, you're pro scouting. Like, time to find all their deer on the map there where I hit them.
Just a quick shout out to Cassib08. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. We very much appreciate it here at Age of RTS. Much appreciated, my friend. Thank you so much, and we hope you're enjoying the show. I'm sure everyone in chat is thankful as well. But the deer, most of them are getting killed now around the map, right? Pro Scouts is in for wham at this point in time. He's actually going to start quite aggressively collecting some of Anatan's deer from his side of the map. Looks like at least one will come back relatively safely from those deer backs. Meanwhile, Anatan is producing some units, right? Actually, double archery range going up behind his base now. So this might be a bit of a heavier investment into feudal than most people would expect.
Yeah, double archer range start from Anatan, which is quite interesting. That scout is dangerously low HP, and yeah, I wonder what's the plan for Anatan here. He has one horseman. He's not producing anymore, and he's just going for Yumi archers right now.
Yes, he is, and I think this is something that I find quite good here from Anatan, because I'm not sure how you feel about this, Sess, but I think feudal Japan especially is something that is somewhat underexplored, and I would say is way more powerful than people give it credit for.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with this. Like, I agree with this. It's just like a question of getting there, but like with all these like deer pushing into his base and like with this opening, like slowing down your opponent. I think if it's a very long feudal age, right? I think Japan is quite good there, but keeping it as a very long feudal age is like quite hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Because like
part of it
you
comes
can
down to
take
that Kura.
yeah. You can technically get like all the attack bonuses on all your units, and like the samurai are actually like quite different than normal men at arms. So, and your archers are very cheap. Your horsemen are like slightly better, like bannermen or something. That's yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, yeah, and it's I think a big part of what makes it so feels so good for Japan specifically is well, besides the day shoving, which is great if you can get it, but I would argue that you don't even really need it if you play this type of style as Japanese, specifically because of the Kura storehouse. I mean, 12 free farms in an extended feudal age, it makes your food transitions so smooth, especially with how cheap these Yumi archers are nowadays. I mean, the Yumi archer is half the food cost of a villager, which, I mean, if you think about it like that, I think is quite amazing, really. And you can get out just so many of them, and like you mentioned, the longer it goes, the better it is for them, really, because those farms just keep bearing fruit in terms of food, and Wham knows it. He recognizes the threat of this, right? So he's gonna pay respect and put up that Barbican of the Sun to defend that gold. And the question is whether he's gonna keep investing into units here, or whether he's gonna just try to get in a castle age to try to deny this aggressive play altogether.
It looks like Wham wants to get to Castle Age. Like, I think he didn't really want to go for Song Dynasty, but the amount of units Anatan just made, like a lot of archers, it just gets shuts down. Like any type of aggression is just like shut down by having a Barbican now, and he's still like closer to Castle Age. And now he has Song Dynasty, which has like faster producing town center with all that bonus income. So I really like this for Chinese now. So yes, we just said like it's underrated, it's underappreciated maybe. Like these archers are fast and quite powerful, I would say. Like there's a potential for skill there, I think. It's pretty good, like as opposed to deer pushing, right? At least in my opinion. But now it's like against China. This is looking dangerous if China gets to Castle Age. But Anatan is not too far. And he already has 23 archers, so I don't know who I favor here, honestly, right now.
It's a weird one, I think, as well, right? I mean, I think the food situation definitely favors Anatan. I mean, sure, Wham has some day back in his base. Definitely a safe day, and I think he got one, maybe max two of Anatan's day. But again, like the Kura storehouse just provides so much value for him. Anatan, with all this map control, I mean, he's gonna get up to the castle age before I'm in this situation.
He clicked
right?
up before, yeah. He clicked up before.
Crazy.
There was, yeah. That's just like that was the moment like when he made the Barbican. He used all the villagers on gold, right? Yep. So that's why like that kind of messed up his macro. Maybe that was like something unexpected for Wham there, and then like. Then he just like has 800 food right now, which is, yeah, I think we can like safely call this like a mistake right now. And now the Bannerman is out. All these Yumi archers are gonna do a lot of damage. Like 23 archers. Like after all, they're now doing normal archer damage and way cheaper and faster. So they're not a meme anymore. I think they never were a meme for me, honestly. So
no, I agree. I think they were underestimated for a while, and the food cost buff, reduction, which is a buff, right? I think that's what really made it click for a lot of people once they actually tried it as a result of that, and they saw, oh damn, this is pretty good, right?
yeah.
Could we? Although I do see something pretty interesting here. There's 3 scouts out for Anatan. He just produced a 3rd one. Does he actually have pro scouts in? Is that something we can check maybe? Because this is quite wild. Oh no, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
I'm not sure why. Maybe just for the vision, I guess.
Maybe he just doesn't want to like miss any raids or something. Like map, we just talked about it. It's like 2/3 of Dry Arabia, right? Like so like just with few scouts, you can just like keep a control on like a vision on the map. Like what players usually do, they just like go out and like make outposts on like relevant areas on the map, right? For the vision, but like just parking few scouts while you're pressuring your opponent, I think is a nice way of doing it as well. And now we see Yumi clashing with the spears and knights there, and they're doing quite a lot of damage because Wham has zero upgrades on those knights, and they're just getting like shot down by +2 attack Yumi archers. 26 archers are going to melt down anything that Wham has. Like this can be over quite fast, I feel like.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely. I
those
think that
knights
was.
are getting 3-shot by those
Look at
archers
the
right now.
damage. Yeah, it was just, I think,
Yeah.
way too premature of a push out there from Wham. But although his woodline was
Oh,
under threat, so he was forced into it. I mean, there's zero upgrades here. Those knights were dropping like flies. 3 dead already, for 4 actually died in total now for Wham, and that's so much food. And Anatan knows it. I mean, it's so much space given over, and now Anatan. Zero holds barred, he's just diving with impunity here, directly deep under double hand cannon slit and arrow fire from the TC and Barbican, and I think it's actually worth it.
yeah, Anatan just realized the situation there, and like he didn't even have to like check for the armor yourself. The damage output there was so obvious, and he just killed 11 economy. I don't know if some of them were tax officials, but yeah, like how do you come back from this as Chinese? Like he just lost what? Like he just died with Yumi, right? Like he's not going to have a lot of like a hard time just making up that numbers again, because he already has like 2 archer ranges, and yeah, next will be mounted samurai, and how do you stop that as Wham? And he still has 0 upgrades. It's just only +1 armor is just like on the way, and now we have worse archers and worse knights on the field, and
Yeah,
Japan will
it's
be grabbing the relics now.
exactly. I mean, it's just, I mean, it's a tough thing to say, but Wham is essentially behind in every metric possible, right? He's behind
Yeah.
economically in terms of income. Well, at least, yeah, not counting the excess gold at least. He's behind in army. He's behind in upgrades. He's gonna behind in tempo in terms of relics here because of the free Shinto priests. And now the last deer that Wham needed is going to get spotted and interrupted by the mounted samurai as well.
Yeah, yeah, this is quite hard to play as Wham. Like getting dived like that, like this just messes up his economy, and like no deer coming in. Like this is just a mess for him right now, and beautifully played by Anatan there. Just smelt the blood in Wham's base and just went for it, and now we're going to see, I think, one more push from Anatan and rushing towers. I am not sure if there will be enough to hold it.
I don't think so. I mean, you know, when you rush double tower up on the frontal berries in front of your base, you know you're in a pretty rough position because it never feels good to put such heavy priority on some measly berries, right? But that's the sort of
Yeah,
desperate situation that Wham is in as another contingent of Anatan's army moves in. Here's so many mounted samurai and Yumi as well, and Wham has his own knights, but they barely hold a candle up to these mounted samurai in terms of raw strength. And even with these towers, Wham with the excess villagers is forced to run. The villagers will be dying. The imperial official is dead, and whatever semblance of an army he has left is soon to die as well.
yeah. Well, beautifully played by Anatan there. I think. Yeah, I think he was like at the right place at the right time, and now Wham calls it, and that's GG. Anatan takes the series and has one more shot at making it through for Denmark. He will play against Papipo next, and the winner will go to Denmark.
Beautifully played by Anatan in this last game, I have to say. Do you know what this reminds me of, actually? This like he played it a lot the way you probably would play HRE in this matchup, actually, right? You go this heavy feudal investment, you force out that Barbican to delay the castle timing from China, and then you just get your own castle timing and keep putting on some pressure, right? It really reminded me a lot of that, and I think it was almost flawlessly executed, pretty much.
Yeah, yeah, it was very similar to like what an HRE game would look like. Just yeah, just minus the mine work or rock and chapel. Yeah, that would be like very similar. With like the spear opening into archers, and Yeah, so as the players are getting ready, we're going to take a small break before we head to a qualifying series. And yeah, we'll see you guys very soon.
Hello.
Oh, welcome
Hello.
back, Myriad.
Hello.
Hello.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. Haven't seen you in a while. So, what do we have here? So we have Dry Arabia, Byzantines against Delhi. Okay. And
So I'm tempted to say is by now starting to be a pretty classic matchup, right? And
yeah,
Papipo and
yeah.
Anatan. We are looking now at the lower bracket finals, right? So the winner of this series is once again going to secure a spot in Denmark. And the loser is out for this qualifier at least. And that's it, right? It's the final game of this qualifier. And they will have another chance in qualifier 2 and number 3, which will be coming up next week and the week after that. But a lot to fight for here, right?
Yeah, obviously, like if you can't qualify in the first one, there's like no reason for you to, like you don't want to go through all this trouble again. Like Anatan just won against Wham. He played very well. Wham also played very well, but every series is just like a restart, like there's no guarantee like for anyone that's going to lose now, like there's no guarantee that you will be there for the next qualifier. So these players have a lot to fight for now, um, both for not just for a spot, but for also not going through this whole trouble again, I think. So yeah, we're about to see a great series. I hope a lot of games. Even though we're here for a while, I like games. I like good games, a long series. I don't know about you, but I do like them.
I do indeed.
So
There's much to learn as well, isn't there, from these games for us to especially as competitors too. Um,
yeah,
and this is a
agree.
matchup that I find very 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 interesting, particularly because I think it's it's been sort of 50-50 with some players favoring one side over the other for what feels like months now, right?
Yeah, yeah. This has always been a matchup that's always like close to 50-50, right?
Yeah.
Like I think there was the last season Delhi was a bit more favored just because like how better Delhi was compared to now, just slightly better. I think it was a bit more favored, but now I think it's just especially on Dry Arabia, it's like anyone's game for now. And we see the civs China, Malians, Japanese, Byzantines, and both French civs and Mongols for Poppy Paw, which is just like pretty good. Like, I want to eat that draft for dinner. Uh, honestly. And the other side has Zushi's Legacy, Lancaster, Rus, Abids, Ottomans, OTD, and Delhi. Like, that's also very nice as we're about to start the series with Byzantines and Delhi, Myriad. Who do you favor real quick in the drafts? Like which side you would like to be in?
It's tough to say because both sides have such great saves. I mean,
Yeah.
China, notably, I think the best saves from either side, China, Malians, Japanese, and Byzantines are so good for people. The French saves are great as well, though I do think they're a little bit weaker now than before, right? And then
Yeah.
Jushi, Rus, Lancaster, Delhi, Ottomans are such great civs as well for Anatan. Again, I mean, as we'd expect at this level, both players know how to draft, and they both have just great saves for their side. So it should be just a fantastically close series. And that's what we want. But it seems like we might be getting very underway here. And it is, in
Yes.
fact, Dry Arabia, first map, just like we said. And what a matchup to start us off with. And I must say, I do agree with you, Sass. I think last batch, it did favor Delhi a little bit. However, since the recent, obviously, Delhi got a tiny little shave in their strength. In a few aspects, notably the extra cost for the scholars, as well as the intentionally slowed down pro scout timing for them specifically, thanks to the obviously they get it for free, so and it's a lot of resources that it takes. So to compensate for the increased cost for them, that the research time got increased, and obviously Byzantines, I think their new style that is coming out this patch, I think might push them to be slightly more favored potentially. But it's just something we'll have to see, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts on the matter. But it is going to be Puppy Paw in the color blue as the Byzantines, the north side of the map, in his second stint today, after unfortunately losing to Vortex in the past series, facing Anatan, who just in a tough fought series against Wham finds himself with Delhi in the color yellow in the south side of the map, and straight away into another difficult series. So no rest for him.
Yeah, no rest for him indeed. Maybe there is no rest for him for winning. It could be like it could be positive or negative for him. It just depends on like on the moment, right? Like it could be he could be tired or he could be like pumped up and like feeling good right now. Obviously we cannot know. We can ask them after the series, but now Puppy Paw has two on stone opening. This is very common these days now since the system change, and he has a beautiful spawn. He has a beautiful spawn except the wood lines. The wood lines are a bit scary, right? So I think he will take that into consideration while he's playing. If he gets that wall up there early between those wood lines, it's gonna make his life quite a lot easier there. And he has back deer, which is quite nice. But the rest of like his berries, like his third berries are forward. So that's not like the greatest thing there. And whereas for Delhi, it's yeah, it's okay. I feel like looking at sacred sites also, it's looking all right. I think it's all balanced there, nothing crazy happening. So we know what Delhi's going to do, right? So I'm always more curious about what Byzantine is going to like cook in this matchup every time. Like there is, like you can play with Keshiks even, you can play with javelins, or you can like opt for longbows. Like this is one of the matchups like where you can take all three mercenary contracts and still be able to like play with all of them. So we see the Grand Winery coming up for Puppy Paw, and as he has two cisterns in his base, he's preparing for the third one right now. He actually has 3 on stone?
Yes,
Or
he
is that
does.
one... Is that... Did he
Look
have
at
3
that.
on stone all the time, or
I'm not
maybe I
sure
haven't noticed?
actually.
Maybe,
I feel like the
maybe
timing.
I think he just finished the cistern there. Sorry,
Yeah.
the aqueduct and the cistern, and then like he just went there. Probably was going to like carry it around. Because I was like, oh, I think I was sure that I saw 2 on stone.
Yeah, I think that's
And
exactly
yeah,
what happened, right?
yeah.
After he finished it, he decided to place them on it. So he's going to look to get those already the third on the way before the Feudal Age landmark is even finished. And I do agree with you completely. We have seen every single contract in use in this matchup before, right?
Yeah.
And with varying degrees of popularity depending on the patch. And I don't know if you remember, long ago, particularly in this matchup, I remember Puppy Paw specifically doing a very, very interesting Hippodrome build with Keshiks and Horsemen and Archers to take a sudden, very unexpected timing attack against the Delhi when they go for that initial Sacred Site capture, which if not scouted, you can just win the game outright with one single fight there like that. Obviously, that won't be the case here now, as we do have the winery, although Keshiks may still be on the cards. However, recently, I must say, in this matchup in particular, I have seen a particular build become very popular for Byzantines, and that does seem to be the mercenary Western contracts, or longbows, in combination with those javelins, as well as horsemen for an early tri-comp.
Yeah, I mean, the triple composition, whether you go for javelins or the longbows, is like, I think, pretty comfortable with Byzantines, given how strong their spearmen are. And as we see, Puppy Paw is just starting with the barracks, obviously, against Delhi. And we see the first Ghazi in queue coming from Anatand. And Puppy Paw wants to confirm that this is actually happening. I think with a scout. Yes, and then... Did he just stop at 4 cisterns? I think he has 4 cisterns. Yeah, okay, 4 cisterns. I think that makes sense. I like this more than going for 5 cisterns, like, because he's like on 87 stone, right? And as he's building his production buildings and houses and like more lumber camps and everything, he's just gonna get there anyway. So against Delhi, maybe he doesn't want to waste more time gathering stone. So yeah, let's see. He's heavy on oil and curious about which contract is that? I think that is the Western one, right?
That
The
is in
symbol
fact,
there.
yeah,
Yeah,
that is the Western one. So it is going to be
yeah.
longbows for him, and I do think this 4 cistern instead of 5, it does make a lot of sense. Just like you said, he stopped at a great amount of stone to where, you know, as he has the merc camp, houses, maybe even a stable might be on the cards as we mentioned. He's gonna get the stone necessary to get the 5th one. And it also makes sense because ideally you want to drop it on one of your like your secondary berry pack ideally, but both of those are pretty far out, right? They're pretty far out, and especially with Ghazis on the field, you have a lot of points to protect. You have your berries to protect. You have your gold to protect, which he's not mining just yet, so he's playing very safe in that regard. And then you would have to protect the villager that's extending the aqueduct water network as well as the cistern to those external berries. So he's not taking any risks.
Yeah, he's not taking any risks indeed. And Anatan is almost finishing up the Sanctity, which is the technology that allows him to start capturing the sacred sites. And yep, there we have it. The first sacred site is getting capped. One spearman goes down. That doesn't look like enough limitani against these Ghazi raiders. Oh, that scout just goes down. That's significant loss at this stage, I think. But maybe Popipov is. Does he have to rush this? Like, I think that's just the first sacred site, right? Like, I don't think he has to fight this right now, as the longbows are getting out-healed by the scholars, and 1 and 2 longbow goes down against just like 1 archer, and like the longbow damage is just not enough. Like, that archer is not dying, it's just getting out-healed, and the Ghazis are just like running around. There was a little rate on the berries there, but now a slip up. All the Ghazis are on the ground. What happened there?
Yeah, that was such a messy fight from both sides, right? Great micro with the healing from Anatan to completely outdamage the longbows, and a lot of them do go down to the Ghazis, but a slip up on the other side there for Anatan means that he also loses a lot of the Ghazis, and now the side does get decapped in turn. So Papipo, hungry for blood to avenge his brother here in the first qualifier. Well done there. I was worried he might have jumped the gun, just like you said, with only 5 longbows and some spears moving out towards that central sacred side. It's a scary position against an early Delhi mass, especially with scholar healing as well as the Ghazis. But Papipo does get the better end of the stick in that engagement there, and decapping this first site, that's very good for Papipo.
Yeah, that is very good for Popipol there. And like this doesn't happen every day, right? Like, you don't actually see Limitani and longbows are just like in front of the Delhi base, just killing everything under the scholars healing, and Anatan, he doesn't have an army. Like, he has 13 military, 14 now, and half of that are scholars, 7 scholars, and the rest is just archers against like longbows, and the longbows will just keep coming and coming, and the Ghazi just cannot find the space to go on top of the longbows without any archer support to kill the Limitani. And I think this is a quick win for Popipol right now.
Yeah, this timing is just brutal, I have to say. I mean, I think what made this possible here for Papipo to get such an early significant military mass is that ignorance when it comes to gold, right? He did not care about gold whatsoever past the hardened Limitane upgrade to get them to feudal age, which is only 35 gold, right? As long as he got that, he decided that is all he needs, and he's gonna just fully contest these sacred sites, get as many Limitane horsemen and longbows out as possible, take that early engagement, win it, push Anatan back, and from then on, it opens up for him. And I must say, it's clear that he had a very clear plan coming into this.
He did have indeed, and it just paid off for him at the right time, because I myself would be just not really fighting on that sacred side in the first place. And he's on deer there also. He has some Limitani just protecting it. And Anatan is just desperately trying to get on the sacred sides, but now he has only archers and 3 Ghazis there on the field against a triple composition with longbows, Limitani, and horsemen, with like some deer gathering behind it. So it's going to be really rough. He also has some horsemen just camping other food sources, the berries, the deer, everything. And Anatan looks like he doesn't have any room here to do anything.
Puppyboy's delivering a clinic so far here in this game number 1, just showing the strength of those Byzantines when piloted correctly. As you know, some players I know, I've spoken to a fair few people, they have some doubts about Byzantine strength nowadays. They find them way too slow, you know, because there's so many things you need. You need your systems, you need your upgrades, you need your olive oil, and Puppyboy just showing that you can't really afford to get all of those things at once. So just pick what you want, commit to it, and you know, if done effectively, it can really pay fruit, as it does so here in game number 1. And Anatan forced in his base as Delhi in the feudal age with no sights to his name. That's a horrible position to be in as Delhi.
That is horrible as Delhi. And like, you have spearmen, like do you make spearmen here like from the get-go? Because your opponent has longbows. I don't know. This is so hard as Delhi. Like, if you take a wrong step where Anatan had there, I mean, to be fair, Pokeball forced him to have like that wrong step, right? Like, yeah. And if you don't have the sacred sites, you basically like don't have anything against like Byzantines anymore. This goes for like a lot of the daily games, right? If the sacred size gets blocked, and we see 3 more horsemen just waiting the berry villagers as they're getting pushed away, and only 3 spearmen against the longbows there trying to stop the horsemen from murdering all those archers. But Puppypaw does not care. He keeps going under the town center fire. He doesn't care. Okay, he cares, actually. I lied. He cares. He just goes back because he's already doing a lot of damage on those villagers, just poking them away from those berries and killing 2 villagers in the process there. And this is just going to get worse and worse for Anatan because of all that oil. 272 oil per minute is going to give increase longbow numbers and increase the horseman numbers. And now no spears there. Horsemen are just munching on those archers, and Anatan knows there's no way out, and then he just calls it. Puppypaw takes the lead in the series.
Brutal start for the series here for Anatan. Puppypaw in decisive fashion, just dismantling Anatan in this game number 1, putting on a clinic. Beautifully played here from Puppypaw, I must say. And yeah, I mean, like, and as we mentioned, Delhi is undoubtedly one of the best civilizations in the game, right? However, they are sorely reliant on the sacred sites, right? So, you know, in a lot of games with a lot of civilizations, you feel compelled to do, you know, villager damage, economic damage, push them off with resources here and there. But against Delhi, the thing is, with how strong they are, and because they are so reliant on those sites, often, as we have seen here, just denying the sites completely is often maybe kind of the only damage you need, depending on the civ you are. Because, I mean, behind this, the systems are up and running. The water level is boosting the gathering rate. So as long as Delhi does not have sacred sites, I mean, Puppypaw's economy as the Byzantines is just way ahead, and his army on top of it is stronger as well.
Yeah, definitely. And Puppypaw played quite well there. He knew at exactly what time to be on the sacred side, and he did not waste any time. And he was there. So the next map is going to be now Japanese against Zushi's Legacy on Kawasan. This is our 3rd time saying Kawasan today. We said we missed the map, and let's see, we have different civs now. No Knights Templar, no Aubits this time. This time we have Japanese against Sushi's Legacy. Let's see how this is going to be. Japanese was historically one of the most played, maybe like one of the most favorite civs here, and let's see what Puppypaw has for us with the Japanese.
It should be quite exciting. I'm quite curious to see what Poppy Ball in particular has in store here because Anatan has been looking very, very scary on Jushi's legacy on Kawasan. I've seen 2 games from him, one today, one a few days ago, the last time we were live, and he won them both fairly convincingly, I must say. And we'll have to see whether Poppy Ball can stop the onslaught here as we load into game number 2 here. In the lower bracket finals, it is Poppy Ball in the Japanese as green, spawning the south side of the map, up against Anatan's yellow Jushi's legacy, who has been showing the strength of this civilization on Kawasan. However, just like you mentioned, Sass, historically, the Japanese in the past have been considered nigh unstoppable on this map, and many players have, cooked a lot of builds to try to figure out how to exactly deal with them. Of course, many things have changed since then. A couple shaves here and there for Japanese means they're not as oppressive as they were beforehand, but still one of the top tier picks on these hybrid maps.
Yeah, definitely. And I wonder, remembering the last Kawasan game we saw from Anatan with Sushi's Legacy, and it was against Wham, so it's not, we just saw it. Probably Poppy Ball also saw it. Does he expect the meditation gardens in the center of the map? He actually does, maybe, because we already have a barracks in the middle of the map, so you see, on a different patch, the game just the same map, the same civilization, just looks totally different just because of that barracks change we had. It's actually a samurai, not a spearman.
This is becoming a bit of a trademark here for Poppy Ball, right? He seems to just love going for these samurai in the Dark Age as Japan. I mean, where most players would prefer spears, myself included, just because of the cost effectiveness and just the smoothness of the eco regarding that, not needing to, delay your feudal age in terms of gold. Poppy Ball just doesn't care. He just goes directly for them. And Anatan is going to look to drop a dock here somewhat prematurely than he would normally. Normally he does it whilst aging up, but it might really bite him in the behind here as the samurai spots it along with Poppy Ball Scout, and that dock is... Yeah.
Oh, the building speed of Sushi's Legacy in China is just so fast. He gets the dock up anyway, but is he going to lose the villager in the process? Don't think so. Okay. So, I don't know. Poppy Ball for the second time on this map today, I see him with a really nice opening, a really on-point build, but just few seconds away from perfection.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tight timing here, isn't it? I mean, as you mentioned, the building speed is pretty rough. It's not really something you can prevent. I was wondering whether we would see a heavier investment into space, maybe to try to torch down the dock. But again, I mean, the building speed applies to landmarks as well. So realistically, I don't really think you can fully prevent that dock from... Well, maybe you can prevent it from going up, but destroying it before an arrow ship comes out is slightly more difficult, without a doubt. Poppy Ball is on his way up now as well. Meditation Gardens has been finished by Anatan now. There's not much of a bank for a galley here or anything like that. But Poppy Ball, not far behind himself, almost finished now with the Koka Township. 5 villages on that as we speak. And once the Shinobi are out, I feel like Anatan might be in a bit of trouble.
Anatan might be in trouble. He has the dog there so far. Well, against Japanese here, we see another villager just walking out of the base. Maybe he's looking to get another dock up. There's a villager walking out of the base, but he's going to spot the samurai. He's going to spot the samurai just patrolling the shore there. The villager is still going. Maybe he's gonna get the dock from where the berries are, from the center. Oh. Poppy Ball is actually looking for that villager, looking for that dock there. And he's opting for this lake on the left where Anatan does not have a dock yet. That's interesting. And now Anatan just changed. Yeah, Anatan seeing this happening just changed his direction with this villager and is just heading for, I think, his second dock on the same pond. So they won't be fighting on water. Can we say that, Myriad?
Yeah,
Not sure.
it's a
Yeah.
bit unusual in this situation because normally the fight happens on the water as opposed to the land, but that will not be the case in this situation. Two shinobi out now on the field for Puppy Paw. I mean, realistically, there's not much Anatan can do in terms of a navy to stop this. The sabotage is just too effective in these kind of situations, and Puppy Paw now has his own dock up on the shore here, on the southern pond, so he's going to look to directly contest this pond. Meanwhile, he also has a pond on the northern. He also has a dock on the northern pond as well. Excuse me. And Anatan is going to prioritize some Zuganu here to offset these shinobi. And is it going to be a stable follow-up? Because these shinobi are definitely going to be pushed away by the Zuganu. But a stable can quickly turn that around. But actually, instead, it's going to be Yumi.
Oh, Yumi archers again. Again, that buff with the food was, you know, it was a bit of a curveball, at least to me. So we're seeing more and more often these Yumi archers being used in Fuel Age, and actually they make sense against Chikunu. Do they make sense against Chikunu, or are they better or worse compared
I've
to
heard
normal archers?
I've heard mixed things, to be honest. Like I have heard of a game which I have not seen, in which essentially it was, I think it was on Cliffside, where it was just Jushi Zuganu against the Yumi, just essentially all feudal age, and apparently the Yumi did win out. But I mean, there's a lot of factors at play. Obviously, there's incomes to consider. There's obviously there's bannerman, there's upgrades. So I think it's tough to say. Frankly, with Yumi are very good and better now than ever before. I find it hard to believe that they're gonna, trade out effectively, across an extended feudal age against Zuganu. But maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe. Well, certainly the movement speed is also one thing to consider here. And with this movement speed, oh, Anatan wants a dock there. Do we have? We don't have a boat from Puppy Paw. He's just making fishing boats.
Yeah.
Was this too? Okay, that's a fishing boat going down for Yumi there. That's like not every day. Well, Anatan is gonna have the dock up and just sniping out one shinobi. An archer ship won't be in time. The building speed is just very fast for Sushi's legacy there, and Puppy Paw will have to fight for the control of this lake. This is very. It's quite disturbing if you're Puppy Paw. Like, you cannot disable the dock now with the shinobis, and now you have to. There's an interruption in your fishing boat production, and like Anatan on this side of lake, I think he has like that's 6, 9, 10 fishing boats approximately, and Puppy Paw has to stop making them, and yeah, 9 fishing boats to compare to just a few from Puppy Paw. And the fight in the center is not going in favor of him, as another shinobi is going down and the Yumi archers went down, and Anatan is also adding horsemen. Anatan is in firm control of this game, I feel like.
Yeah, and I think your feeling is completely correct. As I mean, he's way ahead in fishing ships at this point in time because of that southern pond, and I don't think he's going to be very likely to effectively contest this northern pond. He does actually have enough stone, thanks to that meditation gardens, to put an arrow slit emplacement on that dock, if he so chooses, which would be real thorn in Puppy Paw's side here, as I think you need a notable heavier investment to deal with an arrow slit dock than the dock and the arrow slit themselves cost. But, despite that, Puppy Paw is going to do his best to contest it. Anatan did in fact make a galley there, which is notable in this situation, as that will even make it even harder for Puppy Paw in this instance, just microing it away there, just being as annoying as possible. But on land, the story is very clear. I mean, as you mentioned, Tricomp out now for Anatan. Puppy Paw is going to be forced to concede that house as well as the barracks, and it's a pretty tough spot to be in here for Puppy Paw. It makes me wonder whether maybe opening Horseman instead of Yumi might have been better, just to push away the initial Zuganu reliably. But it's tough to say.
Yeah, it is tough to say what would be the correct approach here for Puppy Paw now, because this, all things considered, this disturbance in his own lake is just massive, as you can see that reflecting on the incomes that they have and the amount of units that they have on the field. Like this is, and he's going to lose the dock too. On top of everything, does he have another dock on the same pond?
Yeah, I think
Like
he
if he
has
doesn't
one.
have, it could be
Yeah,
okay. He has one more. Okay, the villagers probably. Oh, nice block attempt with the archer ship there. But like he's going to lose one dock, and then the other can soon follow suit. Because like he's giving up this area in the center, also like just giving up the dock without the fight. Just because like he cannot do anything and he cannot fish boom. It's just the food income difference is just growing like snowballing more and more.
it's
And
really,
another
really
time
severe.
is just going castle.
Just like that, I mean, Anatan showing just how ridiculously potent Jushi can be on this map. I mean, most players would only pick it on land maps, deeming it kind of a waste to pick it on something like Kawasan when there are, you know, other civs that may not be as potent but are potent enough, whereas they might not be on land instead. But Anatan just doesn't care. He's gonna pick what he thinks is one of the best civs here, and just once again, just showing how effective he is at making it work here. Even Papipo on the Japanese, who I'm sure you would agree, Sass is undoubtedly one of the best Japanese players in the pro scene, I would say. Finds himself really struggling here. I mean, there's a decent Yumi count here, but with Castle Age in now for Anatan, Jugunu upgrade is mere seconds from finishing. I'm sure Lancers will follow in suit here, maybe even Palace Guards. And Papipo is very, very far from an age up himself.
Yeah, Anatan, it's always the players, right? Like I always say this, it's always the players, rather than like their civilizations. Obviously, you have like, obviously there are like good picks on good maps, like water maps or like open maps. There are like better picks always. We have a lot of civilizations, but it's in the end, it's not Sushi's legacy. It's like it's Anatan Sushi legacy, or it's not Japanese. It's Popipo's Japanese here on this game. With that's what makes the difference, at least in my opinion, in these type of games. And now we see veteran Chukunu just murdering that horseman really fast and turning around to fight the Yumi. A little raid with the horseman there on the berries from Anatan. Popipo is nowhere near Castle Age. This is just looking more and more rough for Popipo, as Anatan just spamming more Lancers. They're more in queue, and when they arrive here, there will be nothing that can kill them.
It is pretty grim, isn't it? I mean, you know, although the Jugunu might get cleaned up simply by the courtesy of their tanking the arrow fire, not only of the tower, but the TC as well as the Yumi archers, the Lancers are right here, Sass, and there's no answer from Popipo against them. Castle Age is something that is working towards, but I feel like soon enough it might become a distant memory, as already the secondary ranged armor upgrade is in for Anatan, so these Lancers are like tanks at this point in time.
Yeah, and this timing is very well timed from Anatan. It's just the Lamrax is just dropped down and he's just on top of it. It's not letting him build. It's not letting him get resources. It's just going after villagers. Because that's Japanese TC, like after all, right? But he knows it's over, and Popipo calls it. It says 1-1 now. It's equalized. Well played by Anatan there.
Yeah, just like Popipo delivered the clinic in game 1, Anatan looks to do the very same here in game number 2 on Kawasan, and definitely does so, taking out Popipo pretty quickly and decisively here. Didn't really feel that close. It was an interesting start there. Almost got the right timing with that samurai, but not quite. I think Anatan, because that dock was earlier than what we saw in place in previous games on this map, I think he definitely scouted that barracks and knew exactly what was coming. So he knew once that dock goes up, he's pretty comfortable to just start fishing, and so he did.
Yep, indeed. And the next game will be French against Rus on Relic River, not Dry River. It's going to be Relic River, which we are familiar with it also now, because of the latter games, but I cannot recall a game where I saw French against Rus on that map. This might be my first time seeing it.
I think you're right. It is my first time as well on this map, specifically at least. And I mean, I'm not sure, because the map has a few quirks compared to, your standard maps. Obviously, there's a decent amount of fish in that southern section of the river, which in some matchups are more important than in others, right? I feel like here they won't be that significant, but on top of it, you have a tremendous amount of gold and stone as well. Triple large gold veins on this map, as well as 2 large stones or maybe 3 large stones. I'm not exactly too sure. We'll see once we load in. But I'm curious about your thoughts on this matchup, Sass, because I feel like French really struggles here.
In this matchup specifically, you think? I think it's okay for French. It's just, especially on a map like this, right? Because you have one of the deer packs very close to your base. Like there's more opportunities for you to like get around this whole pro scout and deer situation. I feel like.
It definitely helps having the deer at the back, but I'm particularly worried when it comes to that castle age, because the horse archers can be so tough to deal with, and French being pinned in their base is a tough spot to be in, but we'll have to see as we load into game number 3 here between Anatand and Papipo. Papipo spawning in the left side of the map as the French in the color blue, and his opponent, none other than Anatand in the color yellow, playing the Rus.
Okay.
And,
sorry for interruption.
No, don't be. That's crazy.
What is going on? Like, okay.
That is
like we can already like throw away what we were gonna talk about this matchup, right? Because like this is not happening every day. This does not happen every day. Maybe Anatan just predicted that Papipo will go on the deer because it's like very close. But like, okay, but like you cannot predict this, or like you're not going to scout directly forward with French there to see if Rus is opening spearmen, right?
Nah, there's just no way, right? I cannot remember the last time I have seen a Rus Dark Age spear opening.
Yeah, so it won't be. Yeah, it won't be. It will be a big surprise, I think, for Papipo there. Really created by Anatan. This is our second time seeing from Anatan the Rus spears rather early in the game before horse archers, right?
Yeah.
Now, Papipo, what's the reaction will be? But did he take any upgrade? Like, did he take survival techniques or something like that?
I don't think so. Oh no, he
did.
He
actually did.
Ooh,
okay. Yeah. Ooh, that means you need more gold.
Yeah, and he's gonna get the gold necessary, right? Without a doubt. It's only 2 spearmen. He could also long distance mine from that gold just to the north of the deer pack, so that won't be too much of an issue. But the tempo will be an issue, right? There will be no knight, there will be no pro scouts, if at all, for a while here for Papipo, which I'm assuming he didn't want to go for anyway because of this deer opening, right? So yeah, it's gonna be the long distance mining. So he's not too worried about the pro scouts, but the tempo lost here is somewhat significant. Whereas for Anatand, I mean, thing is, it makes sense. He's gonna need spears to gather the deer with his pro scouts if he does opt for it anyway, right? So why not just start in the Dark Age, I guess, right?
Yeah, obviously. You're gonna need some spearmen at some point. Oh, did he lose a scout?
Oh. He did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where did that happen?
I think that happened. Oh, it's the classic. This map, how it happens sometimes with the wood line, right? Yeah, he went on the edge of the wood line.
Is it supposed to happen like that? From what I know, it's not supposed to happen like that, but
it's quite random, to be honest with you. Sometimes you have this wood line that like almost hugs the TC and it's in range on the edge, but sometimes you don't, right? It's actually random.
Well, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Like you don't always get the same wood lines here. And as we have Papipo gauging up his School of Cavalry, he will keep doing his best here. But like Scout is just like, what is he gonna do with School of Cavalry? He has like no gold, right? Like this is his only food income, I think. That's what he has there.
But it's a
With the
horrific
gear.
start for French
Yeah.
in this position, right? Like, oh my god, it's only two
Feels
sheep
so
left
bad.
standing, and a little bit of their. Yeah, I mean, it's a crippling start here for Puppy Ball. One of the most food hungry civs in the game, and you lose your scout in the Dark Age. That's horrible.
That is horrible. It's like we cannot sugarcoat this, right? Like this is a really bad start for Poppy Paw there, and yeah, it's like it's not his mistake or anything. It's just that that spawn just happened to be like that, and he got caught off guard probably by Dark Age Rus Spearman. Like you don't see that every day, or yeah, you don't get this every day.
And that's the thing. Like, I think he lost his scout, if I'm not mistaken. He lost his scout right as he was getting hit on the gold mine. So, the element of surprise in combination with that woodline placement, just so unfortunate here for Puppy Paw. Yeah, obviously it is a mistake, but it's just one of those really unfortunate mistakes that just so rarely happens, and when it does, it just feels terrible because it's uncharacteristic. It's so rare that
Yeah,
this
it
happens
doesn't.
in games at this level, right?
Yeah, it doesn't happen all the time, and well, he's he's still in the game, right? It's a big disadvantage. It's a huge disadvantage. But okay, what are the?
Oh
Oh,
no.
there's a bit of. Oh, okay. We will catch up with that. We will catch up with that in a second. There was a bit of a slow mo. There was a dramatic slow mo there for the villager that was low HP.
Yeah.
And yeah, now he's Puppy is defending with the archer quite fast, but now Anatan is on 5 scouts and 5 spearmen, and Puppy just produced some horsemen, but he's completely blind to what is happening. So will he go for his own pro scouts? Will he go for a dock maybe, like to compensate for the situation? I don't know. Well,
It
he's
could be an
there.
option, right?
They're the best players. Like Pogba is one of the best players in the world. So I'm actually curious how he will handle this situation, right? Like this happens a lot more often in ladder. Like every day, I see it like from my friends or like friends around or people that I see on Diamond, Plat, like Gold League, like happens, right? You just
It
lose your
happens.
scout. You just like you just sleep. You just look like at your cat or you hit your toe and then you look away for a few seconds and then you lose your scout. And now we have a horseman just on top of those archers. That is really rough. They will have rough time running back, but there will be a knight coming to save them. It will be helping them just now, and only one archer lost there, minimizing
Yeah,
the
that
losses there from Puppy Paw.
that
I
could have
was,
been
I was,
quite a bit
yeah,
worse.
yeah. I wanted to say like this is also like interesting to see for our audiences to see one of the best players in the world how he will handle this situation, how he will deal with the situation, even if it's a fail. Like this is a good example to see because like we don't see them having like terrible starts very often, right?
No, yeah, completely. It's definitely on the rarer side, and this is something you have to consider even at this level, right? Because things can go wrong very quickly, unexpectedly in a lot of cases, especially when it's so forced by Alatan with that spear opening, which is it's just so unorthodox. You pretty much never see this, right? And in these situations, you have to adapt on the fly and recover somehow. And yeah, he definitely has his work cut out for him, not only because of the matchup, but because of the obvious difficulty in the start. And you mentioned the dock, which I think is, Puppy Ball probably read your mind with that one, as I do see a fair few blue dots in that southern part of the map. That must be a dock that's now thrown on those shoreline fish. We're gonna have a look very soon to see for certain. And yeah, it is gonna be the fishing. And at this point, this is a nice luxury to have, but in this situation, it's a necessity, really, right? For that additional food. And it does really slow down the tempo here for Puppy Paw, but at least he's going to give him a little bit of respite.
Well, that may be, but maybe like it's still French, right? He's already 6 villagers ahead against Pro Scouts, and the income-wise, now looking at it, it's not looking that dramatic. Oh, that was beautifully played by Anatan to trap that knight in there. One knight for one horseman and one spearman is just you take that trade every day. One knight goes down and Anatan is securing his second deer pack, and the third one, actually his first one, is just below his town center. He's going to looking to take them in, bring them in, and to compensate for that, we have the dock up from Papipo, which is something nice for him. Also, it's serving as a house, extra population space. That's nice. But the thing is, it can be harassed, right? But like the pro scouts won't be harassed anymore, so all that deer will be under the town center, and the Rus economy, famous Rus economy, is working towards an age up right now with only 6 spearmen and 4 horsemen there. Is he going for horse archers as soon as possible with the slight delay, or is he going to just keep massing horsemen and spearmen? Oh, whoa, 4 horsemen, that's the
Oh no.
you can't ask for a better timing there. Anatan is on fire there, and he's aging up, and he's catching villagers on the boar. He's killing villagers on the boar right now. Papipo has to run back to save the villagers there. This is beautiful timing there from Anatan. He knows his opponent doesn't have the sheep. Like this is yeah, really good timing there. And Papipo is trying to make things happen on the woodline, catching one villager and one spearman against for an archer. I think it's a good trade. Oh, the spearmen were running into the archers now, and the knights are catching one of the horsemen, punishing them for what they just did on the boar.
Yeah, it's a necessary punishment.
Spearmen, though. Yeah, it's a necessary punishment. You have to punish them for what they just did there. Papipo is just killing more things in the woodline.
Yeah, he's just going into the woodline,
and yeah, he's like, he's not stopping. He killed a bunch of spearmen and a bunch of villagers there, and now he's just going away. Like this is critical for the horse archer production, right? Like Papipo, yes, he had a rough start. Yes, he had the unfortunate situation at the boar, but he's trying his best to make this game as uncomfortable as possible against Anatan. And he has the dock behind this, right? Now he has the dock and the boar, and there's only one horse archer out there. So there is still time and there is still hope, I think, for Papipo's game right here.
Yes, and with the boar now secured, it's quite significant here for Papipo, because he still has definitely a significant army lead at this point in time, and he can use this to posture aggressively as he has been doing so far to, you know, contain the initial horse archers here from Anatan. And another dive coming in here from Papipo. Undermesh is in, so the TC fire is heavily minimized. There is no steeled arrow in for Anatan just yet. So these knights are actually going to do a lot of damage here. More and more villages go down for Anatan. 8 kills now in favor for Papipo. And significant damage and idle time caused here on Anatan's side. As although Anatan may have the castle timing and the additional income now from the high trade house, he has to be quite careful.
Yeah, what a play by Papipo, right? Like, you wouldn't see this coming after that start with the scout, and now Anatan has only 4 horse archers and 2 more in queue, and Papipo can go for round 2 before the +1 attack comes in. But next time, there won't be the next time, I think, there will be a Springle Tower in that wood line, but he can try to just keep those horse archers away from his economy. Just keep he's going for a huge wall right there on the northwest side of his base. If he gets that, like, there's only 3 ways that Anatan can go into Papipo's base, right? The center one, where he has his army, and he has a dock here, which will be quite hard to wall, but it will be at least easier to deal with units like a horse archer, right? And like we can see, the economic gap is increasing, and the amount of deer should be decreasing in Anatan's base, and And Popipo is just keeps massing horsemen now. He's switching back to horsemen and he's almost castle age. What do you think, Mira? Do you think he's gonna get castle age and die one more time? Like 14 archers and 14 knights diving into that base can be really devastating for Anatan there.
It definitely can be, and that might be on the cards here for Papigo. He's definitely thinking of it, right? You see, there's a bit of a split in his decision making. Again, yeah, now we see a heavy reinvestment into knights once again. I think he definitely wants to dive, but once he sees that Springle Tower, he might opt against it because, yeah, with the Springle Tower, he's gonna be. But the archers on the southern wood line, a lot of damage found again. 2 more villages go down, more idle time caused. Again, the Wooden Fortress serves as a respite for the villagers, and Papipo is everywhere around Anotan's base right now, keeping him pinned.
Yeah, definitely. His Popipo is on fire this game right now after that start. Oh, like, this is why he's Popipo, right? Like, this is why he's there. He's always there at this level playing in this level, like, and now aging up with the guild hall after all this happened in Anotan's base. Now he's aging up with 11 knights and 15 archers and actually denying relics at the same time. Is that wall complete on the northwest side, or is he going to have some horse archers just running in? Oh, it's not completed.
No.
Oh, maybe it was a shift. Oh, but he notices it. The horseman there that was guarding the relic is just gonna notice him about the horse archers running into the beast base, and as you can see on the minimap, just Blue Doss is trying to run away from that side of the base, or maybe he has some units just going over there. Yeah, he has the horseman just defending his economy against the horse archers. This is beautifully played. I wish I was playing like him right now, honestly, just using the horseman to defend his economy. That is a really good play, like, honestly. And Anotan is baiting the horseman there and trying to get the best damage there, microing his horse archers, killing I think three villagers just went down there, right? And where are the knights from Papipo? I think they are trying to cut off the... Okay, they're just guarding relics, I think. Yeah, I think they're just guarding relics.
Yeah, I mean, it was beautifully played to bring the horsemen in to defend up against the horse archers, but Anatan, obviously, you know, the horsemen do take a little bit to kill those horse archers, so Papipo does pay the price of 3 villagers for that wall not being finished. That wall is very crucial, though, however, right? If he separates that map in that section, then, you know, all of the food that Papipo has access to will be secured from that northern side, and as you mentioned, he only has the center to worry about, where most of his army is, and that southern side where that dock will provide ample vision of any raid incoming, with the exact same vision as an outpost, of course, that dock has. And the game is stabilizing a little bit here for Anatan after what was a rough start, but big charge in from the cavalry for Papipo on the front line. There, big connections on the horse archers. 1 goes down, and 3 more are left very, very low, with only one hit from death at this point in time. And Anatan bit off a little bit more than he could chew after that good start there, because Poppy is putting on a heavy, relentless pressure.
Those villagers on those deer there that spawned from the landmark, that's like half of Anatan's economy on 2 deer there. He's running out of food, I feel like. Like, the income per minute... Oh, the villagers on the gold? He's taking down a few. And he keeps going for that tower. The tower is about to get a Springle emplacement, but maybe not for long. Does Anatan respond to it? Does he go to save it? The TC fire is a bit too much for the archers. He has to pull back a bit, and the tower is going down rapidly there with 7 villagers inside, and he keeps sniping the spearmen. He keeps sniping them. The archers alone can counter all this army, and he's killing more than he's losing. Papipo is playing this beautifully. Anatan only has 1 relic all this time in Castle Age, and 1 relic and 11 horse archers. Like, horse archers are nightmare for knights, right? They kite them all the way, all the map, but not if the horse archers are staying in their base. So Papipo is playing this very beautifully so far, and Anatan, he has to do something. He has to get some food, and he has to get some damage in. Maybe this is what he's looking for, Myriad. I'm not sure. There will be some fishing boats going down. That could slow down Papipo a bit.
Yes, he definitely wanted to secure this relic with those spearmen to prevent any kind of denial on it, and finds himself discovering the fishing of Poppyboy behind this. So good little catch there by Anatan, but Poppyboy is quick to respond with his own units to defend. A few fishing ships go down, but a good chunk of the fish have already been gathered. And of course, 3 fishing ships can safely garrison inside the dock behind this as well here for Poppyboy. But Poppyboy is unrelenting with his pressure, constantly maneuvering and dancing outside of Anatan's base. It's a siege at this point in time, and as we saw earlier, that wooden fortress went down so quickly. I don't think I've ever seen a wooden fortress fall down so fast, as now again, Anatan's food is getting thinner and thinner as he's forced to go out onto the berries, and once again gets idled out by a significant army mass here from Poppyboy. We see the army count is so severely in favor for Poppyboy's French at this point in time. This is a French masterclass, Sass.
Yeah, this is a siege without having any siege units, right? He's just sieging him down. On Anatan, in desperation move, I think, with horse archers trying to get on Poppyboy's economy, but he's unable to. Poppyboy is again on point, is about to cut off the horse archers. They have to run north, away from their base, and he has a wall on that side, so Poppyboy is totally fine with this, chasing these horse archers, and every time they stop to shoot a back, and they're losing like one more, as you can see. The knights just charge in, the horsemen just right on top of them, and they won't be surviving for long. And Anatan was moving down to that big gold mine, right? That was Anatan's villagers, right? I was confused for a second there.
I can see it now, yeah. Look
Yeah.
at that. But this is all in vision for Poppyboy with the dock.
Yeah, can't he see
And
that?
there's already units.
Yeah, he has already units
no.
just going there. Oh no.
This is
Oh no.
devastating.
Before the
Anatan.
tower.
Oh no.
Oh, that's without the textiles too. Oh, that's. Oh,
this is such a blunder,
yeah.
and yeah, he knows. I'm so surprised he went for those villas. He knew there's a dock there, and that would give vision instantaneously. But I guess he had no other choice in this situation. And Poppyboy coming back from what looked like, from what was undoubtedly a disastrous start, as bad of a start as you can have to a game, pretty much losing your scout like that so early in the game, bites back with tremendous vengeance and seals the game brutally.
Yeah, definitely. It's this game was impressive by Poppyboy. I'll have to say, like, this game could make a Weaver a Poppyboy fan. I think
Yeah.
it was like that start with the scout and like getting harassed with the spearman. Like, he's had survival techniques. He spent gold on survival techniques and everything, and he didn't give up. So sometimes not giving up is also really a good skill to have, maybe.
It definitely is. You know, playing from behind is a whole skill in and of itself. Keeping cool under pressure, recognizing the fact that you're behind, and then doing your utmost to, claw your way back into a game, fittingly for someone called Poppyboy in this situation, right? Just not letting up the pressure, knowing that he's behind, but still finding the resolve to muster himself, and just with relentless aggression, just putting Anatan on the back foot and making him panic in his own base. Beautifully played from Poppyboy, and brings himself in a commanding lead in the series as he leads 2-1.
Yeah, and we have Order of the Dragon this time. Yes, Anatan didn't pick English this time. He picked Order of the Dragon. Anatan is also one of the creative players, right? I would say. So I am always happy to see like civs that we don't see every day, at least on our level, because OTD is actually a very popular civilization, but not on like the highest level. So I'm happy to see Order of the Dragon here from Anatan, and let's go dive into the game.
We are on 4 lakes for game number 4 between Vortex Esports' Anatan up against Poppyboy from Canada. And it is going to be Poppyboy on his Mongols, taking after his brother Wham in the previous series here on 4 lakes. He's going to be spawning in the south side of the map, facing Anatan. in the color yellow as the Order of the Dragon. And definitely a slightly more reliable pick, like you mentioned, Sass, than English. Anatan didn't even opt to pick it in his draft for this series. And it's going to be a dock start here for both players, actually. So no Dark Age shenanigans, which surprises me somewhat, I must say.
I think I would go for a dock. Maybe not if I am Order of the Dragon, but maybe he knows that he will be able to defend against it. Maybe he noticed this from like the last game from Poppy Paw. That game too, he against English. Sorry, it was Wham, right? Sorry, I'm confused.
Yeah. Wham was
Yeah,
Mongols
I'm
against
confused.
Anatan.
Yeah, it's my bad. Yeah, it
No,
was
it's fine.
Wham. Yeah, he just went for yeah. So we have the docks. Maybe I mean I think I would open dock anyway, even if I was Order of the Dragon.
It's a weird one, right? Because obviously you want the dock at some point or another for those fishing ships, for that extra food income. But then the threat of the spearman is sort of ever present. But again, it's that situation of defender's advantage. Even if a player opens spears against the opponent's dock, if they just stop at like one fishing ship, then go for a dock straight away, then they can kind of match. They can kind of match the mass somewhat on their side of the map and defend. So I think that might be part of what informs this kind of decision making. To where, neither player wants to risk being overly aggressive with spears, and obviously there's always a chance of a secondary dock being missed. You might have to get into a situation where you start patrolling with spearmen on the shoreline, and obviously then your spearman mass suffers as a result of it. So that's probably why we just see quite a standard Dark Age here for both players.
Indeed, and as we have the players just eating their fish, eating healthy, and getting their gold. Poppy Paw has way more sheep than Anatan, and this time I don't think with the Han he wants to lose his scout. He has a bit more sheep than Anatan, so not that it matters too much. At least like the last game. Last game it mattered a lot more. Now we have fish for both players. And yeah, he wants to see how many fishing boats he has, I think. And yeah, I think we won't see any Dark Age action. No horsemen, no spearmen, no late spearmen or anything. And yeah, did he wait, did he spend his stone? Or did he just make the Ubu now? Okay, he
Yeah, I
didn't
think he
spend his
just
stone.
made it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he just got 70. I was curious if he was going for like double villagers from that Ubu. I would be surprised if he did though. But it's such a thing that I always like I want to do it, Like I want to double produce villagers.
Yeah, I know what you
Yeah.
mean. It's something that like obviously because I'm sure you
I
remember
would be
like a while ago it got buffed to where it's cheaper than it was before from 150 to 124.
Yeah.
But it always feels so hard to justify, right? Because essentially
Yeah.
you'd be throwing away what is often seen as one of Mongols' big advantages early game, which is that tempo in double production, and you trade it off for eco instead. It feels kind of greedy doing that, so it's tough to justify. Although we really want to do it.
Yeah. Oh, the dog is getting spotted by Poppy Paw and he's pulling the villager. The dog is 2 HP, is not completed.
That is so painful for Anatan, and it's not just any villager, it's a gilded villager as well. Not only is he tankier, but he gathers more as well. That's so bad for Anatan to get spotted. And counter-docking is a very strong play on this map if the dock goes up, but if he gets denied, then suddenly it's much worse as Anatan.
That is just one tap away, Myriad. That's just like one tap away from it. Look at the HP on it. Like it was like the bar is invisible there. Like it's almost completed and he still hasn't cancelled it. I think he will. Is he going to cancel it or not? Or is he going to send a villager? Puppy Boy is hysterically looking for that villager that wants to complete this.
And I don't blame him.
Yeah, he's getting his archer ship. He's not like he's gonna get gold like bounty from it also, just because being Mongols. And Anatan is getting horsemen out. I think he wants to get rid of the Khan or maybe potential counter against Mangodai play. He's already hitting that gear on the gold mine. So he has a scout there, he will be aware. Okay, archer range, while Anatan is already has horsemen out. And the archer ship from Puppy Paw is going to prevent any... Maybe, like, it's still one type away. I was going to say it's going to prevent that dock from going up. But, like, I think he's going to get it up at some point. It's just so dangerous, you know? Like, it's so close. And with all that investment and everything, like, Anatan doesn't want to cancel it. He wants to... Oh, the sheep. Run. Now he has to pull the villagers back also. Like, this is some idle time. This is a lot of idle time. Maybe potentially one villager is actually... Yes, it's going to go down. Like, oh, TD Horseman is almost a knight. Like, it just killed that villager with like 4 hits, right? Like, French Knight it takes down with 2 hits, and one of them has to be the charge. So, OTD Horsemen are so good. Such a good unit.
They're not far behind. Yeah, he does lose the scout. Luckily, he does already have a stable to remake that if he needs. But that dock in the north is definitely a point of contention at this point in time. One good news for Anatan, at least, is that he did at least force out a galley out of fear of Puppy Paw for that dock going up eventually. But it's still, you know, it's not worth it, but it's not as bad as it could be. As now we see the horsemen doing a lot of work here. In harassing those villages and forcing some idle time. Tower as well forced out here for Puppy Paw, but no secondary villager has been found by the horsemen. Anatan now makes a switch into Gilded Archers upon seeing those Mangodai, which does make sense actually, but I'm worried about a potential Keshik follow-up here from Puppy Paw.
Seeing the horseman, maybe he will opt for it, but he's actually having some spearmen now. That I did not expect, and Anatan is having archers out. I think he just gave up on it. I think he just gave up on that dog. I'm waiting for a villager to go and finish that. Really,
it's so risky, right? Because like even if it does go up, I think it's especially against Mangodai. Likely if the dog goes up, you most definitely trade another villager. Speaking of,
I think it was I think it was repairing. Like when you try to drop off, like you repair, you know, because it's like damaged. So this is one of the examples why we need a drop off resources button. Like you would just hit it, you would drop off the resource, or you know, you just like run back. There was no reason to repair. I don't think it was intentional.
I agree completely. It was definitely a shift-click situation, right?
Yeah, this is my little drop-off resources button propaganda there. Okan is a nice micro there, trying to block the horseman from touching the Mangodai there, because Khan will be automatically healing himself, and that horseman has to back off as he uses the movement speed arrow.
I must say I'm a little bit surprised by the investment here into an infantry composition here by Anatan, because out of all horsemen in the game, I'd say the OTD horsemen are one of the best against the Mangodai, specifically because Mangodai really struggle with focus firing units, and especially when there's something like a lot of horsemen that are you know, gilded horsemen for this matter. If you focus fire them, you are forced to momentarily stop your Mangodai in order to retarget. It's just the way it works. And then, you know, if the Gilded Horsemen get damaged, and they'll do an immense amount of it to those Mangodai. So you could have potentially just played Horsemen here, but obviously the infantry composition is more rounded and slightly more reliable, but Anatan still finds damage with the 2 Horsemen that he has, idling out a significant portion of Puppy Paw's gold economy here. However, it's still enough for him to start going up with the Step Redoubt.
Oh, that's spearman just touching that Mangodai was deadly there, and as it was like 1 or 2 taps away from dying from the archer. And Anatan, that's the benefit of having the mind work, isn't it? Like, sorry, that's the that's the benefit of I meant to say the Order of the Dragon building the ramp very fast there, responding to those two towers is completely kicking Puppy Paw out of gold as Puppy Paw is hitting Castle Age. What is he going to do now? With his limited amount of gold, I think he's opting to get men-at-arms. I think he's building another barracks there. Which
Yeah,
kind of makes sense, yeah. Like he will be able to double produce from both of them. And yeah, the Mangudai raid is happening behind Anatan's base in his wood line there as he's idling down everything away. But it will be defended, I think. He had some archers earlier in his base.
Yeah, the
And now-
difficult.
Yeah.
It's interesting seeing this significant Order of the Dragon massive units here, right? Courtesy of that Aachen Chapel, we've seen it fall out of favor somewhat recently, both for Order of the Dragon and for HRE, but Anatan making great use of it here to just explode an amount of units that I think Puppy Paw did not really anticipate and is finding himself struggling to contest here. The Men-at-Arms will do a good job in pushing back the force, at least initially, but these are Order of the Dragon units at the end of the day, so he will need quite a few of them to fully secure, as the gold mine secondary here on the large one does get discovered by a spearman, but it is protected by a few of Puppy Paw's Men-at-Arms, as well as the singular crossbow that he made. Actually, the Mangudai doing damage on the fishing here.
Yeah, they actually killed some fishing boats, and the men-at-arms are trying to hold the archers away from those poor villagers, but they're getting targeted down by the OOTD archers, and the extra range and the attack speed is just deadly if they catch some villagers out on the map off guard, and men-at-arms are not fast enough to kill them. Like, they're just not killing them fast enough. Oh, the Landmark is just blocked itself.
Oh, the berries.
Yeah.
The berries
Yeah.
proving a bit of a nemesis to those rolling wheels there. You know, you got to be careful driving in a forest without a doubt on even ground and amongst bushes, as Puppy Paw is showcasing just there. But the Burgrave is up now and is going to be operational shortly, without a doubt. Anatan's economy is suffering just a little bit here, not as much food in the bank as you would like. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw already with 1600, 1700 now food in the bank, and the gold is slowly growing as well. I feel like we know what's coming.
We know what is coming. It's very close. It's about to happen, and we do not have a ram, or we do not have any heavy units from Anatan if he's considering to dive and stop from the Kagunet Palace happening. Pablo I think has a dock. He made a dock in the south corner, south lake. Yes, something. Oh, he wants to make the dock. I'm sorry. He wants to make the dock there. But he's just getting pushed out now. Like, the army value is dead even, almost even. And Puppy Paw is almost in Imperial Age. He just needs few minutes, actually a minute, I would say, with that step read out there. And the fact that he already has some stone banked up makes this really, really dangerous for Anatan. Because 2 bombard towers on that gold, and there won't be any aggression happening from Anatan, as Puppy Paw also has the other gold mine, the second gold mine, behind his base, where he has those towers already. And now we see the villagers walking up. Anatan has the third pawn to compensate for what's about to happen, but can he hold this?
See, the difficult position here for Anatan is that, you know, you definitely don't want to be stuck in your base up against what is now a Kagunet Palace being rushed up with 20 villagers. So the fact that you can't even push across to punish this does not bode well for the Belarusian here in this game, as Anatan forced on the defensive whilst being about to suffer a severe tech disadvantage as well. Economically, he's trying to put himself ahead here with expanding with fishing ship onto the northern pond and now trying to take Puppy Paw's pond as well. But I'm worried that this might be too slow for him.
Yeah, and we see first Pow coming out from the Kagunet Palace as Puppy Paw just takes down the monastery. with his man-at-arms at the front, but like I don't know. What do you do from here as Anatan? He's going for man-at-arms and crossbows, it looks like, which is very solid composition here, especially on this map with a lot of fishing, right? Like OTD units is just they're not a joke. They're not joking around, right? He has a Burgrave Palace with fishing. Still, it is far from over, I feel like. Even though Puppy Paw is an Imperial Age with Kagunet Palace, so far he's only getting a Pow, right? So it has been some time, and the next few units. Okay, let's see what we're about to have after Pow.
Please no second Papa. Okay, it's gonna be map. It's gonna be horse archers. Yeah. Okay.
No.
Oh. It could have been worse. It could have been worse, at least, right? Here for Puppy Paw. But I do agree with you. I don't think Anatan's out of this whatsoever, right? Despite the sudden aim timing here for Puppy Paw, he does have villages going down here for Puppy Paw on that southern pond, and I think if Anatan is able to really consolidate the fishing on these newly expanded ponds in the north and in the south, he might have the income necessary to really contest this castle timing. Add to that just a little bit of luck with the Kagunet Palace, which he already got with that first Pow ticket. That's definitely not where you want as Puppy Paw. Maybe he can contest this better than some people might think. Oh, but the bombard emplacement.
Oh, the bombard emplacement is just it's too much even for OTD units, right? It's just too much damage, and Puppy Paw wants to make sure. Where is he having his Bao-chan? I see a little blue dot in the south lake. Is that a dock that he has there? Okay, he's gonna have a Bao-chan out from there. Okay, this one. That's what I was looking for. Now he will equalize the pond controlled numbers, and as he's fighting with more and more OTD units, this is. Anatan can hold him back for a while, right? But he cannot. Pow is actually helping. Great, he's gonna kill the dock, and that dock has a relic inside. There's a relic inside that dock.
Oh, is it?
Like,
well, in the
like Anatan has one relic, and that's in that dock there.
That's so specific. I don't know if he has does he have arrow slits on that? I'm not sure actually. We'll have to see. No, he doesn't have it, but he might. He does have 2 on stone, right? So that might be on the cards there for him. Oh, the horse archers now finding a big group of villagers from Anatan. A few of them are starting to fall quite rapidly for him. But there's already hand cannons now on the field for Puppy Paw. Elite men-at-arms upgrade is in. More horse archers in the queue in the Kagunet Palace for Puppy Paw, getting good rolls here on the Kagunet Palace, and I think it's slowly slipping here for Anatan.
Yeah, it's slipping. This game is slipping away from his hands there, and this dog is not going to stay up for long. He will. I don't think he will keep the control of the sacred sites for very long, so I am failing to see a win condition here for Anatan. And we have Russo archers with the ability on just raiding his wood line, and elite palace guards. Yeah, so this is this game is from the Kagunet Palace. Like, compare this to the WAM game, right? Like, where even the white stupa would be like alright choice there, would like be enough to carry. Here, the Kagunet units, you see a Kagunet unit here killing gold villagers, a Kagunet unit in the middle just fighting the men-at-arms,